Hola y muy buenos días, hello and good morning from Spain here in Malaga. I'm Rico Full of the European Cricket Network. Look, normally this time of year in March, the red carpet is out in Malaga because it is the start of the film festival. Well, we've got our own red carpet here at the Cartama Oval for the Champions League of Cricket. We have our own version of action, entertainment and drama. Yesterday, we saw the start of Group E. 6 more national champions coming together to see which one of them will return next week for the start of finals week. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League, and the action starts, as always, right here, right now. Match 2 of this BET2BALL European Cricket League, and we kick off with two teams that were unable to register a win in the one match they played yesterday. It's the champions of Jersey Farmers. They take on the Punjabi Lions Nicosia, the champions of Cyprus. The Farmers, they had a tough game against RBS Cryonhout, but it was close, but they ended up losing just by 7 runs. And the Farmers, well, they were up against the firepower of the Pakarkir Badalona side, and though they did well, it was still a 5-wicket victory for them, though they showed plenty of grit and determination in that match. One of these two teams is looking for their first victory. Who will it be? Well, first, let's join both the captains, who are with my good friend Sir Rob Cameron for the all-important coin toss.
Your ball. BET2BALL. It is BET2BALL. Your ball first. Okay.
So Guri, the captain of the Punjabi Lions Nicosia, he calls BET2BALL, and BET2BALL was the fall. So he's deciding that he's going to have a field first. Yesterday, I think there were good performances for himself with the bowling. He bowled really well, showed a good bit of pace as well. He'd be looking to be in the wickets here today. But also, the man who supported him well with 2 for 12 against Pakarkir Badalona was Tiwari. Can Tiwari be in form for them once more? With the bat, good trap. He needs to bounce back, doesn't he, after the duck that he got yesterday? And maybe we're going to see Kasim Anwar elevated up the order. He certainly bat well. He hit the ball very hard, and also he'd be there to support somebody like Scott Austin. What about the Farmers? The Farmers, Charles Pershad Chuggy, he's going to be the key man for them. He's the national team captain. Can he be in the runs? And Julius Samaria, he batted really well yesterday, 47 of 23 deliveries against RBS. With the ball, there's been good performances from the experienced Joel Richardson. He took 3 for 12 in that match, but could this be the turn for the youth to bounce back? And maybe it's going to be his son, George, the under-19 international, that's going to do well here today. This is going to be an exciting match. Both teams are looking for the first win of the competition. Let's join Mr. Maximo, who's up in the commentary box for the start of this match.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. It is another day of ECL action, and we're really looking forward to seeing these two teams go head to head. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we saw there from the toss that it will be the Farmers from Jersey who are going to bat first. And you can have a look at the two teams here. And the tribes listed opening the order today. Didn't see a lot of them yesterday. Asa went cheaply, but Samaria was very, very impressive. And then Charles Pershad is listed at 4. They call him Chuggy. Then the Binman at 5. Rick Firth, well, he tried his hardest to get them close to that target yesterday. They will have a bit of a challenge against the Punjab Lions Nicosia as we get ready for the first ball of the day. Welcome back into the commentary box, Mr. Rico Full.
Thank you very much, Vinny. And it's two brothers out there to start off with the batting. That tribe, and as a tribe, they're hoping to see if they can get their team off to a good start here. It's a really family affair with this Farmers team. Remember, it was James Pershad, the captain's dad, Jim. He was a potato farmer. And his uncle, Robbie, the dairy farmer. They came together, and they are the founders of the beautiful ground here in Jersey. And that ground came together in 1976. And that was after the farmers took on the builders. The rest is history, as they say. But there still is very much a family affair about this this team, Farmers, the champions of Jersey. And it's always a pleasure to be talking to them as well, especially a good chat with Robbie yesterday and with Jim. A lovely bunch of people, and they're out there in force again. I can see the flags there. A very good morning to you in the fan zone. Tajwinder just keeping that ball outside the off stump here for a good length. And so far ball going to hand.
Very good.
Punjabi Lions of Nicosia looking to bounce back. Both these teams just had the one game yesterday, but both were unable to register a win. Today, going to be a different story. And this one's probably a little bit too wide. Roman Mazumda with the stop. Quick update on the weather. No dew on the ground today, and I think that probably helped Guri Gurpratap Singh, the captain of the Punjab Lions Nicosia, to decide that they would have field first. This one, well, he slides and dives himself to this one, stopping it with his feet. Yeah, so no dew. I mean, there is forecast, like it was yesterday. Maybe a few scattered showers. You didn't get any yesterday. We got lucky maybe, and we hope that today will be the same. We hope to have 5 T10 interrupted matches here today in this Group E. Well ball, really good delivery. A good cricket all round, really. It's well played by the batters. It's the Tribe digging it out. Still getting through for the single. Both of these youngsters are internationals as a Tribe. Under 19, just broken in. He's the man who's known as the Muscles. Big muscles. And then he's got his older brother, Zach. Also a hard hitter. And this one is straight into the hands of the fielder, though. And Zach Tribe just said he's known as a hard hitter, but he doesn't hit this one hard enough. The catch is taken, all smiles on the Punjabi Lions and Nicosia. They get the first wicket, and the Zach Tribe has to go for one of the 3 deliveries that he's faced. And well, that's just good, consistent bowling. Just kept the ball in the right areas, and sort of forces that shot. Doesn't quite get it out off the middle of the bat. And that's a very good catch taken by Kasim Anwar, the man who had a good day yesterday. And Vinny, good start here.
Yeah, look, it is a good start. Didn't quite get the elevation. Unfortunate for that Tribe. So the opening partnership brotherhood is fairly brief. Have a look at that Jersey cow. Just got to turn your head sideways for that one, but it's not an easy catch this time of the morning either. Kasim Anwar does hold on. Currently temperature of 11 degrees, so a bit frosty, I'd say. But still, it's an important early wicket. But this brings a batter that really impressed me yesterday to the crease, Julius Samaret. Struck 47 in pretty quick time. He's a man that Nicosia will get rid of pretty quickly. Here he is, facing Tajwinder.
Well, a delivery. It's almost like a full toss, this one. But he beats him outside the off, and that's an end of a very good over. 4 for 1 after the first. And, well, Tajwinder Singh certainly seemed fired up in that one. And it's going to be Guri Gurpratap Singh who's going to bowl the next, the captain. And he certainly bowled with good pace, intent and variation yesterday as well. So staying with the all-pace attack here.
Yeah, makes sense. Pretty effective in the first over. Gurpratap, let's just say, I think his whole life flashed before his eyes in the 0.4 of a second that he got to look at the first ball of his series with the bat. And Mohammed Kamran aimed one that was probably going to Probably caused him a trip to the dentist or worse. Anyway, here he is with the ball.
It's a lovely hit shot, but though it struck powerfully, it's well stopped as well. The boundary there. That's Vikram Verma. That was travelling.
Really good fielding. That's really good fielding. He's got a dead leg. But Vikram, who fielded well yesterday, that was a bullet at this time in the morning.
I don't know what the conversation is between Verma and Guri there. I think Verma's saying, ouch, that hurts. And he's saying, oh my, yaar main lagi. And the captain is saying, oh yaar, kuch nahi hoya, kuch nahi hoya. Wow, I like it, I like it. Back to the action. This is struck the other way, and it goes for 4 runs. Well, he is hitting it really hard. Well, Sumaria, he said yesterday he batted well, he looked the part. He's absolutely thumped this, and this isn't that far away from the fielder, but Tajwinder Singh, you can do nothing about this, Vinny.
He picks his gap that he wants to hit and picks it pretty early. He spotted a bit of a gap between mid-wicket and fairly straight mid-on. Absolutely nailed it there. Sumaria, good signs for him early.
Just pitching up a little too much, Guri. And once again, goes for the picked up delivery.
Yeah, that's okay because it's up in the block hole. Sumaria blocks himself a little bit, but that kind of length delivery, the previous one, Sumaria could pretty much pick his spot and go with it. Just want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat. I know Neville Russ said hello to me. I'll just open it then. You can see that Maya is in there, and Shrubon, Helix, Sundori. Good morning to all of you. Kush as well.
Taking him on. And Tajwinder does get the throw in, but it's already, Julius was already comfortably in.
Accidental collision here between the batter and the bowler. And actually, got Tribe in trouble. I think, or was it Sumaria actually was the collision. Look here, just ball watching. Don't think that'll bother group attack too much. Just didn't see it coming, but yeah, just taking a second. It's a bit like crashing into granite. But,
I was going to say, I mean, Guri, he's a big unit, isn't he? I mean, he was actually, I mean, sort of a barge, wasn't it? But he was actually just, you see there, he's looking at his calf. I don't think that's got anything to do with the collision there.
Yeah, exactly.
He's just overstretched it perhaps with his bowling. And he comes again. And this one goes over the top. It will go all the way. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. First one of many today.
And looks a bit ginger, doesn't he? Gurpratap Singh, not the hair colour, just the way he's running in here. Angles in. And that one clears the boundary. Thanks to Tribe, gets his first Maximo. He'll feel a lot better about that.
It's a Tribe. Big muscles, they say. See those muscles? Oh, that's nicely played. Beautiful shot. Well, we saw the muscles, but you don't need muscles for this one. This is just timing. Exquisite shot. 4 runs.
Beautiful shot. Wasn't a good delivery, really, from Gurpratap. And pays the penalty. That one really pinged off the bat of Tribe. And at the end of 2 overs, it's 20 for 1.
Yeah, that's an expensive one from the captain, Guri. 16 come off it. After a good start from Tajwinder, Guri, well, he just put it in the slot too many times. It was there. He went for the Yorker length, but when you miss it, when you get it wrong, you're going to get punished. And just have a look at the table there. 2 teams, Pakai Care, Barcelona, and Harbies crying out. They're on 4 points. They're at the top. Then you've got Yipko Fu, and then the others are playing catch-up. Big match, this.
Kazim Anwar to bowl over number 3.
Gets it through. A bit of a wild one, that one. From Sumaria.
It's a bit of premeditation. I think that's that gap again. He spotted it. He says, I feel pretty confident hitting into that gap. And now the mid-on is going to go back. And I think they're going to plug that gap. So they basically go from 5 fielders on the offside, 4 on the leg, and they reversed it. So now 4 fielders on the offside, 5 on the leg. And so let's see if he targets the offside a bit more.
On what? This really picked up in the block hole. It's well bowled. And there's not too much that Julius could do about that one. A lot of noise out there from the Punjabi Lions and Nicosia. You can see why. They know they need the points on the board. This is a big match for them. They don't want to go 2 without a victory.
Got to mention a comment I read in the chat a few minutes ago as well, Rico. After this ball from Anwar. Unreachable. So Anchovy Front in the morning says good morning. That's in the chat. Says good morning, Rico and Vinny. Thanks for taking time to talk to the group of us from Sir in English, which is the local newspaper, on Friday, and to show us around interesting tour. And what a day we picked a great final, and that's by Alan. So Alan, we're glad you enjoyed your day on Friday, and what a final that was, with Hubby's Army of Sweden getting over the line.
Yeah,
1 wicket. Ridiculous scenes here.
Good morning, Alan. This one just over pitched. Ends up being a full toss actually, but doesn't really get dispatched. I don't think he was expecting that. Was perhaps expecting it to be full pitched outside the off stump again. So surprised. So we're slightly there.
Yeah, it's low full toss. If you don't quite time it, you can be a bit late on them. It's just using the physics. It's on you a bit quicker than a ball that bounces. So you didn't quite time it. Anyway, back to Tribe.
Oh, and that's a bit unlucky. Well, this is the Chinese cut. It goes for 4 runs, and Anwar, he stands there, hands on his head, can't believe it. But, well, sometimes you need a little bit of suerte, and that's exactly what Tribe gets there as that goes to the boundary. 4 more.
You need a bit of luck to succeed in this format. Pretty good ball. Length is perfect. And, well, not so far from France, are they, Jersey? That's a little French cut for 4.
Good morning to our umpires out there. You just saw that was Tyrone Peters, and he's joined by Stefan Gooch. And square leg, I'm in black. And the third umpire for this match is Joe Foster. Good morning, gentlemen. Anwar, can he get the breakthrough? Can he get the second wicket here for his team? Goes for that fuller delivery, eyeing up that gap, and there's a slight misfield, but not enough to capitalise on it. I think it was a good call that they didn't decide to go for that. It was Sumaria that stuck with his original call of no.
Yeah, he hasn't quite hit his straps yet, has he, Julius? He was very good yesterday. But, anyway, still there. That's the main thing. A lot of time for the guys from Jersey, enjoying their ECL experience.
Well struck, gets through the inner fielder. Very good. But they've got protection out there now. Very good.
Set a field setting. Yeah, they can set a field to that at least. You know, I think he executed his skills pretty well there, Kazim Anwar. So that's the end of the power play. It's 27 for 1. I did remark to some of the Jersey guys this morning as they were looking at getting another early morning with bleary eyes that they were farmers, so they would probably love the early mornings. And let's just say, I wasn't completely convinced with the responses, but still, made a fairly decent start. Probably honours even after 3 overs.
Yeah. You ever been on a farm?
My grandparents were farmers. Yeah. My grandparents were illiterate on my dad's side.
That's not my question. Have you been on a farm? Have you been up early and fed the animals?
I've seen how it's done. I get the gist of it. I won't say that I was up early. So, yeah. And my grandmother, who is now, well, actually, they don't know how old she is because there's no official record of her birth, but she still rides bike. She weighs about nothing, and she rides her bike to tend to the buffaloes every day. So she's still doing that. I don't think she's watching on YouTube. And then they found it actually,
on a bike
side note, they found out that she was legally blind and she's still riding her bike about 30 or 40 minutes every day when they tested her eyesight.
She's just an autopilot. I suppose she's done it for so many years. Kumar into the attack. Well bowled, well played as well. The field has been spread, so these singles now are available. Look, I know we always used to go, when we lived in England, always went up to North Yorkshire. Yeah. Stayed in a beautiful place near Helmsley. There was a farm there, converted calf barns. It was lovely. Oh, yeah. Fresh milk every morning, proper breakfast.
Oh, yeah.
That's gone, that's big. Balle, kinna, sora, gea, shaka, lagya.
Maybe there's the muscles that we were talking about, and let's just say, I couldn't wait to see it on the screen.
I was talking about a good breakfast. Well, this is what a good breakfast does for you. Plenty of power in that.
Absolutely smashed by Tribe. And, I enjoyed that one as well. Eventually, that ball's come back. I think it needs a check.
Yeah, it does come back. I think the umpire will be keen to maybe have a look at it. Not sure where that ends up. Big hit. And Asa Tribe is up and going 2 big 6s and 2 4s in this innings of 24 so far.
See that one time they got the length wrong, and they've been pretty good getting up in the block hole. That one was length and it disappeared.
And well, this one is in the gap and it's 6 more. Goes for the shorter delivery. Well, he may be small, but he's pretty mighty as well. That's 6 of the best from the man with the muscles.
Well, this is the alternative. It's your gamble with the short ball. So the kind of good length ball is disappearing. He gambles with the short ball. He's hoping for a top edge or maybe something that's hit flat to one of those 2 fielders you see there, just forlornly watching the ball bounce between them. But he absolutely cracked that. He cracked it into the gap. In fact, I think the fielders are pretty lucky that wasn't hit at them because that was hit really hard.
Well, I think that if that is coming your way, you're just going to, I didn't see it. Because you don't want to be putting your fingers to that. That was travelling.
It really was.
Well, Kumar, he did start well, but now he's been hit for 2 big 6s. Just a slightly slower delivery. And slight misfield from the fielder. In no hurry to get the ball in, but they just take the single. So looking to finish well here, Kumar. Uri and Kumar have gone for a few. Simanwat will probably come back to tidy things up, he'd hope. This is out on the onside, and the single taken.
End of the over, so 43 for 1 off 4. And it gives us an opportunity to welcome all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's great to have your company here. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside
Buenos dias.
Rico Full. And yeah, it's great to be here. Nice morning for cricket. Some rain was forecast yesterday. It didn't really eventuate. Hopefully the same today because there's a little bit of it around.
Yep.
Has avoided us. And I'm wearing my orange, and that is kind of a little bit of a tribute to the Dutch. I like the way they played yesterday. And I'll just try and share it around a little bit. So
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
And because of that, I don't know if you saw, I had the little baby yesterday. Had a little cutout.
Yeah.
It's Ferdy Vink's son, and I did have to give him back eventually. Anyway, here's Niraj Tiwari.
Well, that's been hammered down into the ground. Well stopped. It's a good old clout. The one that the umpire needs to watch his kneecaps on. Gets out of the way pretty quickly.
You do get the sense, Rico. Get the sense that Jersey are really enjoying their ECL experience. I think they really like the format. I think they have played some T10 cricket, but they said it's fast, it's furious, and we love it. And they're playing well.
Up in the air, this will be an opportunity. Fielder gets under it and takes a catch, and it's a comfortable catch to Dwinder Singh is the man. And he did make that look easy. It's a good fielder to Dwinder. No mistakes from him. So to do get their second wicket, that was an important one because these two were looking good, and that's a Tribe that has to depart. But what a good knock from him. It was nice to see him play some aggressive cricket. And yeah, you're absolutely right. And I tell you what, I think that's a Tribe. He enjoyed it being out there. It's a flurry of runs from his bat. 31 of 13 deliveries.
Yeah, really good confidence boosting innings for him. Seems the slight pace off that gets him though. Just shows you sometimes that gamble pays off, just varying the pace. So Tiwari gets the wicket. Tribe though cracks a quick 31, and the score now is 44 for 2.
Yeah, well done from Tiwari. Just carrying on from what he did yesterday. Niraj bowled pretty tightly yesterday. Had a good day yesterday for his side. And well, now the champions of Cyprus, they send another one back. And they'll be hoping that they can maybe just put a stop to the flow of runs here. I mean, they're going around 10 and over. So the 100 looks on, but they certainly will be looking for some acceleration.
Here's Chuggy.
Sweeps to the man at fine. Doesn't really attack this, the fielder. And waits for the ball to come to him. He has got protection behind him. So I think he's going to attack that and really put the pressure on the fielders.
Yeah. So, always important to get going as soon as you come out as well. It's a Pershanov strike. Back to Samaria. How will he treat Tiwari?
He tries to take him on. It sort of hits this down into the deck, I think.
A quick hello to Kevin Goskowski, who's watching from America. I just asked him where from. And he said he's trying to do a bit of homework, and he's enjoying the cricket while he goes. So, multitasking, never hurt anyone. Except if you're driving a car or something like that.
Goes for the big one, and I think he gets just enough on this. The fielder is there waiting, but Vikram Verma just sees his sail over his head. 6 more. Boom. Shakalaka.
And a shot just got it over the fielder. He's a bit nervous. And this comes off the bat to Murat. Farmers, good start. Continues. Last ball of the over. Oh, this hits something, does it? He's given him. Well, he's given him. Ooh, he's only just flicked the pad, but it only just missed the stump. So we'll have a look at this. It's definitely hit something on the way through.
There was a lot of noise. And you can see the non-striker can't believe it. He's thinking, are you sure? Let's have a
Look
look
at this. He does get a long way across. I think that's out. I mean, it's only just missed the stumps.
Yeah, I mean, if that's not made any contact with the bat, I think that is out. It's full. It's probably going to go on to hit leg stick.
Yeah, I mean, it's an umpire's call. Try and slow it down a bit for you here.
Goes across the line. Yeah.
That's hitting the stump. I have to be honest. I think that's more likely to hit the stumps than not. I think it's a brave decision, but a fair decision, I think. And to think, they probably would have got 4 runs. I assume that ball ended up at the boundary. In the end, it's going to be a 3rd wicket, and the 5th over finishes with that LBW. Farmers 51 for 3 at the halfway point.
And Niraj Tiwari wasn't the best of deliveries he bowled. Look, we did see that earlier on, that Sumer did play the sweep shot, and he just managed to get a bit of bat onto it. This one was pushed right up there again. And this time again, he's trying to hit it on the leg side, misses out on it. I think that doesn't catch any bit off the bat. It hits him on the pad. I think that's a good shot.
A lot of people,
I think is going to go on and hit this.
I think it deviates significantly. This is what I'll say about that. When you look at the replay, it does deviate significantly. You look at the point at where it hit him. It definitely hit him in front of the stumps, probably in front of middle and leg stump, and deviates past the leg stump. I think instinctively you think, oh, well, you know, it's only a little deflection, but I think that deflection was enough to take it from hitting to not hitting.
Full delivery. This one's called a wide down the leg side, just strays his line. You can see the wicketkeeper, Rahman Mazumdar, saying, come on, outside the off.
Put it this way, you couldn't say it was definitely missing, right?
No.
You couldn't say that. So if the umpire feels that's going to hit the stumps, I think that's a fair enough.
But there's only one man that's standing wicket to wicket, and that's the man in black. And in this case, it was Tyrone Peters, and I think that's a fair call. Umpire's call. Looking at it again, I think he's going to clip.
Where we both agree, and everyone in the chat disagrees with us. Anyway, let's get into the 6th over.
I was going to say this is better, but it goes too wide outside the off stump. So just struggling unwind. I mean, he bowled a good first over. It tidied things up after an expensive one from Guri. Now he starts with 2 wide.
It's very kind of 1980s just to assume that's going down the leg side because it's not plumb. That's very old-fashioned. I think that you have to get with the times. I reckon that's hitting. The more I saw it, the more I agreed with the umpire.
This out to leg. The thing is here now, you've got to see a bit of a fight back here from the Farmers. They got off to a good start. I think the rate they're on is fine, but it's time for Chuggy and Ben Kinman to get going. Ben, of course, also a former international. So still got plenty of experience out there. These two, pretty sure, will get the recovery back intact.
Ben Kinman, also known as Ken Bidman, to his teammates. Here he is.
Well bowled, better lines. Might struggle with the first 2, but he's back. He's got his radar back as well.
I saw that. I think that Kevin is watching from Colorado. So that's a nice part of the US. Hope you're enjoying the telecast. Pretty early morning or middle of the night there.
In the air, it's safe. We'll get round and stop it.
So I think they just sensed that they've got an opportunity to get back into the game here, the Lions. But still, they've got 2 very good players at the crease to contend with. We've seen some innings get away off to flyers, haven't we? But just some wickets pulling him back, and so we haven't really ever seen some runaway scores. A lot of scores in that kind of 90 to 120.
This one is in the air. It's a chance opportunity. Fielder gets in, gets it, and makes no mistake. And that's a nice catch, and this time it's Charanjit Singh. And the pressure is starting to show, and it's Ben Kinman. Went for the big shot, doesn't get it right, doesn't get it out of the middle of the bat. And it's a wicket to Anwar. He deserves it, Anwar. He's bowled well. And just holds this one back. Yeah, that's clever bowling. Rolls his fingers on this one. Slower delivery. And relies on the fielders to take the catch. And they haven't let them down so far. Taking everything that's come their way.
Yeah, that one just bounced out of the fielder's hands, I thought. But Charanjit Singh does hold on. Kinman has to go for just 2. Now, Farmers of Jersey, they are 56 for 4.
Recovery needs to come from someone. Chucky is still out there, and you can see both batters there having a good conversation. So, right, okay, I think that's his Rick Firth.
Lovely bowling, Kasim. Lovely stuff
Yeah,
here,
Rick
buddy.
was batting at the end yesterday.
Good pressure,
Got a question about Mehran Khan, who's in the squad for the Punjab Lions. Nicosia. He is available later in the week. Make the trip in the next couple of days, personal reasons, but he's expected to join the squad. So thanks for that question, Liam.
He arrives tomorrow, is what I heard.
Tomorrow, yep. Wednesday, they said. All things going according to plan. It's Kasim.
Nicely played. Fielder has to get down and does. You've got to get dirty for your team on those. And it's one of those, sometimes you see the fielder just wanting to chase it rather than trying to smother it. And you take that option, it gets past you. That's what you've got to do. Good work. They're on a high here. They've got the adrenaline flowing. They can sense that maybe they're in the Farmers here and really trying to keep this score to around about, no more than 90. That's what they'd like. This is well picked up. This will go all the way. It does. Smashes into the boundary fence. Manos arriba, Vitro. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6 carreras.
You can see there on the angle how it just came in and he helped it on its way. So it's a nice steadier for Farmers as they just have lost a bit of momentum in this innings. A little drop kick, nicely dispatched by Chuggy. So he gets 6, and that's the end of the 6th over. The score is 63 for 4. Well, Ian Latton's in the chat. He said he's already looking forward to seeing the Tobias Vise versus the Hitman battle. That's not until game 5, so you've got a bit of a wait, but it'll be worth waiting for, I think, as we'll see Javier Skrijnhout of the Netherlands taking on Pakakar of Spain. And a few other little comments. First, let's have a look at Jury. He gets driven away. Needs to be stopped. He's been pretty good defensively here from the Lions Nicosia.
They did really well. I'm going to say this. I mean, you were in Cyprus with me.
Yeah.
And we know what that outfield is like.
Yeah.
Now, they field pretty well on that outfield. This is going to be like a carpet to them. No wonder they're loving it out there.
Had balls coming at their head all the time on the 3rd bounce.
Well bowled.
One final thought on the LBW.
Yeah.
Go back to it. But I think what we're seeing is we're seeing a difference of opinions about some people thought it was hitting, some people it wasn't.
Yeah.
But that tells me, look, it might not be a decision we agree with, but I think it's a fair decision because the umpire's opinion, and it's pretty much split down the middle in the chat, the umpire's opinion was that it was going to hit the stumps. So you could certainly not say it was a howler. It was fair enough, and sometimes you've got to be brave. The easiest thing to do as an umpire is sit and do nothing and find an excuse. He thought it was hitting. To be honest, I thought it was hitting. I respect that some people disagree, but I think the umpire's in the hot seat and they've got to make their decision. All right, I'll back the umpire on that one.
Delivery, well bowled. Guri, captain, coming back. His first over was expensive. Went for 16, and you can see here, just taking the pace off the ball. So it's clever. He's recognised just where he was going wrong in his first over. So just taking the pace off. Firth, he's looking to hit hard, but he's found the fielder so far. And this one, there you go again. See, slow delivery, rolls the fingers on it.
Yeah, good variations important in this form of the game. Now we'll see some pretty clever variations from Pershad when he gets the ball. So here's Rick, originally from Adelaide in Australia.
Guri. Slower again, but well, it may be a slower one, but he's got plenty of meat on this, and he muscles this over the boundary. 6 runs.
Yeah, well, Big Rick, he likes to hit big 6s. And he gets this one in the wheelhouse. I think he enjoyed that one. And so, yeah, length delivery. Just stays pretty still at the crease. Typical left-hander. Sends that away. His teammates enjoy that one as well.
Yeah, they're enjoying themselves, aren't they? I mean, they're that sort of team. I mean, I just love what they brought to the CC at the moment.
Good comeback.
Yeah, that's the quicker delivery. So he finishes well, and you've got to do that. The last couple of overs, you saw the overs in between the first and the fifth ball were okay, but the sixth, they let themselves down, and all coaches keep an eye on that. You don't want to give a boundary for your last delivery, and he put a bit of effort in that one, gets a dot in.
Yeah, 71 for 4 after 7. This is the group format. Of course, you'll be familiar with it by now if you've been following the ECL. We're into week 5, the first 3 days. So this is day 2. The first 3 days are round robin matches. Each of the 6 teams will play each other, so they play 5 matches each, and then it's all about getting in the top 3. If you can do that, you get an easier path to finals Friday. You'll play the other top 3 teams on Thursday. At the bottom 3, they'll be playing for their tournament lives on Super Thursday.
Big 6. Perfectly timed, and that's gone into the ear of the Snakes. Leave it alone, boys, leave it alone. Don't go in there. You've got to be a brave man to go in there. And, that's what they need here now. They need a flurry of boundaries, and both these batters, Chuggy and Firth, are finding their range. Like the way he gets into position, gets down, and hits it, thumps it over the boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Yeah, that length can be picked up. It's kind of a challenge length, I call it, because you can mistime it, skew it up, but it was hit sweetly.
Full toss, and doesn't find the gap, takes a single, but won't mind this. Look, I'm liking this, because you've got 2 batters hitting the ball well. You've got the left and right combination. This can be a dangerous little partnership here. And the Punjabi Lions and Nicosia, they'd be keen to break this partnership pretty quickly.
Yeah, for sure. It's a game of ebbs and flows, isn't it? They're on 106 pace. Very good cricket match on our hands here.
That's well bowled. Just flights it up there, holds it back a little.
Yeah, it's been a pretty effective strategy for the spinners so far. Saw it created a wicket earlier in the innings.
We picked up 2 yesterday in a good spell. He's got 2 here today as well. A few more deliveries halfway through the second. See if he can pick up a 3-fer. This is the time for him to get a breakthrough. Push hard. He sees him coming there, and throws this in wide.
Yeah.
And it probably would have been a wide, but it's already committed himself, so had to play at it.
Can't really take the wide when you're 2 or 3 metres down the track, because you probably get stumped. So he just takes his medicine and clunks that into the leg side for 1.
Oh, well, it was there for the shot. He misses out on this one. He's played that pretty effectively so far, but this one gets past him.
Question from Liam about Ari Carvelis of Yek Corfu that we saw last night. Come to that in a second. Here's the last ball first from Tiwari.
He's down to the ground, has to get down, he does, but he gets through 4 runs. And that's why it's so important. You've got to get something on these. If it gets past you, it's runs. And that's Anwar down there. He's been pretty good up until now, but this one escapes him.
Yeah, it's just really good timing from Firth. He gets a quicker one from Tiwari, but had to pick the gap. He did. You see, once it gets past the infield, just races away to the boundary. So a good finish to the over for Farmers. They're 84 for 4 after 8 overs. And just going back to Carvelis, I know he's grown up in South Africa, and he's played a decent level of cricket in England as well. Second 11 cricket, even Middle East Day cricket, I think. But yeah, as a Greek, I suppose with Greek heritage, he's getting involved with Yek Corfu, which I think is great for Greek cricket. It's great to see him out here on the park. So, I mean, certainly, I call him Hercules, because he's a pretty strong man, isn't he? Bowls quick, hits him a long way. 9th over.
This one's into the pads. And Chuggy, a bit of bat onto it, so that's a run to his name. Chuggy, of course, is the younger brother of the captain.
He's a current Jersey national team captain as well.
Yeah, that must be a good talking point between them, must there? I mean, he's the international captain.
Yeah.
But he's can't get the reins of the Farmers captaincy of his brother. That's a good talk. around the dinner table, looking to take a bit of a mix-up. He's got to hit him here, and he has. And they break a partnership that needed to be broken if you're a Punjabi Lions Nicosia player or supporter, because these two were looking good and they were starting to hurt you. A bit of miscommunication. They weren't on the same wavelength on the walkie-talkies.
Yeah.
This is out.
And I think just a slight loss of eye contact there at a critical moment. And now he's going to be gone by some distance. Didn't even get a chance to slide the bat. So Firth liked his contribution of 13, but he'll go no further. I suppose that's the price of doing business in this form of the game. I think Chuggy said, I want the strike, and he had to make the U-turn, Rick Firth. But it becomes, the fifth will get to 4 now. It's 86 for 5.
Yeah, it's a good wicket to get. Good to break that partnership.
Did you hear that? Said there's so much noise out there, I couldn't hear a thing. I edited a couple of words out. But there's a lot going on. Well, that's the atmosphere. So that's why the eye contact comes. It's so important. Typical Australian. Wash his mouth out with soap. Yeah, that's the eye contact's important because you can call, but there's so many people shouting. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
You just need to see for yourself what your partner's doing. Anyway, here's Tejvinder.
Slices it up, and it just, well, look at that. It only just goes over the bowler. If he was able to stop and turn around, probably could have had a quarter bowl opportunity. See?
Good. Again, like Firth couldn't do the U-turn quick enough. This is a perfect lob wedge. And now we'll get to have a look at Reece Palmer. 9 balls left.
Oh, it's showtime at the Cartama Oval, because this one is a clever little shot and will go for 4 runs. And, well, that's one way to get off the mark. Palmer getting funky.
Yeah, these funky shots, though, if you don't quite get them off the face of the bat, if they hit the edge, they can just kind of go up, which is kind of what happens. You see, it hits that front edge, and, geez, it's a good effort by Harvinder to try and cut that off. And then, well, it is cut off, just the wrong side of the boundary. So, yeah, Palmer gets away with it. Just kind of invents the boundary. Up into the 90s now, Farmers. Wasn't it great hearing about the history of their club yesterday? And, of course, we had Robbie up here. He's fantastic cricket blazer.
Good comeback. Good pace.
Fake step over. Just, in the end, bowler says, I'm just going to bowl a normal one, and you can sort it out. So, yeah, no, it's great to hear about the history of the club and Farmers Field, which is a converted farm, now an ICC accredited cricket ground that's hosted internationals, hosted teams from all around the world. It's a great story. It's last ball of the 9th.
And, easily done. Another wicket. So Tejvinder, after seeing the sort of reverse Malachi, has come back. Bolswell gets another wicket, and it's Palmer that goes. He does get 1 boundary in the 3 deliveries he faces, but that's it. That's his lot. Back he goes. Tejvinder well bowled.
Yeah, and this is another one that doesn't quite get the good contact. So he just basically taps it down around the corner. He's hoping to get that a bit finer, I think, and if you do that, it goes to the boundary, but still, Palmer, Corey would probably call it a good T10 innings, does get the boundary in there. He departs, and now with an over remaining, the score is 91 for 6.
Just seen that flag there, the palm. What's the cow doing on its side?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Stumps in October already.
No, it's just a cow that's lying on a couch. Oh, do cows sleep lying down, or they sleep standing up?
I don't know. All I know about that is I always used to get told if the cow's ever sat down, you know it's going to rain. Do you used to hear that?
Where you get the stuff so wide.
Well, maybe the farmers, they'll be able to back me up. If you're walking along and all the cows are driving along the road and the cows are sat in the field, it's going to rain because they're keeping the grass dry. For,
all right.
You know.
Farming's in my genes, but I don't think I've really got the credentials to discuss it.
No, I don't think they lie down. I think they stand up.
Just a city.
Very good.
I wasn't born and raised in South Detroit, but hello to all of our American viewers. With YouTube, will get copyrighted now that I've sung that line.
Into the last over here. Really want to push on to try and get this 100 plus on the board. It's a single. This has been an energised performance, hasn't it, from the Punjabi line? They just haven't stopped. They've been plucky. They've been gritty. They kept performing, and it's the same, I suppose, with the Farmers as well. It's really two teams that are really, they know the importance, they sense the importance of this match. One of these teams will walk away with their first victory. Who will it be? It's so evenly poised at the moment.
Oy.
This one, well, you thought I was going to pass it, didn't you?
Was he daydreaming here? Was he looking into the sun? Not a lot of sun. Probably not going to replay of this. That's Niraj Tiwari. He looked like he was thinking about what he's going to have for lunch or something like that. He's very late to react. And he did just in time. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I think that's what
He's got it written on it.
He thought the same as you.
He's got it written on his hand, fielding, like what he's meant to be doing. No ball.
Oh, no ball, and this is going to be expensive. Not only is it a no ball, but it gets past the keeper, Mazumda, and goes to the boundary. That's 5. That takes it to 99.
It really hurts when you put on a pretty good fielding effort. And Kumar must have overstepped here. And then little French cut, getting past the keeper. Called straight away by Stefan Gooch. So next one will be a free hit coming up.
Yes, bad timing, you'd say. They've been pretty good up until now.
All free hits really at this stage of the innings.
Full toss in the air, and it should be, well,
Oh, wow.
it goes over the fielder. I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, it goes for 6. That is making the most of the free hit. You got the license to go for the full Monty. He does. It was a slower full toss, hit it well, but well, just have a look at the fielder here.
He's a metre in, and your only job is to keep it in the field of play. It doesn't matter about the catch. He had poor awareness of where the rope was. I think it cost him 5 runs.
And this one's up in the air as well, but this one should be taken. Tajwinder is under it, and he's got safe hands. No mistake from him. And well, the 100 did come up in the last ball that went for 6, 105, and now it's 105 for 7.
Yeah, so good innings by Chuggy. He's got them to that triple figures now. He goes for 30 or 15. Quick safe catch by Tejvinder. Well, he knew exactly where he was when it came down from the cloud. It came into the big buckets of Tejvinder Singh. So Kumar does get a wicket. And it's been a bit expensive though. Got one for 30. 30 is what Charles Pershard walks off with. He leaves his team in a lot better shape than he arrived. It's 105 for 7.
Yeah, he gets a good round of applause as well. It's a good innings from him. And, put a good partnership together with Firth, and the right and left combination worked well. And just falling with a couple of balls to go, but he did capitalise on the free hit. Does bring the 100 up. And well, with a ball remaining, boundary here would be nice and tasty. See if they can get to the 109 or maybe even past the 110.
Last ball.
And well, he's going to go, caught behind. A good delivery, doesn't pitch up. Kumar goes, gets another wicket. 2 for 30 from him. Well bowled, I suppose.
Yeah, really well bowled in the end. Yeah, just takes a bit of glove on the way through. And yeah, good reaction catch by the keeper. It's been pretty tidy behind the stumps. Roman Mazumda has the job today for Punjab Lions Nicosia. And in the end, I think that's pretty much bang on a par total. I think that kind of 105, I think it's going to be a 50-50 contest. But Jersey, we know they field really well. Having said that, Nicosia, they were pretty good as well, the Lions, in the field. They took most things that came their way. Just a couple of costly ones like the no ball and the free hit, which I think I would like to see Verma make a play on that, at least try and kind of jump backwards and keep it in the field of play. But if he wasn't able to, but still, I think as Farmers walk off at 105, they'll be pretty confident that they can defend those runs. And remember, both these teams, they will be after their first win in ECL cricket. Loving their ECL 22 experience. Well, credit to the Punjab Lions as well, I think. I really like their kind of energy as we woke up on the second morning of Group E action. And it was the Punjab Lions Nicosia that wanted to bowl, and they had some immediate success. And Well, they had to get rid of these dangerous top order players, didn't they? Because Jersey, we know that some of their guys can really give the ball a crash. And Ace the Tribe, nice to see him getting some runs. He put together a little bit of a partnership with Summerant. They just got things moving for the Farmers.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe hit the ball really well, showed his power. We've been told that he's a big hitter and that he has the muscle, but this one goes up in the air, and is that man, Tajwinder, doing the catching. He took the catch right at the last ball of the innings as well. But safe pair of hands, and as we always say, those two men straight is where you need to have your best fielders. This was the LBW, the big talking point here, and some people said yay, some said nay, but the umpire, he's in the best position, he said yay. And with this yay and hooray there as another catch taken. They did field very well. They just always found a way to get the wickets when they needed to.
I like the way they threw themselves around, though, for the most part. The Nicosia team in the field. Also, I like Firth. I think it brings some variety to their batting lineup, being a left-hander as well. And it just makes it a bit more difficult if you are bowling to right-hand, left-hand combination. This one is cut away down by the giant inflatable ice cube for 4. And then we got to the last couple of overs, it was cue the circus music, and Rick said it was a bit difficult to hear out there, or words to that effect is what he says about here. He was run out, and then Reece Palmer came out and got funky. Once again, you see good efforts, just needed a 51-metre boundary, it would have been fine there, the fielder. And Palmer tried the same trick twice, but couldn't be fooled, and that was another wicket. And through all that, saw Beshard have a bit of luck in the last over, no ball. Then that going for 4, so this ball going for 11 essentially, because the next one was hit out of the ground. Eventually he would fall, not before the 100 was up, and Farmers, they did end up with a fairly reasonable score of 105 at the end of this innings, 105 for 8. And it'll be 106 the target for Punjab Lions Nicosia, who are searching for their first win in ECL cricket. A lot of contributors there. Ace the Tribe top scoring with 31 off only 13 balls. Chuggy, Charles Pershard, the national team captain, 30 off 15. Summerant always looked good while he was there, 15. It was a kind of 50-50 LBW decision that saw him depart. And Firth, a handy contribution of 4 as well. Even Palmer with his boundary, he was able to score off his first ball. Just a couple of moments there, Rico, for me. I think the no ball, the free hit going for 6, kind of 5 or 6 runs cost, maybe. That could have a bit of an impact. But 2 wickets each for Tejwinder as well as Sushal Kumar and Tiwari. Tejwinder in particular, I like the way he bowled. Had to bowl at the start, never easy. 2 for 11, very economical as well. So we'll take a little bit of a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes time, and we'll be seeing if Punjab Lions Nicosia from Cyprus, if they will be opening their account, or will it be the Farmers getting on the board here in match 6. Group E action, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico. We'll hope you're enjoying your morning with ECN. We'll see you shortly for more BET2BALL European Cricket League. to the European Cricket League, brought to you by BET2BALL and Keeper Inu. It's the Champions League of European cricket, with 30 clubs from all around Europe converging on the south coast of Spain for a cricket extravaganza. 144 matches played over 6 weeks. Teams fight it out in groups of 6 for the right to return for Championship Week. And we're into week number 5. And it's day 2 of Group E action. Well, it's Group E for exciting, and we certainly have seen excitement so far, haven't we? In the first couple of days, first day and a bit of Group E. And I think this will be a very exciting contest as well. Well, there's Guri. He was milliseconds from disaster yesterday facing Cameron without a helmet, but he's out there again opening the batting for Punjab Lions. Nicosia of Cyprus. I think it'll be a very, very interesting second half to this game. Both these teams searching for their first points of ECL 22. I would fancy they will have some success. They play fairly professional cricket, particularly in the field. I like the way both these teams throw themselves around, even first thing in the morning. Farmers jersey, with some 45 years of history of their club. Lions, not so much. They were established in 2018, but still a sign of cricket being on the rise in Cyprus, a place we visited often on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. As we get ready for the chase, it will be 106 required for the Punjab Lions. Nicosia, a lot of supporters in the house here. I know we've got the Jersey supporters over there in the fan zone. Give us a big wave. And I'm sure there's a lot of supporters all around the world supporting both of these teams. And I think that Reece Palmer's going to open the bowling for Jersey. Just waiting for the final fielder to emerge. Rick Firth hasn't taken his place on the field. Some sort of an injury concern, so he's been replaced by 12th man, who's James Smith. Here we go. ECN action coming your way. Here's Palmer. Little bat cut, well fielded though. It's got a long way to his right. That's Chuggy. Needs to chug to his left. So, first run of the innings. There is Richard Cox, former CEO of Dutch Cricket, level 4 coach. There's not too many of them around. I think it's like being a whatever's more than a black belt in coaching. Anyway, this is going to be Roman Mazumdar opening the batting, along with his captain Gurpratap Singh. Close, pretty close, really close, out. And so Mazumdar goes first ball. This is one that turns back. I think it hits him in front of off. And so Palmer, he does get the early wicket that the Lions didn't want to lose. And the Farmers, they're up and about. Again, a brave decision, but my instinct was that it was certainly a very, very close one. You can see it comes back and get a look at it from here. Hits him in line. Only thing is maybe the height. Slow this one down for you a little bit, give you an idea where it hits him. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those umpires' calls, I guess, as well with the height. I think the line of it was fine. I think it hits him in line. I don't think it's missing off all leg. Only concern was the height, but you know, we saw a marginal one given in the first innings, and well, it swings the other way. So that's all you want from the umpires is consistency. Mazumdar has to go first ball, and it's 1 for 1.
Long way to go for you guys here, fellas.
So Niraj Tiwari comes out at number 3. Farmers up and about, creating a lot of noise, a lot of pressure. I know in Cyprus they love to hit sixes. The ground is not very big at all. See what their approach is here. Good side spin. It's nice to see a spinner actually spinning the ball. I think we've seen a lot of spinners kind of bowling more pace on deliveries or kind of sliding them, but Palmer does get a lot of spin left to right. This one's a little bit short. Bottom edge though by Tiwari, who gets off the mark. Barry thinks it's too high in the chat. Well, Barry's probably never out when he gets hit on the pads, I'm sure. Still, we've had one either way, so both teams can't complain too much. Now this is hit reasonably well, pretty well, from Gruppadapp, who goes bang, Maximo! The first 6 of the innings. And Palmer, well, he's been lucky with a couple that he's dragged down, but his luck runs out as he runs into the big unit. Gruppadapp Singh, who gets 6. Fielder knew straight away he wasn't getting near that. Gruppadapp tries to go again. Well, has to hustle. Gets there in the end. He's not going to die wondering. And so, yeah, yesterday we didn't see too much of Guri, did we? Because he got out first ball, fending a ball off his nasal area to Mohammed Kamran. He'll retain the strike, and at the end of the first over, it's 9 for 1. So the pace required here, basically 21 every 2 overs. So they're the kind of mini targets, I think, that I'd be setting if I was the batting side. So, be 21 off 2, 42 off 4. Just to kind of stay where you need to be. Question from Keanu about, did Gruppadapp team play in the ECS or night series? And made the occasional series, occasional appearance last year. Certainly saw him in 2020, the Punjab Lions. But he's a very imposing figure. Second over now, and it's George Richardson who's going to bowl. Pitches up, dug out, but no run. George Richardson, he's the younger of the 2 Richardsons you'll find. Joel Richardson is in the side, and that's his father. But George just bowled the 1 ball yesterday, landed awkwardly on his follow through and went off the field immediately. So nice to see him get through the first one without incident. Through, good pace there. So, top balls are handy. This is cracked, square of the wicket, and it's going to be 4. So this time, he does get the length he wants, and he times it really well. Well, you can see they'll be happy with that. 4 caderas. Look at that. Hits it flat into the gap. 4 runs. Haven't seen Richardson really attacking the stumps yet. Not a bad idea to bowl that offside plan. So he's holding across the seam there. He's hoping for maybe a bit of extra bounce or the reverse. This one is a bit straighter. Interesting to see that across the seam tactic. I don't know how often he's been doing that, George Richardson, but
Here we go, boys, here we go!
we have seen, if you hold the seam up, there is some good seam movement in this pitch. We've seen that time and time again. And these Kookaburra balls have fairly pronounced seams as well. And when you hold it across the seam, and you're just hoping that it basically hits the seam and bounces a bit more or a bit less than the batter expects. On the walk, hits it high, but this has been sliced up. It should be caught, and it will be caught. And it's Cameron Gibb that takes the catch. Regulation chance. Tiwari tries to get going, but he's going nowhere. He's out for 1, and 2 wickets down now. Lions 14 for 2. That's good reward for Richardson. I'm not sure if he just took a little bit off that delivery, but that was a hopelessly mistimed shot by Tiwari. Mid on, mid off, we're up in the circle, so I think he fancied himself to get it over the infield. So he's on the walk, he's looking to go down the ground, but he's just a little bit front on. He's kind of overdone clearing the front leg there. It's not really a correct batting shape. As a result, it goes higher than it goes long. It's the end of Tiwari, 14 for 2. Zishan Khan's in the chat. Hello, Zishan. Hope you're well. And I'm saying it's a very competitive group. And also, saying he's obviously having parathas in breakfast with the Desi ghee. That'd be a fairly powerful breakfast. I must say I do enjoy learning Had all these different breakfasts. I've tried a fair few of them myself. Last ball of the over for Richardson. He goes short. It's an uppercut, and it's going to keep going up. It's out of here. Maximo. 6 to finish the over. Tezrin to sing. Well, he's another big line, and he comes out and takes on the third man and wins. So half a dozen to finish the over. Bit of a risky shot because it's really hard to control, but he gets enough of it to get it over. Ace tribe down on the boundary, and at the end of 2, it's 20 for 2. That's the kind of brave batting you need to bring to the table, especially when you're coming out the power play. That pretty much gets them back on target with the rate. Looked like they were going to be a little bit behind. Let's have a look at the table. Still early days, but we saw the Packer Care team and Abias Kreinhardt on the first day, winning 2 games. So they're up the top, but plenty of time for that to take shape. Remember, top 3, bottom 3, that's what's important at the end of day 3. Morning to Luke Letitia in the chat. Hope you're well. Great to have you in the chat. Oh, that's pretty close. Yeah, I mean, geez, he wasn't really turning around quickly there. The big man. Seems like his bat's in the air for sure, but is his foot in? That's what we're going to have a look at here. He's out here, and it took ages to get the stumps. Oh, I think he's just in. I think that bat's down. The bat's down. Yeah, just in time. It was slightly slow work from both of them, to be fair. I think James Pershard just down in time. But James Pershard didn't really get the bails off quickly either. It's more important, I suppose, you take the ball first. And then also, Guri. Circle the Queen Mary. Oh, this one's out of here. Maximo! 6 more. He survives a close call. There's nothing close about the next one. As he laser beams this one out of the ground. Well, Diana, our photographer's down there, and we know she's a bit of a ball magnet. That one ends up in the jungle. 6 runs. Length delivery. As they've elected to bowl out Palmer in the 3rd. Floated Thomas Gibbons, who's watching from New Zealand. He said he's loving the coverage, and it's good to see 2 great teams going at it. Yeah, it's a highly competitive fixture, that's for sure. Group E, group of excitement. This is whacked, and forget it. This one's going to be 4. Lucky it didn't hit the fence, because it might have gone through the fence. Yeah, it was a really powerful straight strike, and Guri's away into the 20s. Bit of a risk bowling the same bowler 1 and 3. And they're backing Palmer to do it. And, he offers a finger at this. He might not have been an off spinner anymore, and that one hit his index finger. Oh, another close call. And this one goes between the batter and the stumps for a bye. Thought for a second it might have been half a chance for stumping. We get a look at it. Yeah, what happens with the feet? Yeah, the foot's out, then kind of hops back straight away. Hit straight. This will just be 1. Exciting to watch these guys go at it. Of course, Cyprus is a place we've seen some pretty big scores. Sure, the outfield is quite rough and a bit difficult to field on. Dimensions are pretty low as well. Oh, this one is 6 on any ground. No matter where you're from, this one's out of here. And that one's a lumberjack because it might cut down a tree. Maximo, 6 to finish the power play. After 3 overs, it's 38 for 2. So, big finish. You can see this is the type of cricket that they play in Cyprus. They're not pushing for ones too often. They are backing themselves. That over goes for 18 in the end from Palmer. Had 2 6s and a 4 in it. But yeah, Cyprus is certainly a place we have seen a lot of runs. The question will be, can they do it against a slightly more professional opposition? I mean, Cyprus is a place in the T20 competition we televised a couple of years ago. One team scored 311 in a T20, and one man, Ataullah, scored 250 not out in a T20. It just shows you some of the firepower they have on that island. And Farmers, they just need to steady here. They just need to get 1 or 2 wickets, and I think they'll be in a good position. But Just wonder what the cost will be. Now here's an interesting bowling change. It's Charles Pershard, Chuggy. He is coming on to bowl, and he's got a lot of subtle variations. Keep up the stumps. I like that move against these guys because they do like to kind of take a half a step out of their crease. If you can beat the bat with a slower ball or a leg cutter or something like that, I think you're a chance of a stumping. It's his brother, James, who has the gloves on. Here we go. Full toss, driven out of the ground. Maximo! Now, the Sings are kings out there at the moment. This just misses the spot by a little bit. It's a fraction too full. Instead of being a Yorker, it's a low full toss. Have a look at the batting shape here. Actually really nice batting shape to hit that over mid-off for 6. A lot of people commenting on the differences between the quality of the outfield here at Cartama versus in Cyprus. And that's what I was talking about. That's that slower ball. Reaches, misses. The batter stays in his crease. That's the one I think if you draw him forward with that kind of delivery, you might be a chance for stumping. Exciting stuff though. Takes a bit of bat, bit of pad. Falls in through for a single. It's good running as well. Must admit, and I know this is a beautiful outfield, I just find it particularly exciting when the outfield's a little bit rough. You get to see who the real good fielders are, because I'm always thinking anyone can field on a pool table. Those kind of minefields, I think they're quite entertaining. I'm in the minority, especially when the fielders are calling for helmets sometimes. There's that leg cut, a slower ball. It's good fielding. Really good fielding. Yeah, what a
Great work, Ace. Great work, Ace.
good game we've got in our hands here. Still on the balance though. That 4 over target I talked about, 42. So they've just got past that. This one's in the air, but it's into the gap, and these normally don't get chased down. It's forlorn stuff for the fielder as he isn't able to quite catch up with this one. The result is 4. And, so it takes us 4 close to the total. Last ball of the over coming up. Driven. Just for 1. That'll bring up the 50 for Punjab Lions. Their good start continues despite losing a couple of wickets along the way. But 2 batters looking dangerous. It's 50 for 2 after 4. Gives us a chance to reflect on what we've seen so far in ECL 22. Each week we've seen 6 teams in a kind of mini tournament. Their week comes down to finals Friday, and then ultimately there's a winner. And so Tunbridge Wells from England, they were the first qualifiers, and then Brigade from Ireland in Group B. Brescia CC, they came all the way from 4th, and they became the qualifiers, defeating Carlton from Scotland, their only loss for the week. And I say you don't see that very often, but we have, because the very next week in Group D, last Friday, Albi Zambi from Sweden, they came all the way from 4th to win that group in a very thrilling final where they got over the line with 9 wickets down. Potential golden ball final it would have been too. They're joined by 1 team this week. You have to say it's wide open. You've seen competitive cricket from a number of teams so far this week. Right now, the Farmers, they need a wicket. They need to go to the binman in over number 5, Ben Kinman. And just making sure they have enough fielders up in the circle. They've left mid off up here. Over number 5 is bowling to Gurpratap Singh. He whacks this one into outer space, and where that comes down, no one knows. Maximo, 6 more. Kinman goes the journey, runs in bowls length. It's a kind of challenge length, that's what I call it. They'd left the mid off up in the circle, but even if he was back, it wasn't going to make a difference, I don't think, to the approach of Guri. A bit of an aura about him, got to be honest. I've seen him do it in Cyprus against I suppose, lower quality attacks, but he's doing it here on the biggest stage of European club cricket. He's on 40. Pushes this one wide. It's too wide. Called. And, yeah, a few people talking about who their favourites are based on who's already qualified. And Keanu thinks Brigade from Ireland. Let us know what you think in the chat. Do you think out of those 4 that we've seen so far, do you have any that you think have the upper hand? Yeah, and this one's going to fall safely as well. It's going to run for another boundary. Well, they got to stop Guri here. Yes, he is running away with this match. The score hits 60. And Lions, just a flurry of boundaries at the moment. And we know that Farmers are good fielders, but we're just not getting many to field at the moment. Where's this wicket going to come from? Pushed into the legs, and so grabs a bit of the pad. Still, there's a lot of noise coming from both teams. That's what we'd expect, of course. Such a highly competitive group. Here's Kinman. Probably okay. Sneaks in the line. Big waft from Tejvinder. Oh, nice to see all those opinions in the chat. Thomas Gibbons is making a nice little wager on Tunbridge Wells, he thinks. So, one thing's for sure, whoever emerges from Group E, well, they'll be in contention. Goes short, swing and a miss, strike 2. Tejvinder. Certainly play a high risk, high return strategy. These guys mucking around. Tejvinder almost gives himself whiplash with that swing. Punjab Lions sending a message after they were disappointing against Paco Care. They were just crippled by the early wickets, weren't they? They're showing against a more, I suppose, orthodox attack. They're very dangerous. Short, and once again gets away with it. So 3 knots to finish the 5th. Just a steadying kind of finish. That one's touch and go, and gets the call. So it's the end of 5 overs. The score is 62 for 2. So let's see where we're at in this game. 44 off 30 at 8.8 and over. Gurpratap Singh, he's led the charge so far with 44 not out off 18. A lot of people talking about last week's final. Heard of James, who's watching in Estonia, I believe. Assuming you're back there. And I always love keeping an eye on the chat. If you have any questions or comments, please send them through. I'll be here. Rico's just taking care of a few formalities around the ground. We'll be back shortly. I have Andrew Ryan. He'll be joining me for the next game, and we'll see a little bit of Corey later on as well. But right now, we're going to see a man that was able to make an immediate impact on the competition yesterday on ECL debut at the age of 45. We've seen George Richardson. This is Joel Richardson. His father picked up 3 wickets in his first over yesterday. I bet they'd love 1 or 2 out of him now. Keeper up to the stumps. He's bowling at the Lions captain, who whacks him out of the ground. Maximo! 6 runs, and this brings up the 50 for Gurpratap Singh. His first 50 in ECL cricket off only 19 balls. He brings it up with his 5th big 6. He's also scored 4 fours in there. 50 off 19. This was just a length delivery. And it was summarily dispatched straight and out of the ground. Here's the comeback ball. Goes again, but this one is miles in the air. I think this is going to carry. It's touch and go, but it's out of here. Maximo, 6 more. Well, this one was so high, it might have brought the rain. And I think if I was fielding, I'd be slightly relieved that I don't have to make a play on it. This one would have been really hard to judge. That one almost made a crater when it landed. So 6 and 6. Oh, and this is getting past the bat. I think it hits Pershaw behind the stumps on the way through. Thought for a second it might have tickled the off stump. Certainly not dying wondering. Yeah, you see it grabs the leg of the keeper. Left hip. Does get something on it at least, so it doesn't go for 4, just 1. Next one is handled. Batter doesn't move, Tasman to Singh on strikes. Probably not a bad change of strike. I don't know many keepers that like giving a bye away, but and the guys just cracked 2 monsters. Probably not bad to have him at the other end. Tejvinder's just gone off the boil a little bit. He swung and missed it 4 in a row here. Always something happening in T10 cricket. At the moment, Lions well on top, but we know that things can swing around very quickly in this form of the game. And he's chopped on now. He's away from his body, and after 4 swings and misses, he does get a bit of bat on this one, but Richardson does get his wicket, and maybe that can spark something for Jersey as they pick up a 3rd wicket. And it's that man, once again, Joel Richardson, that does the trick for the men in green. 75 for 3. Tejvinder played some very nice shots while he was there. This time, you see, he was just playing a long way away from his body. He was reaching almost at the tram line. Somehow finds a way to get a little inside edge. Bounces, hits the stumps. Still, useful contribution from Tejvinder. 14 he scores with 2 big 6s. It shows you that there are a lot of top balls in there as well. 14 off 10. He departs at 75 for 3. So 31 off 25 balls. And now I think you've got to be a bit brave as a captain. Okay, you can have your normal field this ball. Got Scott Austin, Stone Cold Scott Austin as he's being called now. He's coming in. And he batted very well yesterday, but I think at the moment you need to try and keep him on strike as often as you can. And that might involve bringing up more infielders or bringing the infielders a bit tighter in the next over. Just because you don't want Gurpratap Singh to whack 6s and get this game almost finished. It's down to here, Mr. Maximo alongside me. This game is Rico Full. Here is Richardson. Dug out, so no run. That'll be the end of the over. Score is 75 for 3. Oh, you've had a pretty good view as you've been around the ground, Rico. But looks like Guri, he's on a bit of a rampage, the big man.
Yeah, he is. He's breaking a sweat out there, isn't he? He's looking quite hot and bothered under the collar, but he is hitting the ball well. And well, it's nice to see that he's brought up his half century. But of course, it's about going all the way now here, isn't it? I mean, he's got a new batter that's come out there. And, it's all about seeing this home now. Scott Austin, I think he had a good day yesterday. I think this is a good time for Scott to come in. He certainly played his part yesterday in that mammoth effort by the Punjabi Lions Nicosia against the Pakakea Badalona side. I mean, he made 20 of 10 deliveries, and that's the sort of role he's got to play here, just a sporting role here.
Yeah, exactly right. Right now, it's the G unit on strike. Richardson Jr. George is here, starts with a wide. We saw Joel Richardson get a wicket, his dad. We've got Hannah Richardson in the chat. Hello, Hannah. And nice to have you in the chat as well. I bet you're watching intently. 30 off 24 now. Question from PK in the chat. What do I think about sides rearranging their batting order? Do I think that most sides should? I think it's circumstantial. I think you need to find some sort of stability, but have that flexibility to try and give some other people a bat. Oh, this is an off-cutter, and it is adios pelota Maximo. As Guri moves into the 60s.
Boom, boom time, Guri. Well, he's just hit the ball so well and so hard here today. And this is another one. And out the ground it goes. Boom, shaka, lag gaya. Well, Guri padani kal ki khada. Well, you know he's sharing a room with the vice captain. And the two of them, well, Lally and Guri, I reckon they made some aloo parantas or something yesterday. They're on fire.
Yeah, I think so.
Richardson. Sits down the ground and take the single.
I mean, they're not sharing a bed because I think Guri would be taking up all of it.
I was gonna,
on the floor.
We know the beds aren't very big, are they? And that's a big unit out there. And you're absolutely right. Maybe he's on the sofa bed all by himself. But he's hitting the ball well here today.
Well done to Kevin Koskowski. He's finally finished his homework, so maybe you can concentrate on the cricket now for a while.
I bet he's been distracted with all these big hits around the ground. And Guri, 7 6s so far and 4 4s. Austin does exactly what he's required to do. He gives Big Guri a bit of a breather at the other end and then gets a single.
Talked about Gupta Singh when he's at the non-strikers end. He has the bat tucked under his arm and he takes one glove off. I don't know it's the best running position. See if we can have a look at this. There, he just sits here, a bit bored, wondering why he's not on strike, and then just kind of ambles in.
This is a slightly slower delivery.
Just a little thing, you know, against these better teams that you know they are going to create run out opportunities, and you'd hate to see such an important player run out because he can't basically grab his bat handle and slide it, you know.
Is Guri the player that in Cyprus had that little thing he does? Remember he does a little thing with his hand before the bowler comes? Was that Guri?
That's it. That's not Gupta.
No.
It's Gustavak, I think.
Oh. Over pitch and it goes big. Ball! Balle! Kinna Sona Shaka Lagya!
Absolutely smashed. It was in the strike zone. Guri said, yes, please. It's Guri on the attack. A Jersey flag. They're flying it at the moment. This game is slipping away.
Kitni achhi batting Guri di. Kitna swad aa gaya aaj swere.
There it is. Jersey need one.
This one gets through him. And good stop there. Prashant.
The thing is, we've seen him do it in domestic cricket. I wondered whether he could do it at this level. At the moment, looking pretty good. That's the spectators at the end of 7. It is 90 for 3. So 16 more required. Let's have a look at what's coming up next on the European Cricket Network today. Of course, we have 5 T10 matches. This is only the beginning. Second match of the day coming up. It's Marlow winless on the first day of play against RBS Kreinhout. Marlow winning the toss, bowling first, so RBS will be batting. We'll get a chance to see Tobias Vise. Wasn't he impressive yesterday? And also a chance for Marlow to come back. I see Conrad Greenshield's into the lineup, listed to open. So he's a big in. He's been cleared to play for Marlow now, and so yeah, I mean, maybe he could bring something. Marlow, they certainly need a spark from somewhere, don't they?
They needed
day one.
Yeah, I mean, they needed a batter to support Shazad. And, maybe he's going to be the one.
Need a really good over here just to stay in the game. And so who do you turn to? National team captain.
Yeah.
Chuggy Pershard. Only 16 required off the last 3 overs.
Just dropping before the fielder, picks it up, throws, but good running.
The difference when you know you're going straight away.
Yeah.
So I think they said, look, you hit it, you run. I love those blazers. Well, any chances of getting one of those? Add to my collection. I think that'd go down pretty well. No, but you see Scott Austin, he was straight away. He was off.
Looking the part, looking very smart there.
Loving the ECL experience, why not?
Good good farmer support there in the fan zone. All enjoying the experience, I think, along with the team. They need something to happen here. Can Chuggy provide for them? They need the wicket of this big man.
Gets to him, almost a little feather on this. I mean, if they get him now, it's game on, I think. You've got 2 new batters at the crease, around that runner ball or so. So you can literally change the game in 1 ball here. But I've been saying that for about 6 overs. You know, so he's set, he's looking good. Pershard, great opportunity for him to swing a game towards his side.
He doesn't quite get hold of this, but he does get fortunate. It drops in between the two fielders that come in. And a little bit of luck going the way of Guri.
That is so lucky, isn't it, for Guri, because he mishits this so well that it doesn't carry to the outfielders. They didn't have an infielder in that place. So yeah, he's even getting lucky when he mishits the... Anyway, a couple of extra infielders now.
Played from Austin, takes a single. I like Austin's batting because even at this stage when he knows what his role is, his role is just maybe just get the single, keep the big gun on strike, but it's still, when he gets to the other end, he's still just takes a few steps, he's ready to go again, and I think that just shows the standard of cricket that he's played.
It just does the basics well.
Yeah.
And I think Scott Austin needs to have a quiet word to his captain about how to back up and run, but doesn't need to run too often, Guri.
This one, but he could still be out here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, well, 2 chances and now they're going to take 2. That is a big moment in this match. The catch goes down. That is the one that needed to be held. And, well, he still had the opportunity maybe to get the run out there. Big moment.
Yeah, that's Joel Richardson, who just was on the move, you see here. But he actually had more time to run him out than he realised. He kind of throws off balance, you see. He grabs it, throws off balance. Guri was miles out, and then salt into the wound. They come back for a second. Well, I'm not sure it would have been enough to say that Jersey would have been favourite. It certainly would have got them back in the match.
Ball there.
Just mentioning to Scott Austin to make sure he doesn't leave too early. It's a few smiles.
Keeping him honest. I like that. Don't mind that at all.
Fair enough.
Place this down into the ground and we'll get a single. So he's a little bit quieter, hasn't hit the big shot, which he's always looking to hit. A few notes being made there by the management. So that'll be the coach, John T. Jenner, Farmers. And the camp end of the over. And see now 96 on the board.
Yeah. And remember that Farmers got a couple of little bonuses at the end of the innings, didn't they? They got that no ball, and then they got hit for 6, and we thought maybe could have been stopped, maybe not. Question in the chat from Tuva about a lot of the bowlers using cross seam. Why would they do that? I think probably the number one reason is probably control. If you're not sure which way it's swinging or how it's going to swing, then they're a bit worried about wides. So cross seam pretty much takes the swing out of the equation. You can just be kind of bowl the line you want to bowl. Yeah. And sometimes with cross seam you get a bit of extra bounce or lower bounce when it hits the seam. You get if you hold it across the seam, you get it to skid through a little bit as well. Also, it's easier maybe to make it a slower delivery. All right, all happens in the ninth. Here's Kidman. Smashed, big, shaba. Well, that is big. That's a lovely shot. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 más. Well, he can't keep him quiet for too long. And what an innings this has been. Just makes a certain sound of his bat that is deafening. And yeah, if you bowl that kind of drive ball on the up length to him, probably not going to end well. So just 4 runs required now. Hey, arriba! Zabardasti batting up and Gurley. The captain has come good. He's delivered. It was a first baller for him yesterday. A golden duck, but he's come good when it matters. What a knock. 85 not out. It was awesome. It was master blasting style. And well, the Alu Parontas early in the morning have done the job for Captain Gurprat Singh. Well, yesterday we saw a bowler intimidating the opposition, Mohammad Kamran. Well, guess what? It's a new day and there's a new man doing the intimidating. And Gurpratap Singh, he was lightning then. 85 not out of 32 balls, an innings that had 10 big maximos, 4 fours. So 76 in boundaries. He strikes at 266. And it wasn't just that he's hitting sixes. He was hitting some massive sixes. And that last one, well, that's gone to another zip code, I think. And in the end, Punjab Lions Nicosia get their first win in ECL cricket. They do it with 10 balls to spare. What a comprehensive performance. Look, we know with this Cyprus team, perhaps they may not have the depth in batting of some of the other teams, but what I will say is their dangerous players can really hurt you. And Gurpratap, he was having the time of his life out there in match number 6 of Group E. Went out there originally with Mazumba. It was party time, and they were still partying. Again, another marginal LBW. They were pretty consistent. That's those speculative ones in this match. That was the end of Mazumba. Didn't hurt him too much as Gupratap, he was away. And then we had another opportunity taken. It was Tuari, who could only score 1. And Tejvinda came to the crease. He hit a couple of big ones of his own. A few swings and misses along the way. But really, Rico, this innings will be remembered for one thing, and that's the contribution. The 85 not out from the big man, the captain, Gupratap Singh.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great knock. आज ना बहुत स्वाद आ गया अपने कैचिंग पंजाबी लाइंस ने कुछ सीधी बैटिंग देख के बहुत अच्छी शॉट मारी है छक्के बट के मारे big hits. It wasn't just power though. I think it was clever as well. He knew that he was a man that was going to get them this win. He had to bat all the way through, and he did. There was that chance, but it did come late at the end. Could it have made a difference when Joe Robertson puts him down when he's on 70? Well, we'll never know. But this man also played his part. I think that was a good supporting role for Tejvinder Singh, but it was Joe Richardson that did get his wicket.
Yeah, he got him with the ball that was wide, just chopped on. Well, Jersey, they've still got more chances to impress. Don't forget, we'll see them in the third match of the day against Pak I Care. Can't wait to see that one. Devine Dickasia, they were flying the flag for Cyprus cricket. Gupratap, he always looks a bit bored after he makes runs. That's what I found interesting. Once he had a golden ball and he said, "How many do you need?" And they say 2, and he just tapped a 6 and walked off. I remember that back in 2020. Anyway, this is what's coming up next. Marlow, the Portuguese champions, begin for them. Conrad Greenshields is on the lineup card. And I think they want a bit more out of some of their other players like Mysam, like Amir Zaib as well. They're taking on RBS Kreinhout. And Kreinhout will be batting first. That's being sent in. Tobias Visay will be just around the corner when we return in about 20 minutes. But before then, let's have a look at the scorecard. It's dominated by one man, Gupratap Singh, 85 off 32. Tejvinder, the only other batter to hit double figures, 14 off 10. And Scott Austin, again, doesn't look like a lot on the scorecard, but had an important role at the end just to deliver the strike. I think he ran very well. And in the end, they get home with 10 balls to spare. Charles Pershard, Chuggy, liked his bowling. He only went for 18, but everyone else in double digits. See twins at the top, 1 for 26 for Reece Palmer and George Richardson. Good to see George out there bowling again after he went off yesterday.
Yep.
Joel Richardson, just the 1 over, 2 6s and a wicket in that over. So, well, a bit of an upset, I'd have to say, Rico. I don't know how you felt about that. I think the Jersey, for me, going in, were probably favoured to win that one. But it just shows you, if you have 1 or 2 players come good, even if it is... these upsets will happen.
Look, you're absolutely right. Look, the teams like Punjabi Lions and Nicosia, Marlow are another one who are up next here, and also Yepkor Fu. I mean, they're the sort of teams that when you look at their lineup, they've got 2 or 3 key batters in their side, and if they click, if they perform like we saw Gupratap Singh do there, they will cause upsets, because when somebody's in that sort of form, and you can see there, no matter what they threw at him, he just threw the ball out of the park. Yeah. That was awesome hitting.
Well, here's the thing. Think about Jersey. They've got another match against Pak I Care now. If they lose that, they'll be 0-3. They seem a lot better than an 0-3 team. I've got to tell you that, but we know that's what makes this group so exciting. That's why it's called Group E for excitement. And Marlow, well, they'll be hoping to get their first points on the board coming up next. So we'll give you a little bit of time to recover from that assault. We'll be back in 20 minutes with more cricket. Andrew Ryan will be with me for that one as we see the champions of Portugal against the Dutch team, RBS Kreinhout. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day so far. Join us shortly for more cricket, action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
How we play cricket
on the coast of our soul. and welcome back to the BET2BALL European Cricket League, and we're getting ready for the start of match 7 in this Group E. Marlow, well, they're the champions from Portugal. They did not have a good start yesterday. They had to endure a difficult day. Defeats to Pakistan, Barcelona and yet Corfu for them. But they know they need to be at their best here today if they to beat the champions from the Netherlands. RBS crying out. They were in good form, and in contrast to Marlow, where they made a winning start, they beat the champions of Jersey and also the champions of Greece. This is going to be an exciting match. Well, we know that RBS, they'll be looking to make it 3 from 3 and go up to the top of the group. Let's join Ferdy and Mian and of course Rob for the all-important coin toss.
Okay, your call. Yes. BET2BALL. BET2BALL. We're gonna ball first. Yes? Okay, good luck.
The Ferdy Wink, he went for BET2BALL, but the fall was Kinaibu. So me and Shazad is going to have a bowl first. So the champions of Portugal, Marlow, what they got? Well, Shazad, he was very good himself with the ball. He bowled really well. But he'll need somebody like maybe Adnan Gondal or maybe Amir Zahib to step up to the mark. When they're batting, once again, Najam Shazad was the only batter really that contributed in the games that they had yesterday. He needs to be at his best, and maybe the captain, I mean, he's got to support him pretty well, and probably someone like Asim Sawa has to be in the runs again because they are going to be under pressure. Somebody has to perform for them. Well, what about the champions of Netherlands? HBS crying out. Tobias Vise has been in fantastic form. He's hit the ball well. Yesterday, remember, in the 2 knocks that he had, scored 46 and 58. So he's going to be the one that they're going to have to pick up early. But there was good performances also from the captain, Ferdy Vink, because they fell away a little bit in the middle order, but he was there really to keep the innings together for them. With the ball, the champions from the Netherlands, I think I was very impressed with the spin bowling from Julian de May. He got the flight, I think, that caused the problems for the batters. But again, it was good bowling also from the death ball specialist, Majinder Singh. He bowled really well, and I think Ferdy Vink as well was there just to keep the stability for his side as well. This is going to be an interesting match, and I know that Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu and Andrew Rhino are waiting in the commentary box to take you through this one.
Thanks very much, Rico. Welcome back to ECL 22. Well, a side that impressed on day 1 against a side that did struggle a little bit, but it's a new day as we've seen already. We've seen the Punjab Lions Nicosia register their first points of the week. Marlow would love to do the same, but they're going to run into a couple of fairly sizable obstacles, including Tobias Vise at the top of the order, likely to open up with Teo Walborough. You see that's Grindhout. They're here, they mean business. They're 2-0. Marlow, big in for them. Conrad Greenshields also, I think, expect to see a bit more out of Amir Zaib. He's listed in the number 3 position. Meissen with the ball. He's a death bowling specialist. Let's see if they can keep the Dutch quiet. Here's a man that won't be quiet next to me. It's great to have him here with us this week. Andrew Ryan. Andrew, welcome to the broadcast today, and what do you make of this contest?
Morning, Vinny. Morning, viewers, wherever you are in the world. Looking forward to this contest between Crane Hoods and Marlow. Well, Marlow certainly can't have a worse day than they had yesterday, starting 0-2, and in particular struggling with the bat, but they will be much happier getting the chance to bowl first. And we've seen the bowling attack make some incisions into both of the lineups that they faced so far yesterday. Let's see if they can start off with an early wicket. Blunt this opening pair, Najam Shazad.
To open up. Vise watchfully plays this away on the offside. Vise has got the cricket pedigree behind him now. It's a great story. You might have seen his interview with Corey Ruckers yesterday on social media. Some quite humble cricket beginnings, but he has mixed it with some of the best players in world cricket, and he never takes a backward step. So certainly think it's been great to have him as a part of this week already.
Excellent array of shots too, Vinny. He doesn't get bogged down if bowlers are coming at him at a certain length. He's got ability to hit all around the ground.
Very innovative. And he goes uppercut here. Doesn't quite get it. This will be a bit of a foot race. And, well, the foot, well, wasn't really in the race. He missed the ball. Foot fielding failed. The ground gets punched, and rightly so. The first runs of this match, it's a boundary to Tobias Vise.
Yeah, just dropped a little bit short. Shazad, too much room for a player of Vise's quality. Just lofts it over the infield. One notable part of his batting is that when he does bat in the opening 3 overs, doesn't try to overhit the ball, realises that he's only got 2 outfielders, picks his spot.
Yeah. that's one where the fielder had help. He had to get down, I think, and try and pull it back with his hand. Wide. Just gets away from the keeper, Josh Popat, but he's able to make the stop in the end. Yeah, I think Zach's got this cricket IQ, but it's slightly different than regular cricket IQ, Tobias Visay. I just think he looks at the game a different way than people that have more of a traditional cricket upbringing, and it's a very modern way to look at it. Yeah, it's very exciting to watch. He's facing up to Najib Shahzad. This is well struck this time. Sweetly struck. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Has all the time in the world to play this shot. Visay gets a second boundary.
Well, he mistimed the previous shot over the offside, over the top. Shahzad thought he'd dig it in again, but that one was beautifully struck. Almost reached the boundary. On the full for a 6, but popped inside. Second 4 of the over, and Marlow already under pressure. This is their number 1 bowler, Shahzad. He starts going for a few. Captain's going to be looking for some options.
Yeah, tried that short wide one a couple of times. He tried something else. I think Visay's always thinking about where the field is as well. They just have a fairly wide fine leg in the circle. I wonder if he'll try that little ramp. Sticking with the wide stuff. This one's too wide and called. How do you bowl to someone that has all these shots? I mean, do you settle on one plan, or do you kind of mix and match your plan to try and do different things?
It's a tough call. I mean, especially with a guy like Visay who can play both sides of the wicket and is equally adept at both full and short pitch bowling. I think at the most, you've got to at least bowl to your field, and at the moment they've moved someone back out there to, I guess, slightly square of normal cover out in the boundary, but he's got to bowl to his field.
Goes straight at this time. It's in the air. There's nobody back here. Can't have them everywhere. And so the result is a third boundary of the over. It was a straighter delivery, kind of challenged him to hit down the ground, and he was up to the task. Although if the mid-on was back on the boundary, it probably was a chance. But the result, another 4.
Well, coming back to bowling to the field, Vinny, he's literally just had the man moved out there to wide square on the offside, and then has decided to finally pitch one up. And Visay's got an easy job for a batsman of his quality, just depositing that straight down on the ground. Sure, not thinking through his bowling plan at the moment.
Was in his head. I think he could go safely to mid-on, and now he goes high. This is hanging in there a long time. There's nobody around it. It's going to go all the way. Maximo. Well, he makes the over magical with that blow that takes HBS to 20.
Oh, it's tough to start for Shahzad. Wasn't a bad ball, actually. If anything, induced a mishit. Visay swinging across the line from outside off stump. Just got enough of it in any event. Fielder out on that leg side in the boundary, sitting a deep square. No chance of getting around and making a play.
See, that was so high. I felt that someone was going to get to that, but it was a real teaser. So now they bring back that deep point. We've got a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. Last ball for Shahzad. He goes offside again. He's playing chess where the fielding side are playing checkers. At the moment, he's got all the right moves. There's 24 off the first over.
Good start, I think, to say the least, for Green Hoot. We know these two are absolute quality at the top of the order, and they're essentially those that will dictate the sort of score that they are looking at today. The rest of the batting lineup, not in the same class, but that's an excellent start from Tobias Visay. He's really, really top draw cricketer, whether it's in this format, T20 format. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious start to the game. They can afford to chuckle because they're in a very good position after 1 over. But look, what I will say is we have seen some rollicking starts just blunted by wickets. And so they want to get rid of him pretty quickly. I think Corey was talking about a game and he opened with Visay where Visay was on 71 and Corey was on 1. They were opening the batting together. But here is an interesting in to the side. I don't think he's going to bowl just yet. This looks like Adnan Gondal is going to bowl the second over, but I know that Conrad Greenshields, he's out there. Gondal and Myson were used as kind of death bowling specialists, but I think they've been pushed them up to the front just because they really do want to get rid of these openers. And here's Walbrook facing for the first time. Bites back. Wow, this is going to run all the way to the boundary. Well, can you believe it? This is probably leg byes. I don't know if it's leg byes or if it was off the glove. It's regardless, it's 4 runs to the total.
Looked like a pretty good ball from Gondal. Yesterday he was bowling wide of off stump, getting the ball to just move away late, whereas it feels like this has come right back in. This guy has actually been jammed up. Luckily got a bit of body.
I thought it was off the body. I think Walborough will take it. I think Gondal will be too impressed about that. But
showing a capacity to swing it both ways, though. I suspect this one will probably be back to his normal approach. He's got the fielder sitting out there at what looks like deep cover.
yeah, came back off the seam as well as swinging. Double noise there. There's a little inside edge. I think Asad Ali, the umpire, was quick to be on the wall.
Yeah, I don't know, one tailed back in late again, Vinny. He's gone for the in-swinger first 2 balls. Tail Walborough just signalling to his partner what he's facing. So that one, not sure it actually hit the bat first, but it just seemed back late enough.
Yeah.
Might have been missing leg stump, but nice delivery. He's getting the ball to tail back in pretty late.
They need a wicket. They need it badly. Marlowe. Pushes. No run here. There is Conrad Greenshields, who's into the side. Here to play. So fit. The big bash over the summer. We saw a bit of player movement during that tournament, so Greenshields does get to turn out for Marlowe here. Portuguese champions.
High quality cricketer Greenshields will be an important addition to this side today.
Good over. Just the over you need to follow up with after you've been whacked for 24 on the first. Although I must say, at the moment has been at the other end, so they're just working their way back into this contest. There's Conrad.
It's a bit of a different challenge with Walborough. He's a high quality player, played top level in South Africa, really composed batsman, excellent technique, but probably not the same range of shots that Visay's got. Gondal's doing a job keeping him on strike.
Just wave the back foot. Picked up cleanly. And now it's thrown it away, but well backed up by Slad Mysum. Certainly don't want to run out Visay. He's looked very good so far, 22 off 6.
It feels like just one of those little moments in the game, Vinny. T10 comes down to what happens on particular balls. We're into the 5th ball of the over here. If they can get a dot and keep Visay off strike for the start of the next over, they've got one more over of the power play left to survive, and they'd love to have Walborough face as many of those balls as possible.
Yeah, true. Counterpoint, is Visay going to try and take the one, or is he going to take it on and try and get a boundary? So it depends what he served up by Gondal. Good one. This one goes the other way, I think, off the seam. So very good over from Gondal. Only concedes 5. 2 overs down. The score is 29 for no loss. Well, gives us a chance to look at the table as well in a minute. And saw Punjab Lions Nicosia getting their first points this morning. So Farmers and Marlowe without any points. Marlowe will be very keen to get on the board, but they're going to certainly be pushing it uphill against Crinehout. They were pretty impressive on day 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say a surprise, the victory from the Punjab Lions this morning. I think we looked at Farmers as probably one of the likely top 3 combatants in this group, but that was an excellent performance from Punjab Lions. I know the batting was eventually what got them home, but I thought they actually did a pretty good job with the ball to never let the Jersey side get away from them at any stage. They had a few overs which were punctuated by multiple boundaries, but for the most part, actually, it was a really disciplined bowling performance, and that's probably not their strong suit.
Yeah, good point. Getting the spin now. And Asim Sawa starts with the dot. So they did get the dot on Visay. Now they get another dot on Walborough. Just like you said, Rhino.
Yeah, if they can get Walborough to face maybe 4 of these 6 balls, that'll put them in a pretty good space to at least keep this power play down.
Looking for a run, they'll get one. So let's see how Tobias Visay takes on a left-arm spin of Sawa. Trying to make a guess, I'd say, aggressively.
I don't think he's going to sit and block too many, but at the same time, they've at least taken away a little bit of Visay's momentum. If he had faced a number of balls in that previous over after hitting so many off the first one, they really could have been looking down the barrel at a big score in these 3.
Takes it on, takes on the fielder, takes on the rope and wins. Maximo! Another 6 to Tobias. And to Maysay, well, that's how you do it as he moves to 28.
There's always the threat of a player of his quality being able to do that in the opening overs. So at the moment, it's all about trying to restrict supply to him. Really got to try to just get him off strike with a single.
He aimed that straight over the infielder's head as well. So space behind him. Now gets away with one. This one could have easily crashed into the stumps instead. It's a fairly fortunate single.
Yeah, well bowled from Sawa though. I think this is the time, particularly in these first 3 overs, you don't really want your left arm orthodox floating the ball up and giving him a chance to swing. Spear it in, just get the single, get Walbra back on strike.
Gets him reaching. No wide called.
Yeah, good over from Sawa. I know he's gone for the 6, but he's managed to get the single from Visay, get Walbra back on strike. Let's see if he can pin him down the next 2.
Perfectly bowled, in fact, just inside that tram line. Let's ball the over. We'll get a single, so Walbra will retain the strike. Into the power play. It's not a full-blown disaster in the end for Marlow. After the first one went for 24. He had 5, and then 9 off, or 10 in fact, off the last. As we get to the end of 3, the score is 38 for no loss.
Yeah, given where they were after that first over, Vinny, I think actually Marlowe's going to be reasonably satisfied. I mean, ultimately they need to dismiss Visay. He's the man who's really driven the totals for Crayon Hood in this tournament and will continue to do so. But if they can get him in the next over or 2, they could manage to restrict the Crayon Hood team under maybe 90, 95, which will give something for their batting lineup to chase.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, we've seen a lot of games swinging wildly in-game, haven't we, in Group E? I think it's a sign of what's to come as well. Every team has these impact players. Gondal coming back for a second. It's a good cut shot, hit really hard. Well fielded, well handled by Zybe out there on the boundary. So Visay will be back on strike.
And field spread after the end of the power play. They've got man here at a wideish long on, another one at a more straight long off. See that player just coming in off the boundary in deep cover, and then one looks like it's sort of just backward of square on the boundary, and also the third man that most teams are employing at the moment.
Good contest. Goes straight and goes into the gap. And yeah, the one was very wide there. Visay, it's a safer shot probably to hit it slightly straighter. And he does get 4, moves into the 30s.
Yeah, I've got to admit, if I was the Marlow captain, I'd almost be tempted to have that man straight and not to be an expert after the event, but I'd prefer Visay at least trying to hit across the line, and especially with Gondal, who does have the capacity to move it away from him.
Yeah, that's a good point. They've only had 3 on the leg side. Now they're bringing across a 4th. So yeah, I agree. It's not necessarily just hindsight, but I think it's quite predictable that Visay, if you offer him a straight boundary to aim at, he's going to take it, and it's a more low-risk option. So, he's facing up now to Gondal. Bottom edge, locked into the pads.
Well bowled from Gondal though. He saw Visay moving around the crease a little bit, but stuck to his usual line. If I was Gondal also, particularly with him not being an express pace bowler, I'd be saying to the captain, get that third man back inside the circle. I think it's very unlikely, certainly not likely to get a catch off his bowling out there, but bring him in. Visay's hitting everything off the middle of the bat at the moment.
So you bring him in, maybe put the mid-wicket back, just to plug that gap in the outfield.
Absolutely.
Oh, this is whack straight, and it's whack long, it's whack strong. Maximo! Analytics to Visay. This one is just a kind of length delivery, and he leans on it down the ground. Sweet timing from the Dutchman as the score moves to 49.
Well, you could have 9 fielders sitting on the leg side, and it wouldn't make an iota of difference when you're hitting it that big, that strong. That's a beautiful shot. Kept his shape wonderfully. Excellent batting from Visay.
Very, very good shot. Where's Gondal go to next? Now it gets something a bit short, and this is hanging in the air, but there's nobody back there, and it's going to be 4 runs, so just inside the boundary. And so one bounce once again. That mid-wicket was in the circle, but I think Tobias knows that when he plays the shot. I think he knows that he can get away with this. Just pops inside the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe shot when there's not a fielder out there for about 70-odd metres between square and long on. For a player of his class. Ball just outside off stomp, managed to scoop it around. Good batting.
10 balls of the first 23 have gone to the boundary or over. And this one could join them. This is going to be a large one, and it is dropped by Brian Damage. It's cool name. Not a great set of hands from Brian on that occasion. It's the end of 4 overs. Tobias is away. He has moved to 49 off only 14 balls. It's 59 for no loss. And a very, very good morning to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Andrew Ryan. And Rhino, I think what we've seen this morning has all been about destructive hitting. We've seen some really big innings. We saw Cartama obviously in the first game of the day. Now, Tobias is looking large, and well, I'm not going to use the C word, but he's on 49, almost half a C. And who knows, if he keeps batting like this, maybe we'll see one of those. What do you think?
We can only hope. It'd be just reward for someone of his qualities. He's striking the ball beautifully at the moment and certainly hasn't looked troubled by any of the bowlers we've seen so far. Let's see what Marlowe can pull out of the kit bag.
It's almost like you have to wait for a mistake from Tobias. And he will make one occasionally. So I've seen a couple off the inside edge. One went past the stumps, onto his own pads. Let's have a look at the run rates. Yesterday, 9.5, a bit lower than average. 10.2 is the average for the whole tournament. You see, even last week, Group D turned out to be 9.7, a little bit lower. I think that was due with the wind, particularly finals day was very low actually. In the air, but fall safely. At this stage, it's always a win to get to the other end, but he does go to the other end with a half century to his name. 50 off only 15 balls. What a good innings this is to start match 7 with 4 sixes and 6 fours.
Doesn't look like he's finished yet, does he?
We're not even at the halfway point of this innings yet. Punched away off the back foot for one. So Wilbur's kind of doing his job as well here, isn't he now? He's after those few dots he absorbed early, but most of the time he's just getting that one, turning the strike over.
Yeah, perhaps the Marlowe captain's got to think about bringing in maybe one of the outfielders to just try to clog up the infield when Wilbur's on strike. Just try to force him to play a more attacking shot, see if they can break this partnership.
It goes offside this time, and it's going to be 6 more. 6 más, Maximo. Well, the Dutchman is flying. He's on 56.
He is absolutely flying. I didn't mind that bit of bowling from Sawa, though, actually. That's a much harder shot for Visay to play, but he's managed to get it close enough to the middle of the bat, just carried the fielder out there and long off. And yet another Maximo.
It's very skillful. Just give himself a little bit of room. Makes early position, then stands still and hits it. It's that challenge ball again this time. So, yeah, just got bowling by Sawa. Even that last 6, I mean, just carried the fielder by about 2 or 3 metres, really. At least it brings him into the game. Last ball, the over coming up. Sawa hasn't bowled too badly. He's gone for 18. And, well, add 6 to that. It'll be 24. That one is going to crash off the camera tower and back into the field to play, but not before 6 more recorded. Maximo, and very big over there in the end. Big hit at the end of it, as there's 74 for no loss.
Well, you know, you've got someone in pretty good form when they haven't bowled too badly, and yet they've gone for 24 in their 2 overs. Did a good job trying to tie him down in that over. Sawa mixed up, bowled with a bit of variety, but ultimately Visay just too good. He's up to 62 off 18. Parnateo Walbrook, as we said, just ticking things over, 10 off 12. Most important thing for him at the moment is just give Visay as many of these remaining 30 balls as he can.
Well, I need to run some helmets up to the camera operators up there. But, we had one hit in the foot last week on the main camera. And you kind of forget that they're a bit of a target up there sometimes, but we love the work that they do. Spring Productions as well. For bringing you the action you see on your screen. As we see Ahmed Zaib coming on, and a thick outside edge.
Come on!
A rare 2, I think, to Walbrook.
Nice bit of bowling from Zaib. We saw him yesterday. He's a pretty straight line-to-line bowler, gets the ball tailing in occasionally, but that was a good line. Just getting Walbrook pushing away from his body. Probably needed a little bit more of an effort to stop the ball going out of the circle from the infielder.
Hard by Walbrook. That's a 1 hopper. Down to long on. Just a single.
Fielded down there from Amir Ikram. He was pretty powerful with the bat on a couple of occasions yesterday.
Yeah.
Came out against Ari Carvelis and smashed him for 6 and 4 off his first 2 balls. Hopefully he gets a little bit more of an opportunity up the order today.
He's listed at 7. One that could bat higher for sure. Yeah, Marlowe on the defensive here. Portuguese champions. They've gone for 77. Slightly slower ball, but this is lifted up and escorted out of the ground. 6 carreras What a shot that was. Visay up to 68.
Oh, it's just easy, isn't it, Vinny? Just held his shape, kept the elbow high and drilled that down the ground. That's carried the boundary by an easy 10 metres. 15 metres probably in the end. But just an easy shot. Well played from Visay.
Off cutter just takes a bit of speed off the ball, but Visay was all over it. Races Fuller, and will this be a chance? It won't. Maximo! 6 more. Thought for a second off the bat that maybe Amarikram was in the game, but he had to pick it off the fence. 6 more runs.
Yeah, if you were Tobias Visay and you were setting the bowling machine for a bit of hitting practice, that's probably the exact ball you'd ask for, just tailing slightly onto the stumps. Right arm, medium pace. That's easy pickings for a man of his quality.
74 off 20, striking at 370. Jinxed him. Still, dot balls are a rarity at this stage. Marlow, I mean, how can they work their way back into this game?
Well, probably by stopping bowling right into Visay's power zone. I know he's got plenty of shots all around the ground, but there was a nice change from Zaid. Make him stretch for one. Even if you give away the occasional wide, at least take it away from where he wants to hit it.
I'll tell you something after this ball. This one could be a chance, and it's dropped by Amarikram. So it wasn't an easy one, but I mean, you normally have your best fielders in that position. That was a chance to get rid of Visay, but he survives, moves to 75. The score after 6 overs is 90 for no loss. So they're on 150 pace at the moment, I think, with Visay there. That's how many they'll want. My point I was going to say about Visay's batting today, he hasn't gone over the top with the funky stuff. With the reverses, with the ramps, he's just stood up and played good cricket shots, higher percentage shots. It's worked out really well for him so far. And almost sometimes you see batters getting to this stage, and I've seen it almost like they're a bit bored because they're smashing it so well, and they start trying to play reverses and all sorts of other stuff. And they probably don't need to because their plan A has been so effective. But, I mean, he's in a great position to bring up the 3 figures, no doubt about it. 75 off 6 overs. And now we're going to see Said Meissen come into the attack. So he is a kind of death bowling specialist. We'll try and bowl up in the York hole. The York hole. Now, there's another one. We've invented a word. He doesn't quite get it right. This is going to be 6 more. Maximo. So the show continues as Visay is up now, swinging into the grady 80s.
I love watching this shot, Vinny. It's something that's come into the game in more recent years. Look at him just whip around his wrists. There's not a huge amount of backlift to it, but times it beautifully. And yet another maximum. Visay, I think he's got the sniff of the 3 figures today. I reckon he might put the ramp in the kit bag until he gets to the 100, and then who knows what's going to be pulled out. But my son, this is a big challenge. He's a strong young bowler. As you say, he's been used at the death often by Marlow. He's got to pull everything, pull out all stops here.
Goes again, slightly missed hit. This is sliced away. It could be the end of him here, and it is. So they do get the catch in the end. It wasn't too long after that last chance, so Visay is in sight of the century, wasn't he? But he will fall for 81. An important bit of fielding. It's the end of him. I think it's Azim Sawa out there that takes the catch. And the opening partnership is broken at 96. It's 96 for 1.
Yeah, magnificent innings from Visay, but we said last over just trying to bowl outside of his hitting zone. Clearly loves the ball straight, full, or somewhere on the leg side. That's where he's hit the most of his maximums. My son's actually come up with a good ball there. Could have lost his focus after he got swatted for 6 on the first delivery. Bowled a little bit short of a length, outside off stump, forcing Visay to hit into a tougher zone, and it's been well taken out there by Asim Sawa. Safe pair of hands on the boundary, but that's an exceptional innings from Tobias Visay.
Yeah, very, very well batted. I'm sure he'll get an excellent reception from his teammates as well. I'm sure he'll be disappointed not to bring up his first ECL century, but I feel like there'll be other opportunities. And a lot of people in the chat, including the robot, is already looking ahead to Visay versus Cameron. This afternoon's Royal Rumble. He's probably the most destructive bowler of day one against the most destructive batter pound for pound that we've seen so far in Group E. They'll be going head to head at 4 p.m. GMT, which is 5 o'clock local time. It's 9:30 p.m. in India. But before that, we've got plenty more cricket to bring you. So let's just see if they can, probably the short answer of how they can get back into the game, Marlow, is get rid of Visay. They've done that. Manjinder comes in at number 3. Yeah, from here, you can keep it down to 130 or so. Hope to have a blinder, maybe. Well, that's not going to help. This will probably be 5 wides. I think it bounces after the stumps. So yeah, it'll be 5 wides. The It's just the adjustment of the left-hander going wrong. But the reason this is a wide, not no ball, is because it is off the pitch, but it bounces after the line of the stump. See, actually bounces almost after the pitch. So that's why it is a wide. And the difference is it won't be a free hit coming up. Still, not great bowling from Zaid Meissen.
Being generous, Vinny. Not great bowling. That ball's missed the pitch by a good 1.5 meters. And not only that, is missed it by a long way full.
Just be one now. Couldn't have got it more wrong, could he? Meissen to the left-hander first up.
No, we saw him have a bit of a meltdown in the Miranda de Corvo night tournament last year. Just in one particular over, just lost his radar completely down the leg side. It looks like he's been relatively solid in the tournament so far, but certainly does have the capacity to just let one fly out. And does try to swing it though.
Wide down leg side. It's the one wide this time.
Probably not what they needed after the wicket of Visay. Would have been nice, just pull out a couple of dot balls, the odd single, just try to get out of this over with the score not rising above 100. As it is, Mizam's dug himself a little bit of a hole.
That's true, but he can dig his way out of it with 3 balls to come. This is better delivery outside the off stump.
Jayesh Popat standing pretty deep at the moment, given that aside from Shazad, there's not really an express bowler within this Marlow lineup. He's copped quite a few balls over the last day and a half that have bounced a metre in front of him. I think he's probably just got to promote himself a metre or two.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a straighter ball, totally mishit, but just one. So Joe Foster, the umpire, doing a nice little bit of fielding, improvising earlier in the over, but has to get out of the way of this one.
Always a temptation when you're umpiring, you just stick the hand out, show the players that you're elite quality in the field.
Yossis in the chat as well, saying go to Green Shields and Bucci and the Portuguese contingent here, showing their support. It's a good ball to finish. So a real mixed bag from Meissen, who ends up going for 14, but you trade that for the wicket of Tobias Visay, who was dismissed during the over for 81. The score now after 7 is 104 for 1. And well, this gives us a chance to remind you of what you're watching here. ECL 22, we've seen 30 clubs now from 29 different countries. We've got the qualifiers from Group A, B, C and D. This Group E is wide open. All teams really have match winners amongst them. And probably Marlow, the only team where they haven't really had a standout individual performance yet. I think that's why they find themselves without a win. Maybe this will be the game that one of their batters can really put their foot down. A lot of people also looking forward to tonight's clash between Pakai Care and Javier Grindhout. It'll be a real bat versus ball battle as we see Shazad coming back into the attack, and he's going to start by conceding a boundary. It's a bit of an unlucky one, really. All right, Walbra, he gets 4.
Yeah, Walbra, when he's trying to push the pace, just doesn't have some of the same hitting fluency that, for instance, in particular, Visay does. But he's still there. He's still got a few overs to work with. He can manage to get his strike rate up. This Crownhood team could still be looking at a score of 140 or thereabouts.
Sean, get down to long off, push, but it should just be the one. And see that today it is Jamshad leading the side, so Nomian Shahid in the lineup for Marlow today, so that's a change at the top of the order that we'll see. We've got Green Shields in, listed to open. We've got a robot thinking that Cameron versus Visay may shut down the internet. Well, I'm not sure about that, but we'll give it a good crack.
Sard facing the left-hander now. Bowls well to left-handers traditionally.
Well done, Rhino. This one gets away with just leg by. There's miles down the leg side.
Didn't he come up with an absolute perler there?
You haven't done the commentary for a while, but you remember the power that you've got over the game. You've got to be careful who you give a rap.
Wry smile on the face of Shazad getting away with that ball. That
I thought it was going to go for 4-leg buys, but I think the pad took enough pace off it. Edge and 4. So Walbra gets another one. And it doesn't matter how you get them, but he's getting them. He moves past 20.
Well, the outside edge can be profitable if you're swinging and swinging hard. Shazad's probably the one bowler in this Marlow lineup that you would give thought to having a third man, although, to be honest, that edge has flown so close to the keeper that I don't think a third man's likely to get off and cut it off.
Need a first man, really.
Yeah.
Not really a third man. Yes, right, look at that. 2 camera lenses going at each other. I wonder who's going to win that showdown. It's enjoying their ECL experience. Shazad not enjoying it so much at the moment. He's number 33. And after this, it's going to be 39. Maximo, stand to deliver from Walborough. Well, finally finds his mojo, and he just smashes this one straight over Longoff's head for 6.
Yeah, it didn't sound particularly good when it came off the bat, but he actually got a decent piece of it, swinging from wide of off stump. Not actually a bad ball from Shazad in the circumstances, but excellent reply from Walborough.
He still gives him the length to work with. What I haven't seen from Shazad is a really good Yorker. Well executed Yorker. He's got 1 ball left. Once again, length. And this is muscled through the covers. It's 4 more. Well, plays of this quality, if you give them that length to work with on this surface, I think they're going to have the shots to deal with it. And Walborough breaks out of his funk as he reaches 33 at the end of 8 overs to score, 124 for 1.
Yeah, that's an exhibition of the quality of Walborough there, actually. That's a really, really good cricket shot. Once again, held his shape well, managed to pin it between the 2 fielders on the offside, beating long off fairly easily. He is starting to find his form, and actually it could be ominous for the sides in the rest of this tournament. He hasn't quite got the same fluency as his opening partner in the opening couple of games, but actually getting to bat through the innings here. He's faced 21 balls so far. We'll no doubt get a few more in these remaining overs. I think Marlow really need to try to keep Singh on strike as much as possible.
That over went for 20. And yeah, Shazad's overs went for 24 and 20, so 2 magical overs. As we see the daily run rate here, you can see 9.5 is the average, so they're well over that. And well, they're still climbing. 2 overs to go. Should just be 1. And so the thing with Najam Shazad, I think he's used to it in the domestic league in Portugal. He bowls that length and he doesn't really get hurt. Okay, they don't have batters, I think, that can consistently punish you for that. But at this level, they're just being exposed a little bit. He didn't really make the adjustment there. I think he had to get up in the block hole and just kept banging it in and over the boundary. Well, this is wax. I can tell you just by the sound that we have to go find this one. That's a huge hit halfway up the big hill. Maximo, 6 to Walborough. Well, no Visay, no worries. Walborough has taken off, and this one was supersonic.
Well, he's showing Visay he's not the only opener that knows how to hit a big bomb. That's a superb strike from Walborough. I saw him just dropping on a length. Beautiful shot.
Really big hit. Once more, slower ball though, by some clever variation that time.
Probably haven't seen enough of the variation this innings. Most stuff's been on pace, and against batsmen of this quality, not really making them think about what amount of pace that they've got to work with.
Yeah, he's got the left-hander, Manjinder Singh, to contend with. He goes leg side and lifts it up and over the fielder, Maximo. Yet another one. That's the 12th 6 in this innings. 72 runs, over half their runs in sixes. They've been dealing in the half dozens. The Dutch are flying here in match 7.
Well, we thought when Visay was dismissed that actually that run rate would decelerate quite a bit, but actually Singh's come to join the party. Walborough has accelerated in the last few overs. This total is getting out of control for Marlow.
This is hit. They'll probably look for 2 here. Probably get there. Maybe not. He's going to be out. Well, what a piece of fielding from the boundary. And look who it is, Najam Shazad, who throws this one side arm. Bit of a Hail Mary from the half court. That hits the stumps and runs out Manjinder. He'll go for 9, and it's 139 for 2.
Yeah, I think it was fair trying to take on the arm there. It was actually a reasonably placed shot, came in between the 2 fielders, but Shazad has come up with a fantastic bit of fielding. Just easy power in this arm. You see he approaches it nicely, stays well balanced, identifies the keeper's end is where to go, and Popat just lets that do its own work. Hands go up. The Jazz hands are celebrating, and Marlow's got the 2nd wicket of the innings.
Well, maybe the bench saying run a bit faster, but I don't think Manjinder can be blamed for that. I think it was a smart decision to go for the 2, but it didn't work out. I really expected a direct hit from there. But still, Manjinder, I'm sure, will have a role to play with the ball. And, a few people mentioning the evil laugh sound effect that the DJ is playing. A bit cruel sometimes, actually. Anyway, last ball of the night. Hit hard by Faraday Vink, who is the new batter. He will retain the strike, so 9 overs down, 140 for 2. And Ferdy Vink has a 6-week-old son, Kyle, that's who I was holding yesterday. I don't know if you caught my my baby snatching moments. I wonder if the family's here today, but he was giving me the little eyes saying, all right, Mr. Maximo, you can have a hold, but don't forget to give him back.
I mean, you'd always trust a wicket keeper with a child, wouldn't you? I mean, the safest hands in a cricket team.
I've got safe hands, but you know what I was really worried about? My nice suit, and I know what babies can do sometimes if you have them, yeah, on you. Here we go, Zaib with the last over. This is driven to long off, and just one. So Warburg gets back on strike, and well, he might have visions of a half-century of his own here. He's on 40.
He's got the opportunity. Tell you what, the last couple of deliveries, got to see an example of how quick Warburg is between the wickets. He actually took the two that Shazad came up with the run out on. He made it back easily.
Yeah.
Really, really scampering between the stumps.
Got a bit of a running start. He gets one that's pitched up. It's in the air. Fielder is underneath it, and he will hold it. So that's Amir Ikram. This time he holds the opportunity, and that will be good for his confidence, but still, it's another wicket. Walbra, he departs for 40. Habias Grindhout are 141 for 3.
Yeah, probably not going to do too much damage to the overall total in these last few overs. I dare say that if Amir Ikram had his time again, he probably would have liked to take the catch that Visay gave him when he was fielding it long on. But nonetheless, good for them to pick up a third wicket. That'll do the confidence of Amir Zaib no harm. But that's pretty good innings in the end from Teo Warburg. A bit of a sluggish start, just made sure he gave the strike as much as possible to Visay, but he's ended up with 40 off only 24 balls and got 4 fours and 2 mighty maximums.
Yeah, well, he showed good range in the orchestra. Second violin, and then taking over the lead. Bit of a solo towards the end, but he falls in the last over. This will bring Adil Ahmed to the crease. It's a nice round of applause from the spectators here. Nice to see fan zone filling up as well.
Good crowd in attendance so far today, Vinny.
Really enjoying the supporters that have joined us this week. So can they get the 150? Hasn't been touched this week. Amir Zaib with the wicket. He's got 4 balls left. This is in the air. Could be another one. And it will be another one. Well, it's not quite caught Marsh bowled Lily, but Amir Ikram bowled Amir Zaib. 2 in 2. And we have a hat-trick opportunity. Disappointment for Adil Ahmed, who has to go first ball, but I suppose that's the price of doing business, isn't it? And the last over at T10 doesn't quite get all of it, and he has to go for a golden. The score is 141 for 4.
Well, he's going to have the new batsman on strike for this this hat-trick opportunity. It looks like we have Navjit Singh who's approaching the crease. Bit of pressure on him, although I don't think he's going to be thinking about it too much given there's only a couple of balls left in the innings. Al Ahmed holding out first delivery. A couple of good catches there from Amir Ikram, showing a safe pair of hands this over. And tell you what, this is possibly something to celebrate for Marlow. They haven't had too much to get excited about in the first day and a half of their time here at the European Cricket League for 2022, but this could be a big moment.
I wouldn't say they're actually fizzing at the moment, as Corey would say, but here's a hat-trick ball for Zaib. He's going to be bowling to Navjit Singh. And just putting the deep square back, putting the third man back.
I think they've actually got 6 outside the circle at the moment, which is probably not a great way to conduct a hat-trick ball.
Yeah, now they've worked it out. So third man has come back up. All right, here we go. Hat-trick ball for Zaib. It's in the air, and it's going to be a hat-trick. So Marlow, a highlight for them at ECL 22. Amir Zaib becomes the second player to take a hat-trick in this tournament. Navjit tried to get funky, and you can't really blame him for his approach, but, well, it's been a tough couple of days for the Portuguese. Maybe that's the highlight that can get their tournament rocking, as Navjit, he tried to paddle it round the corner. The catch was taken. 3 and 3. Congratulations to Amir Zaib. And Habias Grindhout at 141 for 5.
Yeah, wonderful moment, Vinny. I'm sure the team will be celebrating with a few pastel donatas this evening as they watch the replay of what's a historic moment for the Marlow Cricket Club. As we've said, they've had tough initiation into the European Cricket League today and also yesterday. Currently at 0 wins and 2 losses, but that is a big, big moment. Amir Zaib getting 3 consecutive wickets for a massive hat-trick. Well done to him. well held with the catch, always a bit of pressure when the hat-trick ball has come up. And well done to the batsman too, deciding to go for the ramp shot on a hat-trick ball.
Could be on for a 4 and 4. It's only 2 balls left. Here we go. Maybe it's a double hat-trick time. It's not. We're not far away. It's Mason that's come out. Wasn't expecting to get a bat 3 balls ago.
Would have been sitting comfortably, possibly sitting on a cheeky little coffee, just contemplating about the fielding effort coming up, having to quickly scrap into the pads. He's got 1 ball left to face.
A good last over this is from Zahid. And he conceded a single. And those 3 consecutive wickets. Last ball of the innings coming up. 1 for 1 on the board. Little inside-out nurdle from Mason, who gets a run. And that will do it. 142 for 5 will be the final score. RBS Cryonhout. And the Crows will be pretty happy with that start. And once again, you see the reliance on their openers. 121 runs out of that 142 came from the openers. But I suppose when they do their job, there's not too many opportunities for others. As far as Marlow are concerned, well, they've had a tough first 3 stints in the field. But Amir Zaib, I think he'll be very, very happy to have a hat-trick to his name. They've been rare as hens, Teeth, you know, so far in 2022. We had the hat-trick hoodoo, had one dropped in Group A. We had to wait all the way until Friday, where we saw our first hat-trick of the year. But it was RBS that were asked about first. That's exactly what they did. Lackluster fielding there, but mostly just good stroke making from Visay, as he took 24 off Najam Shazad over and set things in motion for a very free-flowing and high-scoring start to this contest.
Yeah, it was an excellent exhibition of batting from Visay. He's got shots all around the wicket, and basically nothing that the Marlow bowlers tried worked. He just went on an absolute spree. A brilliant innings, 81 off only 24 balls, punctuated by 6 fours and 9 massive sixes. Seeing one of them there, was just holding the pose with a terrific strike down the ground, and he was particularly brutal hitting down the ground, and the Marlow bowlers suffered in the runs column. There was not too many places that he didn't hit a 6 today, Vinny.
Yeah, and I think he just put away some of the funky stuff and decided to hit the ball in front of the wicket. Finally, we had that wicket. As the next one wasn't so good, but at least they had gotten rid of Visay for 81. And a couple of fortunate edges for Walbra before he actually found his rhythm and hit a couple of big ones out of the ground of his own. Well, the mate just showing what a close-knit unit RBS Cryonhout are. This was a bit of a highlight as well. So Portugal, I mean, 3 of their wickets came from a hat-trick, and another one came from that direct hit from nowhere from Najam Shazad. Manjinder Singh that had to go. And then in the last over, it was a highlight to come because it was 1, 2, 3. It was the second catch there for Amir Ikram. Then hat-trick delivery. Navjit came in. He tried to manufacture a boundary by ramping. All he did was find the fielder. And it was a nice catch taken by Saim Ali to finish off that hat-trick for Amir Zaib. And in the end, looking a bit sore and sorry after a couple of thumpings, but still, they have made a good comeback in the second half of that innings when you consider that the score was, well, it was 140 after 9. There were only 2 off the last over. 81 for Visay. He is a superstar, isn't he? And you can see why he's played his trade with some of the biggest names in world cricket. 9 6s and 6 4s in his innings. 40 for Dale Walbra as well. Played a good support role, then took over with a couple of big blows of his own. Apart from that, they didn't need too much else. And as far as Marlow are concerned, I mean, maybe they can take a few positives out of that. Sure, they would have learnt a lot. I think the most important thing, take your opportunity. Side bowled well, but he bowled late. 3 for 18, the other wicket to Myson. But yeah, a lot of damage in those figures, Rhino.
Yeah, tough gig. And Najam Shazad, who's carried the team over the last couple of games, he really struggled today. Didn't have the same zip in his bowling. Was a little bit up and down in his lengths. So going back to Visay, he scored in that 96-run opening partnership, 81 runs.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the most dominant batting displays that we've seen, although coming after one of the also most dominant batting displays that we've seen in the ECL so far this time in Game 1. But a remarkable display of hitting, and he's given RBS Cryonhout an exceptional total of 142 with only the loss of 5 wickets off their 10 overs. Excellent batting all round, and they are certainly in prime position to rack up yet another win here on day 2.
Yeah, you think so, but of course we've got Greenshields into the lineup for Marlow. Don't forget that. And look, we have seen these kinds of scores chased down before, but they'd have to bat exceptionally well. Join us just after the break to see how close Marlow can get to this target of 143. This is ECN, so expect the unexpected. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Andrew Ryan, and we'll join you shortly for more cricket action. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Welcome back, European cricket fans, to the Cartama Oval here in the magnificent region of Andalusia in Spain. It's an absolute treat for us to be out here for the 6 weeks of the European Cricket League, and we're into week 5. It's Group E and day 2, and the second match of day 2 here with Marlow Cricket Club, about to take up the fight against HBS Kruijnhout, who have managed to put a very, very strong total on the board. They racked up 142 runs for the loss of only 5 wickets from their 10 overs. That score punctuated by a magnificent 81 off 24 from Tobias Visay, who is really proving to be one of the crown jewel players here across the 5 weeks of the ECL qualifiers, and they'll be pretty confident about trying to defend that. They've got a fairly reasonable bowling unit, and joining me in the commentary box to take us through the second innings, Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sandhu. Vinny, how are you?
Yeah, I'm well. And, let's just see this batting lineup of Marlow as well. He needs to do something pretty special to chase down this 143. 10 overs to do it. Otherwise, they'll be staring down the barrel of 0-3. And so, Julian DeMay to open the bowling. He's a pretty clever bowler. Tall, left arm orthodox, and he just loves getting inside. Almost wides, but not wides. But he's got left-handed to contend with first. Oh, so goes a bit straighter. They've gone for Umar Farouk opening the batting and Syed Mysam opening the batting. So, Green Shields at the top. That was the original order, but you can understand how plans might change once you concede 140. Mr. May. This is turned away, and it'll be the first boundary. So, promising signs. Farouk, that one just pitched outside the leg stump, so he couldn't be OBW. He helps on its way. 4 runs, opens the account for Marlow. Yeah,
good shot from Farouk. He's probably a little bit more of an offside dominant player, actually, but he's read the line of that ball well. As you said, DeMay just pitching outside leg stump, got inside it, swung it around to the boundary. That's an important early 4 for Marlow.
Need to have a monstrous power play, you'd imagine. Something in the 40s. This one gets stopped. Another one that thought maybe could sneak past the fielder, but just one, so we'll get to see how Phil's look at Syed Mysam.
It's a good hit of Mysam. He's got undoubted power. We talked yesterday about maybe that actually drop him down the order, try to get him facing overs 6, 7 and 8 a little bit more, but they've actually gone the opposite way today and pushed him up to the top. Yeah. Gutsy call.
They keep promoting him, and so this is the ultimate promotion, I suppose, up to the opening spot. They'll be hoping he can get after the bowling of DeMay. And then we'll see what they go with next. We'll go with Majinda.
I think this is a good field for Mysam, though. They've got men deep and long on, deep mid wicket as well.
Pushes tentatively, gets the one. One thing they will need if they're going to get anywhere near this target is a big partnership. Of course, you have the big 96-run partnership between the openers for RBS. Marlow, if they can do it. And the other thing is, it has to be a partnership that goes at a good clip, because every over, you basically need 14 on average. Goes for it, but doesn't get it. And I feel like this will be the first wicket. It's taken. And so, easily done by the captain, in fact, Ferdy Vink. He holds on to that one as tightly as I was holding on to his baby yesterday, as Marlow lose their first. It's 6 for 1.
Yeah, fortunately, you both showed solid pairs of hands this time for the catch for Vink. It's well taken. He's a tough customer to hit against the line. You see DeMay just getting his ball to curl just slightly aside off stump. Farouk trying to launch him over to mid-wicket, just getting the bat turned in his hands, and fortunately popping it up for a relatively easy catch. That's the first wicket down, only 6 runs on the board for Marlow, not what they would have been looking for.
Yeah, DeMay's not an easy bowler to get after, because he does get that extra bounce. Even those full deliveries, they just bounce a bit higher than a regular-sized bowler would. And so,
I'm going to say this would probably be my least favourite sort of bowler to face in T10 cricket. Not just the left arm orthodox coming around the wicket, but the fact that he is tall and gets that extra bit of bounce. Really, really tricky customer.
Yeah, because he is, you do have to be brave as a batter and try and take it on, but just mechanically it is awkward. And now here's our first chance to look at Conrad Greenshields in the ECL 22, coming out in the number 3 position. And Conrad, originally South African descent. He's spent a lot of time in Portugal now, doing good things for Portuguese cricket. There's DeMay will be his first opponent. One ball left in the over. Just works it. A good running too, so gets off the mark immediately. At the end of the first over, Barlow have already lost 1 wicket. It's 7 for 1.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Conrad Greenshields over the last couple of years, haven't we, Vinny, at the multiple tournaments that have been played in Portugal, and he's a really, really strong cricketer. He's grown up in South Africa, played a good level in Australia and the Netherlands as well. He's very, very compact batsman and generally takes a little bit of time to get himself going. He doesn't rush early, but he's got the full range of shots and a really intelligent cricketer, picks the gaps very well. Doesn't really struggle with any type of bowling in particular. It's a really challenging run rate for him to try to adapt to for this game, but he's going to have to accelerate earlier than he might have wanted, but he's a great inclusion for Marlow today. Very talented cricketer.
In the longer term as well, even thinking outside this match, we see some of the Dutch supporters enjoying the proceedings. They'll be fairly comfortable at the moment. Yeah, I mean, if they can at least, if they don't get the 140, if they can put it 100 plus on the board, just feel a bit better about things. The biggest tests are ahead of them, of course. Side, so not be called. Has this gone over the stumps? I mean, or has this missed? What am I looking at here? I need a replay. Must have just flicked the pad. Must have flicked the pad. Otherwise, that's a big wide. Okay, I can continue. Definitely hits the pad. I think a bit of bat in there as well. So it'll be a single. But yeah, you know, it's a confidence game, isn't it, cricket? And you know, if you can play your best cricket at the back end of the week, then everyone's got a chance. But the thing is, how you perform earlier in the week depends on how big the mountain you have to climb is on Super Thursday and on Finals Friday.
Certainly the great thing about this format, Vinny, the teams are never out of it, even if they have had a poor group stage.
Full toss, miss hit, out. All right, sums it up so far. Myson gets a full toss. It's about knee high. He just turns the face, leading edge. The catch is taken. Ranjinder gets his first wicket. That was the kind of dismissal that top order batter won't want to look back at. It's 8 for 2.
Well, I'm not sure we'll be putting that up on social media. It is an example of the quality of cricket that's been here this week. A full toss outside off stump, and somehow he's managed to spoon it straight to the man coming in at cover. The cover takes a tidy catch. That's a disappointing loss. Masami's one of their noted hitters. Could have done with him making a quick 25 just to get the innings a little bit of a boost, but as it is, Najam Shahzad approaching the crease. He's the man who scored the majority of runs for Marlow 2 games yesterday, and he's going to be looked upon to do the same. They've got the 2 best batsmen at the crease. This is when they need to move.
Yeah, Van Dijk takes the catch, remove Side Meister. He's only able to contribute a single. Probably not the time that Marlow supporters will be wanting me to bring this up, but I've got to say I really love the kits. I think they look fantastic, don't they?
I will say, not only do I love the kits, I love the fact that Conrad Greenshield's ink on his arm seems to fit so seamlessly with the with the Marlow shirt. It's just a visual delight.
Yeah, very, very good point you make. I wonder if that was designed with that in mind, but yeah, well, here we go. These two need to make something happen here for Marlow. They've lost their first 2 wickets for only 8 runs. Drives to the offside, so they get 1 here. Just some toss news for you coming in that Pakakare, Barcelona, they have won the toss and elected to field first against Farmers. So, well, this will be a very interesting matchup. We saw what Pakakare did early to a couple of batting lineups yesterday. Slow ball dug out for 1.
Nice opportunity to see the Barcelona bullet make some inroads into the opposition early on. Must be a fairly intimidating thing for the Farmers to be thinking about facing big Mohamed Kamran.
Got to be out on your mind. If you're an opening batter for Jersey, you'd be thinking probably 95% of your brain space is just worried about how you're going to deal with the first ball or few balls, and very little about the rest of the innings. You see a swing and a miss from Shahzad, and it ends over number 2. It's 10 for 2. It does give us a chance to have a little peek at that table. We'll see how it will look, assuming that Grindhout do kind of go on and win this one. They will become the first team to achieve 3 wins. And Pakakare straight away, they'll have the right of reply, but Marlow, if if they can't chase this down, they'll be 0-3. Bit of a hole for them. They may be headed for a bunch of eliminators on Super Thursday if they're going to survive. Another note, that's I'd like to acknowledge that today is International Women's Day, of course, Andrew, and in particular, you've been doing things in Switzerland with regards to women's cricket. I'll ask you about that in a second. Here's Freddie Vink, captain. Worked away and well stopped. Good fielding side, Kreinhout, just the one. Yeah, tell us what's going on. I believe it's a bit of a milestone game for your Cossonay women coming up this weekend.
Very true, Vinny. It's actually a bit of an emotional time not being there when our Cossonay ladies team makes their debut in an official tournament for the first time. The team going up to Vettingen. We'll just see this ball from Vink. Just wide off stump, nicely bowled. Cossonay ladies getting their debut in an official tournament. We've actually started the group in the middle of last year. Had a good collection of probably about 12 to 15 players who've been coming regularly for training, both in the latter part of summer and the winter through the indoor training opportunities. It's been great fun, and they're actually a really, really promising group. See that one just struck down to long on to May doing the fielding.
They must be super excited. I mean, you told me they're getting their kits at the moment and all that kind of thing.
And that's what I feel. It feels like almost the kids getting ready to go to school, and I'm missing all of this being here at the ECL. But no, we've had a good couple of converts from other sports. One volleyballer, for instance, a few who have played other ball sports that have now adapted themselves to cricket. And it's been really brilliant to actually watch the development over the last 6 months. So super proud of the team, and if any of the ladies are watching, then best of luck to the team. I'm sure you'll go well and do us all proud up at the tournament of the weekend. I'm very much looking forward to seeing plenty of videos of the action.
Yeah, that's the power of technology. Slow ball, stand up, sweep, and 4. Nice shot this one from Shazad. As he picks this slow ball from Freddie Vink and he sends it square to the boundary for 4 runs.
Much needed boundary from Shazad. Showed a capacity to hit particularly strongly on the leg side from the first 2 games yesterday. Just drags that one from wide of off stump, but plenty of acreage out on that side of the ground. Good shot.
Yeah, I was going to say also, ECN has plans to grow the game for women as well in Europe. Swingers gets past the edge of Shazad. Good comeback from Vink. It goes for 7 at the end of the power play. It's 17 for 2. I know eventually we'd love to have a women's ECL, a women's ECC, and even women's ECS cricket around. I mean, still a developing part of the game. I know a lot of people are working very hard, including yourself, Andrew, in Switzerland, to try and develop the women's side of the game. Also juniors, of course. That's I guess we'll have to see what happens across the coming years. I mean, probably going to be a bit of a knock-on effect in Europe from the more established cricket-playing countries. You see how far women's cricket has come over the past 5-10 years. And I hope that inspires more people to take up the game. And also the communities around cricket. Some people are introduced to cricket by their partner sometimes. Sometimes it's their child that plays cricket that gets them involved in the club. I know that Bizalmi that won last week, they've got a ladies' side, which is led by Ariba. And they were following every move of the Swedish champions in the ECL. So to all the ladies out there, very happy National Women's Day to you. So here's Joran Visay, who starts by getting whipped away for 6. Maximo Greenshields with his first of ECL 22. Well, he's a handy addition to their batting lineup. This was just nicely picked up over the leg side.
Yeah, good shot from Greenshields. So we've got shots all around the wicket. This is the first time he's really tried to unleash in this innings. That ball just dropping outside leg stump, and it's whipped around. Excellent shot. Just coming as we're getting the ball fetched. It's been an interesting aspect of actually the recruitment. I know this is true of quite a few sides that I've talked to both in and around Switzerland, of the fact that actually a lot of the players coming to the women's game in continental Europe are actually those who have excelled at other sports and are actually adapting themselves to cricket. So it's less about taking players from established cricketing countries, but actually opening up to people who are just keen to try something, particularly if they've not seen it before, but they've got a friend who's into it. And it's been a really, really positive thing to see.
Yeah, the skills are very transferable, I think, from things like tennis, hockey, golf, those kinds of things. This is punched away for 1. And I think it's something I've definitely noticed, a high proportion in the women's game here in Europe are kind of homegrown, if you want to call it that. Or they've grown up in these countries rather than moving from established cricket playing nations. So it's very Very exciting times, I think, for cricket in Europe in general. So, Johan Vise into the lineup here. So that should be his first wicket. There it goes for this. This is in the air. It's going to be touch and go, but I think the ball's going to win. Maximo, 6 to Shazad. He's trying to jumpstart this innings. And he does get 6 here off Johan Vise.
Yeah, it was more go than touch. That was a big swing from Shazad. Didn't get all of it, but fortunately just enough elevation to take it for 6. DeMay scooting around quickly from his position at long on, wasn't able to make a play on it. As you say, much needed boundary. Marlowe just doing enough to keep in touch. It's going to be a challenging chase from here. Still requiring 113 runs from 39 balls, but Shazad and Greenshields, if they're going to do it, these are the two.
Just be a wide. Smart batting. Just keep your foot planted until you know that keeper's ejected the ball. We've seen a couple of those last week. Interesting thoughts from Reynolds. Pillay, next watch from South Africa. He's saying, what about if we were to invite a team from outside Europe for the next ECL? Well, I have said, I think the European Cricket Series, eventually Europe won't contain it. I think we'll probably be taking that format elsewhere. It'll still be European cricket, but it might be Africa or Hong Kong or China or America.
Might look a bit more like Eurovision since Australia decided to enter the fray.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, I think European cricket's a format. There's T10 cricket. It's high pace, kind of slightly smaller fields, and just fast-paced games. And look at this thing. He gets a finger on this. Almost blew his finger off. Yeah, well, I'm going to ask you in the chat, well, where would you like to see a team from? I'm not sure how logistically possible it is, but what sort of country would you like to see represented in the ECL with their champion club, no matter where they're from, Europe or otherwise? This one is a full toss, just worked away for 1. And I say hello to Charlie Hunt as well. Good morning to you. And Ricardo, so reminding us that Conrad Greenshields, who's batting at the moment, he has actually played Dutch cricket domestically, so he'd probably know a few of these guys.
Looks like he's got his game face on at the moment, Viddy. I'm not sure there's too many pleasantries going on.
I saw a couple of little words exchanged. Didn't seem like anything but pleasantries. Last ball the over. It goes for it, and this one is going to be out. And so he didn't quite get it. He could feel it off the bat. Stefan Vink is the man that takes the catch. So Shazad, he was swinging from the bootlaces. That was his job while he was out there, but he falls for an unlucky 13. Marlowe finished the 4th with a wicket. It's 33 for 3.
Yeah, disappointing. It's a good finish to the over, actually, from Vise. He copped a bit of tap earlier, but actually came back with a couple of nice balls to finish. Shazad swinging as he has a want to do, trying to put the ball over the mid-wicket boundary, and it's a well-held catch. That's a good result at the end of the over from Vise, and for Marlowe, that is one of their big hitters back in the sheds. They probably need a little bit more from him today. Marlowe now 33 for 3.
Yeah, 4 overs down. Amir Akram will come to the crease at number 5, so good opportunity for him. Saw him in reasonable form yesterday. This is quite the task at the moment to get close to this target, as you'd imagine. Disappointment for Najam Shazad. Didn't have a particularly good morning, particularly with the ball. He was taken for a couple of magicals, and no magical comeback as yet. Crumb comes to the crease, and we welcome some of our viewers as well that have joined us. I think Andy House is in the chat. Hello, Andy. Hope you're well. It's great that you're able to join us, and we'll be seeing you soon here, of course. But yeah, no matter where you're watching from, it's great to get your thoughts. And yeah, I'm thinking a bit like French cricket. Did you ever play French cricket at school? You don't have to be in France to play French cricket, all right? I think you could play European cricket anywhere in the world. I honestly think you could. But of course, our focus is on growing the game in Europe and making it stronger. But of course, from an entertainment perspective, when we get to those kind of fringes of the year where the weather's not particularly good, we might occasionally do a series somewhere else. Oh, this is leading edge. Greenshields gets away with it, just a single.
Always a good option to head south when it starts to get a bit chilly.
Migrate for the winter. Who knows? Maybe we'll be doing ECS Las Vegas before you know about it. 4 a.m. games probably for the time zone. Let us know where you'd like to see us go to as well in the chat. Good interaction.
I was thinking ECS Morocco rather than ECS Las Vegas, but now that you mentioned it, Vinny, it's not bad.
You could see Morocco from their first series in the year. from Europe, and we're only 22 kilometres, I think, from the coast of Africa. Short from Bonendijk. Just get pulled away for one. Top edgy kind of a stroke. All right, put your coach's hat on then, coach. If you're Marlowe's coach, and let's say they end up getting to, I don't know, something average here, they're gonna have some crucial games tomorrow. They've got 2 more matches against the Punjab Lions, Nicosia, and then against Farmers. Wait for this ball from Bonendijk, which is driven. Again, it'll be 1. What are you saying to Marlowe going into those 2 matches tomorrow?
I would probably shift Greenshields up to open. I think they've had big issues with losing early wickets, and it's very, very hard to push scores along when you're losing 2 wickets in your first over almost every game. And I think Greenshields has got the capacity to bat through an innings, really play that sheet anchor role, give him enough time that he's not having to blast from ball 1. So that would be one change. See a good hook come in from the left arm of Bonendijk. I think apart from that, there's just very little in their batting that is working at the moment. They've tried Massam at the top of the order. He's not managing to make particularly spectacular runs. Shazad's batted all right throughout times, but that's probably more in relative terms compared to the rest of his teammates. There's probably just not a huge amount of options as Greenshields rocks onto the back foot and launches that over the mid-wicket boundary. That's cleared it by a good 40 metres. Super strike from the Marlowe star.
Yeah, it's a good sign, isn't it? And Conrad will be feeling a bit better after that one. See now, they are just having a bit of a chat. Tobias Mise and Conrad Greenshields. And he might be actually asking for a few tips off Tobias, the way that he's been batting. Green's just saying, well, there's a bit of your own medicine, perhaps. Bonendijk, got to get the length right here. Short again, and he's going to go for 6 more. Maximo, back-to-back from Greenshields to finish the over. Signs of life as he moves to 27 after 5 overs. It's 49 for 3.
Yeah, we have talked about the fact that Greenshields likes to get himself into his innings. He's not going to blast from the first ball, but he does have a capacity to put away bad balls, and they were 2 particularly bad balls from Bonendijk at the end of that over. Lovely flat hits over the leg side boundary, clearing it easily. Good to see Greenshields getting into a bit of rhythm. Coming back to your point earlier, Vinny, of what Marlowe should be doing, actually, I think almost as big a concern for them at the moment is their bowling, and in particular the inability to bowl to a field. We saw from Shazad this morning dropping it short on the offside when he had no protection over, then moving a fielder and pitching a couple of balls in the hitting zone straight. You've got to have your best bowlers be able to bowl to a field and allow the captain to set something that can work to contain runs, particularly in those early overs.
Yeah, it's a really good point you make. You're on Vise coming back for a second over. Pitched up and driven. This is a long chase. Verity slides and does it well. Can't prevent 2. And the other thing outside the tactics, and I think I take all your points there, but also just about kind of the mental well-being of the team. You know, you feel like they're a bit down. Obviously getting routed for 33 wasn't great for their confidence yesterday. But I would say, look, take inspiration from some of the performance we've seen from teams in the bottom half over the last couple of weeks, that they have strung it together and gone on a run that's actually taken them to qualification. So I think I'd be saying, look, our tournament starts today, and let's just start again. Bowled, and so Ikram tries to go across this ball. Wasn't quite short enough for this. Yoran gets a second, and it's the end of Amir Ikram. 51 for 4.
Yeah, nice bowling from Yoran Vise. I've been fairly impressed with what I've seen from this young man so far today. Good ball, just straight on the pegs. You miss, I hit, and Amir Ikram taking a big swing across the line, and he gets castled. That's a good piece of bowling from Vise, and maybe making a bit of an approach to his captain. Suggests he should be getting a few more overs throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, he's certainly pretty good. Gives the old Kiss face. Remember Kiss, the rough band? Some people have heard of them.
Sort of, probably a year or 2 before my time.
Amir Ikram goes for 4. 51 for 4 now, and probably see Amir Zaib now. Yeah, he's coming out number 6. Pretty low for him, actually. Hassan Ahmed in the chat. Hello, Hassan. He's saying hello to Vinny. And hey, new Swiss commentator. He knows exactly who you are. Hassan Ahmed, of course, playing for the Zurich Nomads in that ECS all the way back in 2020. I say all the way. I mean, that's actually only about 18 months ago. And Hassan Ahmed, who's pretty unlucky not to qualify for this ECS. Yeah, Gino Brescia, his team in Italy, just done in the playoff to Brescia CC. And Brescia CC, they found their way all the way to Championship Week. So sure Hassan Ahmed will be trying hard for that qualification spot in Italy this year. Zaib on strike. This is probably going to be a no ball. It will, and it's going to be forced. That one just getting away from Joran. And it's a good start for Zaib, who gets a boundary and now get a free hit.
Yeah, that's a poor start, especially after the last ball. And he just turned it around. That's an absolute gift for Zaib. First delivery. He's a good batsman, actually, Zaib. Probably should be batting up the order, and maybe one of the rotations they could make. Now a bit of pressure on Visay.
He was the one that had his off-stump traumatised yesterday by the second of the deliveries of Mohamed Kamran. They hit the timber. So he's down at 6, but he's got plenty of time to bat here. Free hit. This will be in the second one. It's going to be another boundary. I think that's going to be curtains for Visay. Now, he's gone off the rails pretty quickly, and I think for a second one of those, he'll be taken out of the attack. So, Zaib just been given a bit of body music. But 2 times he gets it away, and I think we're going to have a forced change of bowler situation here.
I'm not sure Zaib wants that. I dare say he'd be turning around to the umpire and saying, I'm pretty comfortable if this guy keeps bowling medium pace full tosses at my chest.
Yeah, it's disappointing for Visay, but he needs to kind of focus on the positives of this bowling innings. Did start by going for a couple of sixes, but since then he's been pretty good. It's just the last 2 he's gone away. So he's just got to work on his consistency, I think. So a few people calling Benno Bonendijk in the chat Screech from Saved by the Bell, and I just think that's so good that it'll stick. I might ask Julian DeMay. A few people calling Benno Bonendijk Screech from Saved by the Bell, the guy with the big hair, and he's just giving me a little nod.
He's nodding as though that's not the first time that someone's come up with that
he said,
comparison.
yeah, of course he's Screech. So that's a different kind of live interview you get off us. So look, got Navjit, he's going to come in and finish this over, starting with a free hit, which is around the corner. And this one, oh, what an excellent stop. Excellent stop. Assuming he hasn't touched the rope there.
I think that was Manjinder Singh flying around from the backward square leg position, has thrown his body to prevent that going for 4.
So often the field is different. I don't think we'll see too much here because the rope's behind. I think if he says he hasn't touched the rope, then that one will be fine. Navjit, it's away with just a single and a dot. So yeah, so you reckon Greenshield's top of the order?
I'd go with Greenshield's top of the order. Just got to give him the extra couple of balls. He's a guy who can bat for the whole 10 and actually has frequently done so in the Portuguese domestic circuit. Got to give him as many balls as possible to get ready.
This one's dived over. Well, after such a good piece of fielding, this one, I think by their high standards, I expect Reece Mason to stop this, but does get through. Quattro Canetas.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Greenshields. We've talked about the fact that he's got shots all around the wicket. They've got a very leg side heavy field at the moment. They've got 4 men positioned all the way from long on through to backward to square leg. So there's plenty of space out in that offside. Just got to beat the infield.
It's live action. Swing and a miss. Conrad completely mistimed. He was laughing by the time it went past the bat. It's the end of 6 overs. Clickety click, 66 for 4.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Conrad was trying to do there. Normally his shot selection's exceptional, and given that there's only the 2 fielders out on that side, he's only, talk about the fact he's only got to beat the infield. I'm surprised he was trying to hoik that over the leg side. As we see the bowling figures from the Korean Hood team, Bodendijk, he's gone for 16 off only the 1, and obviously Visay, who started off reasonably well from his first 1.2 overs and picked up a wicket in that second, has unfortunately had to be removed from the attack because of a couple of successive full tosses. But Marlow sitting at 66 for 4. It's by far their best in performance with the bat so far.
Stefan Vink with the ball. Gets one past Amir Zaib. I think with Greenshields that last time, I think he already made up his mind that was the area he wanted to go. So I think it was a bit of premeditation. It didn't really work out, and then he was just laughing that he didn't get the pace that he wanted to try and fetch that ball from outside off stump. Hello to John Tucker in the chat as well. Johnny actually joined us for one day down here last week. This one will just be one as well.
Speaking of the chat, Vinny, and just going back to Hassan's point before, and obviously great to have him in the chat. He's one of the best left-handed batsmen around the European circuit. I mean, he's a good example of the strength of Italian cricket, and it wasn't surprising to see Brescia come out and win their group, was it?
Yeah, they left their run late. This one is beautifully struck, and this is probably what Greenshields meant the time before. This is high, it's handsome, over extra cover. Maximo, 6 to Greenshield.
Oh, it's an awesome strike. Just opens his body to the ball that's floated up outside off stump. No need to try to swat this over the leg side. That's a delicious cover-driven 6. Look at the replay.
Yeah.
Wonderful swing. Looks like he's on the first tee at the golf range.
Yeah, take a picture, it'll last longer. That was a really good shot. I've got another question to ask you with regards to this Marlow lineup. Still waiting for this ball. Comeback ball from Stefan Vink. Pretty good one. He just tapped away for one. I'm talking about the curious case of Miad Shahid. Now, he's not in the lineup today. I know this is probably his last tournament before retirement, the captain. He's had a decorated career, he's had a lot of success with Marlow, but hasn't really been working out for him too well of late. Do you have him in the team? And if you do, where do you bat him?
Someone's just swung across from Zaib. It's just going to be the single. Yeah, tough call. He's been the inspirational leader of this Marlow group for such a long time. Generally been the man who's gone out at the top of the innings. It's led them to numerous victories at ECS events over the last couple of years. But it feels like the step up in class here is just probably a little bit too much for him. And perhaps he's taken the decision that, that they needed to insert Greenshields into the squad for today. As Greenshield popped one up very high indeed. Well, if he's gone for the driver on the previous one off the first tee, that's more the 7-iron, but he's still whacked at a good 80-odd metres.
Yeah, well, he's hit it just as far with a 7-iron. I mean, that was higher. It was absolutely crunched by Greenshields. And have a look, that's another one. I've seen too many hit that hill on the full. And that one does. And so 7 overs down, 81 for 4. Greenshields 44 off 19. What a shot in the arm he's been for this batting lineup. But he just needs a bit of help now, doesn't he? As we have a look ahead to what's coming up. And I'll set your watches. You don't want to miss the start of this. Farmers, they'll be batting first after Pakai Care, Badalona, the Spanish representative. They have won the toss, elected to bowl. Farmers from Jersey, their second match today. Here is a chance. Fielder comes around, holds on to a very good catch. Stephen Vick, he was at the bowling crease, but he made his way to long off boundary, I should say. And Amir Saib just looks a little bit short of confidence with the bat, can't get anything going. He becomes the 5th wicket to fall for just 11. It's 81 for 5.
Yeah, but it's not a bad result. It's getting Greenshields on strike. The difficulty for Marlow here is just the quantity of runs that they're chasing. They're needing 62 off this last 3 overs. Actually, if they hadn't been able to keep Crown to a more reasonable score, even just 20 runs less, you'd actually give them a big shot here, particularly if Greenshields can stay on strike for the majority of these remaining deliveries.
See the importance of getting Visay. If you get Visay for half that, you're probably chasing something like 110, 120 at most. But yeah, if you don't, you almost make an argument that he's batted them out of the game. So 81 off 7.1. What I did say, remember, a bit earlier, look, okay, if you don't chase this down, get something 100 plus, just feel like you've got some momentum going forwards. Okay, Monday wasn't a great day, to say the least, but Tuesday's a bit of a steadying day. This is their only game today, Marlow, as well. And I'll see them first up tomorrow morning.
Well, at least the batting lineup's trending upwards at the moment,
Yeah.
and admittedly it probably couldn't have really gone down after their first time effort last week, but they're still not out of this. I mean, 62 runs required off 17 balls. You look at Greenshields' personal total, he's got 44 off 19, and he started pretty slowly. They're not out of this contest.
It'll be exciting if they do get close. Oh, great keeping. I think it's safe, but what a good take this is from Tobias Visay. Down the leg side, it's the hardest take for the keeper because you're blinded by the batter's body. It does very well. I think that foot never moves. Oh, it does move, but it gets back just in time. Excellent wicket keeping though. Will be a wide in the book. Dirty Vink, the bowler. I can't deliberately. It's tapped around the corner. I don't think I'm that good. I can start inventing my own words. I'm going to try and stick to normal words.
Taking the Corey Rutgers approach of just inserting similar sounding words.
I think I've been hanging around Corey too long.
It was a nice, elegant shot from Sawa, though, doing exactly what he needed to.
Yeah, well, I mean, they had to have a shot, and they need something colossal from Greenshields now. tries, but he gets it too high. I feel like this is a chance for the fielder, and it's held. So Conrad is inside of a half century, but this one just hit too low on the bat. Vink, slightly slower delivery. I think he picked it, and he wasn't quite able to get that kind of contact. And he will fall for 44 off 20 balls, though. Very good start to the tournament for Conrad Greenshields. And he does become the 6th wicket to fall. Marlowe, 83 for 6.
Yeah, he's actually been pretty impressive with the ball today, Vink. It was a nice change-up. Batsman quality of Greenshields, gets balls in the slot, usually puts them away, but just that slight dropping down a pace ball just held up in the pitch and well taken by the man at long off. And that's a big wicket for Crane, who that's the man they desperately wanted to send back to the sheds. But excellent start from Greenshields, very much what we expect from him. Just got himself into the game in the opening balls and then really accelerated, punctuated by those couple of sixes. And he pulled over the mid-wicket boundary. Good performance from him.
Yeah, that was a good performance. Promising. I think probably, yeah, top of the order would be word about him. Question in the chat about whether the Visays are brothers, Tobias and Joran. Well, they're not brothers, but they are cousins, so they are related. Now, here's the captain, Verity Vink. A little bit leg stumpish again. This one won't be caught up with by Majinda. So that's 4. Just a little bit too straight on occasion to both the left-handers and the right-handers this over. And that was well put away. So Marley gets a boundary first ball.
Yeah, not just put away, but nicely timed. Doing that first ball, just tucking the ball off his outside his leg stump, flick between the man who's a short, fine leg and the other one that's behind square. Good batting.
Goes down and tries to sweep a slower ball. Just be 1 run to the total here. So the other question was about, of course, Verity Vink, the captain, and Stefan Vink. And they are brothers. So one of them, Verity Vink, the captain, he's bowling right now. He's bowled very well. 2 for 14 he has. There's 1 ball remaining in his spell. Sawa loads up, but just gets a thick inside edge, goes sideways for 1. That's the end of the 8th over. It's 89 for 6.
Yeah, 2 overs to go. I think we're probably safe to say it's going to require some hitting of mammoth proportions for Marlowe to pursue this total of 143, but certainly made a better fist of this chase than they have in the batting performances over the first 2 days of the tournament. And as you've said on a couple of occasions, Vinny, a lot of this is about trying to give themselves some confidence. They've still got plenty of games here at Cartama Oval over the coming days, and they just need to fire at the right time. And probably just a couple of tweaks to the batting lineup and a little bit of strategic work with the bowling and the fielding. They're not, doesn't feel like they're that far away. Probably just 1 winning performance will get the team really, really energised, and it could be the boost that they need.
And you saw it with the Lions this morning, the way that they lit up on the back of the performance of their captain. And in any particular game, if you get your stars to fire, you can get the win. We know that. So now we're going to see Manjinda Singh over number 9. It all happens in the 9th. Well, game might be out of hand, but still, I think, chance to push past that 100 mark. Marlowe for the first time in this series. Manjinda, who's fielded very well, I have to say, in this innings. Comes back after taking 1 for 3 in his first. First one's very high, though. Fielder's camped underneath it. And taken. Very professional from Navjit Singh. So, Nasim Sawa trying to up the ante, as you can imagine. And he gets this one not quite right. Flew high, flew pretty much straight to Navjit, but still had to take the catch. He did. And now Marlowe are 89 for 7.
Yeah, it's a good bit of bowling from Singh. He knows that Sawa's loading up to hit over to mid-wicket, pitch the ball just outside off stump, making him have to reach a little bit. And if Conrad Greenshields took out the 7-iron, well, that was more the pitching wedge that's just gone straight up in the air. Pretty easy catch for Navjit Singh. So Manjinda Singh takes wicket, first ball of his 2nd over, and Asim Sawa back in the dressing room for 2 off 3.
Yeah, he's got 2 for 3 as well, Manjinda Singh. Similar numbers, different context. His first over went dot 1 wicket, 1-1 dot, and now a wicket. So left armour always provides a bit of variety to the pace attack. And very good result for him as we see Mohammad Naveed coming to the crease at number 9. Another left-hander. Taking over. Now I think, yeah, just a little mini target. This is the psychological 100, I think. 100 plus for Marlowe. Don't want to fall away and get bowled out here. Driven. Not a bad shot by Naveed. He gets off the mark.
Certainly not a bad shot by number 9. Just nicely driven down the ground. Ball just pitched slightly outside off stump to the left-hander. What do you think about the Carinu bowling lineup, Vinny? Do you think they've got enough? They've certainly got a bit of variety. Do you think they've got enough to take the title this week?
The variety's good. I suppose my concern is about the depth of it. If they don't perform well, I mean, they've got. I think DeMay is a bit of a game changer as well. I think DeMay, they bowl him first and last, and just people can't seem to get hold of him. Just with his height and his accuracy, really, he's on you. So I think he's a real weapon. I'll be interested to see, for example, if some of these set batters get in against RBS. I think there are these middle overs where they are gettable. Yeah, it's pretty good block hole delivery. Manjinda's bowled pretty well. I think, you know, there'll be swings and roundabouts. I think during the week there'll be ups, there'll be downs for teams, and they just need to kind of stay on that journey as well, to just stay focused on what's around you. Don't think too far ahead. Don't think too much about what's happened. I think that's one of the skills, speaking to all the players that have played over the first 4 weeks for sure. They've said, look, we just have to stay in the moment, try and execute what we're doing right now and let the process take care of itself. It's whipped away nicely. More work for Navjit. He will clean up just a single. That's kind of a skill in cricket anyway within a match, right? Because, okay, you're situationally thinking something, you're thinking about what might happen, you think about what has happened, but when the ball's in play, you just need to focus on the ball. And it's also a skill kind of across the matches, across the week, I think, of not getting too far ahead of yourself. Because this format will give you opportunities. Last ball of the ninth coming up from Manjinder Singh. This is just whipped away for one. So, yeah, pretty good couple of overs from the left armour. He finishes with 2 for 7. 1 over to go here in match 7. And the score is 93 for 7.
Looks like he's working into his tournament actually pretty well. Manjinder Singh looked a little bit off pace yesterday, but actually there's a couple of good overs for him today. Feels like he's got his line and length. But I think the point that you've just made there about being in the moment, I think the T10 cricket really crystallises whether success or failure in such a short period of time, and a single ball in an over, whether you're batting or you're bowling, can really dictate whether or not you're walking off the field happy or a little bit disappointed. And it's a psychologically very stressful form of the game in that front. It's very easy to think of it as just free will in cricket, but it's actually the complete opposite when it comes to your mental preparation.
Here is DeMay to bowl the last. Gives him something a bit straighter than usual. Just worked away for one. Yeah, and it's a form of the game. I often say it's the kind of form of the game that makes the players uncomfortable, but that's what makes it such gripping viewing, because they're having to take risks when they don't really need to. They're getting bashed about when they're bowling, which isn't that pleasant sometimes. But I think that's why it is such fascinating viewing. Well, this one is hit up into his own grill, I think. Nasty one.
Wasn't the most elegant shot. DeMay getting a little bit of bounce. He is a tall boy, isn't he? He really just gets some lift off the pitch.
It's a spinner, right? So they say, oh, you don't need to wear a helmet to a spinner. Well, that one would have knocked his teeth out. Right, back to live action. This one is hit down to long on. It's fairly wide. Just one run. Yeah, so even to a spinner, you can get those ones that kind of pop up off your gloves or off your bat. And the keeper wears a helmet to a spinner, right? So the bat probably should as well. But see, these two are 3 to come. Goes after this. It's high, and Manjinder has the opportunity, and he swallows it. So an 8th wicket falls this time. It's Saim Ali. Well, he tried bravely while he was there. He contributed 8 to the total, but he becomes the 8th wicket to fall. 95 for 8. 2 balls left here in match 7.
Yeah, it feels like the quintessential Julian DeMay type of scalp there, doesn't it, Vinny? Just the ball curled in on about middle and leg, just a little bit of turn away, and the batsman trying to swipe it across to mid-wicket, just popping it up, and it's probably not going to be the first catch that goes down, or the last catch that goes down to a man. And long on from this man over the week. He's a really impressive young bowler. We saw him at the ECC last year, performed very, very strongly in a number of games there, and he's continuing to develop his craft, one of the promising young players on the European cricket circuit.
With 100 just slipping away, isn't it? 95 now with 2 balls remaining. Got the number 10 coming up. Adnan Gondal. See if he can get hold of one.
Oh, pretty well earlier today, Gondel. Actually, he's been a bit of a surprise packet with the ball for Marlow. Gets the ball to move both ways. Actually got a nice outswinger. Bit of control.
And you got a couple of balls left, but I do want to ask you one more question before you leave us for now, Andy. Let me see a single. Okay, next game it's going to be Jersey, Farmers of Jersey versus Pack Care of Spain. Give us a tip there. Good game.
Good game. I think it'll actually be closer than probably the results indicate. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised to see Chuggy Pershard come up with a couple of early overs to try to blunt the big hitters of Pack Care. But I also think that the Farmers' batting lineup is probably technically more capable. As we've seen a ball just popped up again off DeMay's bowling. Easy catch going in from the man from cover, and that is yet another player in the sheds, and that is.
That is that.
Well, she wrote.
That is that. They lose a ninth. Well, I think I agree with you. I think, righto, it'll be a very, very good game. And right here, that wasn't the worst batting performance from Marlow. They get to something approaching a par score. End up 96 for 9 off their 10 overs. Just a reminder, we'll be back in about 15 minutes to take you into the third match of the day. It's match 8 of Group E between Farmers of Jersey and Pack Care Badalona, the Spanish representatives. Pretty workmanlike performance in the end from Javier Skreinhout in the field. I think they knew fairly early that the target wasn't going to be achieved, but you know, aside from Green Shields, I think they didn't really let any batter get on top of them. And, yeah, I think they'll be pretty happy with how they're tracking as well. They've got a clutch performance coming up last game of tonight against Pack Care Badalona. I think that's the battle, the Royal Rumble that everyone wants to see between Cameron and Tobias Visse. But before that, let's have a look back to the chase. And didn't have a very good start at all. Umar Farouk had to go in the very first over. That didn't bring Conrad Greenshields to the crease before long. They had lost both openers. Ranjinder getting his first wicket. He bowled very well. And well, Julian DeMay likes to have a bit of fun out there. At Marlow, they haven't been having a lot of fun so far this week. Shazad, he's a stand-in captain today with no Mian Shahid in the lineup. He showed signs of life. He would have been disappointed ultimately to go on 13 after getting a couple away cleanly. He was caught, and it was up to Greenshields then to try and carry this innings. In the end, he carried it a fair distance, but they weren't quite able to reach the triple figures.
Yeah, it was our first look at Conrad Greenshields in this tournament. He's just shown that he's more than capable of adjusting to the step up with the better quality of bowlers they're facing here at the ECL, and probably needs to have a word to a few of his Marlow teammates, just give them some thoughts on how to adjust to this lifted standard. But he was excellent today, Greenshields. Came up with enough sixes to just keep his run rate moving. Ultimately, his 44 off 20 has probably been the best individual performance, but it was his dismissal back when they needed about 60 runs off the last 3 overs that was really the nail in the coffin for Marlow. But it was a brave chase from them, particularly after the struggles they've had with the bat in the first 2 games of this competition. That will give them a bit of confidence going on to their next clashes.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And they're building. You know, they were outclassed yesterday. That they were the first ones that had to face the hitman from Pack Care, Mummy Cameron. So I think that dented their confidence a little bit, but a much better batting performance. Let's see if they can grow into tomorrow, where they'll play Punjab Lions, Nicosia, and then Farmers on day 3. Coming up next, well, we talked about it a bit, haven't we? Farmers, the team from Jersey, they've got a test against Pack Care. They're on home soil, and they have been attacking from ball 1. Cameron, well, set your watches, top of the hour. He'll be steaming in, and let's see if he can reproduce the heroics of yesterday. In this one, Greenshields at number 3. He was introduced to the lineup with immediate effect, 44 off 20 in his innings. 5 big sixes and a 4, so signs that he might be just the tonic they need to try and perform with the bat. Apart from that, Najam Shazab with 13, Amir Zaib also reached double figures, but not a lot to write home about. And how about some of these bowling figures? Manjinder Singh, for me, he was the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 7 off his 2 overs. Bowled a good one in the second, then came back later and didn't concede anything but singles. Apart from that, DeMay got a couple of late ones, but also bowled very well, 3 for 10. And then 2 wickets also for a couple of other bowlers in Verdi Vink and Joran Visse, although Visse a bit expensive and had some control problems, but I still think they will fancy him to get on and bowl a few more key overs in this tournament. So there's confirmation of the result of match 7 in Group E. Habeas Grindhout 142, Marlow 96, 46 runs the margin. And Habeas Grindhout mentioned that they will have a crunch match later on today, where we will see them taking on the Spanish champs, Pack Care. Marlow, they got the rest of the day off to lick their wounds and try and work out how they're going to get some points. They've got a couple of chances tomorrow to do that. And that win does take Habeas to the top of the table. Although Pack Care with a win in the next game, they can assume that first position once again. So plenty to play for. Of course, Farmers coming up. They'll be searching for their first points. Big clash coming up in match 8. Thank you to you, Rhino. We'll see you a little bit later in the day. But for now, this is Vinny Sand and Mr. Maximo, the European Cricket Network. Hope you're having a wonderful day. See you back shortly for more cricketing action on ECN. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
This is how we play cricket
On the Costa del Sol.
Hello and welcome back to match 8, and it's going to be an important one this for Farmers. They've had 2 matches now, they haven't had a win so far. First up this morning, they were up against the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia, and they found their captain Guri too hot to handle. He scored 85 not out, and well, that was too many as far as they were concerned, because they weren't able to defend the 105 that they had on the board. But it's a different kind of attack that they're up against now. It's going to be the bowling attack of the Spanish champions, Pac Ikea Badalona. Pac Ikea Badalona had a perfect start yesterday. They blew away Marlow for just 33 runs, and then, well, they were too hot to handle as well for the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia. This is going to be an exciting match. The captain, Shiraz, and also James. So with the tournament referee, Rob, let's go over to them for the all-important coin toss.
Thank you.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Bet to ball.
Bet to ball. It is bet to ball.
We're gonna ball first.
Okay.
The captain of Pac Ikea Badalona calls bet to ball, and it was the fall as well, so bet to ball it is, and he's going to have, of course, he's going to have a bowl first, because his team with the ball have been on fire. And well, when you've got somebody like the hitman in your team, look, yesterday in 2 matches he's took 5 wickets and only conceded 4 runs. That's the sort of pace that he's generating, and he's been well supported as well by Mohamed Baba, and maybe the spin of Sikandar Ali is going to be key here as well. And they've also got the youngster Atif Mohammed in their bowling attack. They're a very strong bowling outfit. We haven't seen them have to chase too many runs because the bowling's been so powerful, but with the bat, I think Mohamed Baba, he'll be looking to go big inside the power play, and then maybe the 2 Mohammeds, Mohamed Ishan and Mohamed Yassin, can find their form in this match. Farmers, well, they've got to really dig deep if they're to get a victory here. They're going to be up against it, but they'll need somebody like Julius Sumarea to come good with the bat. I mean, he's an outstanding player. We saw the quality that he has, and we did see good knocks of 30 from Charles Pershard and also from Asa Thripe, but one of those 2 has to go and score a big runs. With the ball, well, the international Chuggy, he's been good. His variations are going to be very important in this match. Maybe it's going to be the spin, though, of somebody like Reece Palmer that's going to do the damage with the ball. But the other question is maybe somebody like Julius Summer here. Well, we know he's got a slight injury. Is he going to be well enough maybe to have a bowl here? We know that he's got genuine pace in his attack. This promises to be an explosive match, and one man that likes the heat is Mr. Maximo. Vinny Sandu is in the commentary box for the start of this one.
Bring the heat. Now set your watches. There's 2 minutes to Cammy o'clock here in Spain, and we're going to see some thunderbolts from Pac Ikea. Thanks, Rico, for that excellent preview. And this is a team that are undefeated against a team that haven't yet registered a win. And it ain't no mismatch, I don't think, because Jersey have played some good cricket this week. They just run into some good opposition. They went into Javier and then they ran into the Lions on a heater this morning as Group Attack took them apart. But see, Mohamed Kamran, this is about at number 3 for Pac Ikea. He'll for sure open the bowling. And, will they go with the Tribes? Let's have a look. They have. So Zach Tribe and Asa Tribe will be out there. Looks like Zach's going to face up. He might have lost the rock, paper, scissors to his bro. Kamran. There's a bit of conjecture about who's the fastest bowler we'd seen in the ECL so far. Well, that was until yesterday. So all eyes glued to the middle now. Jersey, their club Farmers being asked to bat first, and I know that their supporters will be watching with interest as well as we get ready for the start of match number 8. Pretty quick one from Kamran. Probably warm-up delivery for him, just angles across. He was lamenting to me yesterday when I was having a chat to the hitman. The balls just don't seem to be spinning. Seem to be swinging, I should say, this week. And it's strange because we certainly had a period last week where the ball seemed to move in the air significantly. And I said to him, well, this isn't very scientific, Cammy, but some do and some don't. You just never know what you're going to get. The first one just angled across. Zach Tribe. Now this one, a little bit of shape down the leg side. They'll get a couple of wides here. So that one will be re-bowled. Pretty tough to keep replicating what Cameron's done. But we saw him always taking early wickets back in that Spanish Championship weekend where Packard came out alone and they had to get over 3 other sides. Then Costa del Sol, as well as Minaj and Sporting Alfas, the hosts. It's back on the 30th and 31st of October. 4-team mini-series over a weekend. See that? Hammy came in, gave it everything yesterday, so he's probably a little bit sore. First time he's bowled the match for a while. This one is whipped away nicely, and the pace used against Kamran. Ace of Tribe gets the boundary, and Jersey, well, they need a win, don't they? They need something, and this shot will give them a lot of confidence. Just straying onto the pads. Certainly doesn't quite seem to have the zip that he had yesterday, Mohammed Kamran. Good batting. The Tribe brothers. Seeing the score move along to 6. There's still plenty of this first over to go. Slip in place. Just defended back. Just losing his footing for a second there, Ace the Tribe. He's got the yellow wheels on. Got to admit, I'm a big fan. Perfectly colour coordinated, so it's something I'll appreciate. Farmers, a club with 45 years of history. 15 years of league cricket included in there. Good ball defended. I think it's just naturally going to have a slightly defensive mindset from Mohammed Kamran after what you're seeing yesterday, because he does have the ability to derail your innings. And by not giving him a wicket, okay, sure, you're going to have to deal with them. Some other bowlers, they're not easy, but I think you're almost happy to take 7 or 8 off this first over and move on. It's a little bit short of length. Well, this one could end up going to the boundary as well. Well, it's a bit of foot fielding, but I still think it's going to be 4. Rolls into the rope. So it's clever batting again. He works it behind square. It wasn't really the genuine bouncer from Mohammed Kamran. We haven't seen yet. The Tribe gets another boundary. Foot fielding fail results in 4 runs. Still, it's not slow. It's good technique. This is where the technicals do come in handy, no matter what your form of cricket that you're playing. Last ball of the over. There he is, the edge and gone. And so it was the short one. Now Ace of Tribe done everything right so far. This one was 10% quicker. Cammy bends the back and he induces the edge. Farmers lose their first. 10 for 1. Good time to welcome back into the commentary box someone that will have been watching with interest. 22 years in Spain now. It is Rico Full. Rico, Kamran, not the best first over, but he does finish it with a wicket.
Yeah, you just had a feeling that this short delivery was going to come. I think he's held it back. He wanted to keep it as, didn't want to use it early because he knows then that that's one he's not able to bowl again. He brings it in right at the end, catches the edge, and they do get the wicket. So, well, it's going to be Tribe who goes, and that's a Tribe there, gone for 5 deliveries for him. He'll be disappointed because he did play some nice shots. He'll be just thinking, well, I negotiated him. I didn't really have to play that one, but I think in this format you're drawn to play shots, aren't you? You know that there's only 60 balls in the innings and you want to get after as many as you can.
Here's the thing though, they still got 10 runs off the over, so it's not a total disaster. It gives them some sort of platform, and we know that they've got plenty of batting as well. So Mohammed Babar is going to come into the attack. Over number 2.
It's quite a task, isn't it? Because you've got Mohammed Kamran that really comes at you, and we talked about yesterday that, he could be bowling at the moment sort of 110, 120. And then you get somebody down the other end like Mohammed Babar, who's just a cunning little bowler, just gets the ball right up there. So you want to go after him after having Kamran at you, but well, he manages to outfox you many a time. There you go, you see, once again right up there.
Well, you said 110, 120. Don't know if you're talking about miles an hour or kilometres an hour. Yeah. I tell you, he, for sure he's touched 140 yesterday. Today, not so much. I think he's around 130, early 130s today. Just didn't seem to quite have the same zip, but still, I mean, if your worst over is 1 for 10, you're doing something pretty good. As Julius Samarat mentioned, that slight injury he's been carrying, hasn't been bowling too much, but he's a key batter. So he comes to the crease with 9 overs to play.
Goes up, and it's Cami who takes the catch. And Marvin Cameron, it's almost like a repeat of the catch that he took yesterday. And once again, this opening duo are proving a little bit too hot to handle for the earlier batters. And after Cameron picks on a wicket of his final delivery, he then gets another one here. Well, they're waiting for him to come back in the group. And Cami says, oh, I'm going to have a drink. I'm thirsty. And yeah, be disappointed here. Doesn't quite time this, but yeah, makes a lot of ground. No wonder he needs a bit of water. He needs some refreshments.
Yeah, I mean,
had a puff.
Summerer, I think it was the correct shot. He just doesn't get the contact to take it past the fielder who is prowling. He's hung in the air too long. Cameron takes the catch. And that's a big loss for Farmers as they lose him first ball. It's 11 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, they needed really to stay there. He doesn't. And, well, one of the Pride brothers has also departed. And Summerer, he's going to be very disappointed. Goes first ball.
Babar with his tail up. Chuggy hits straight. Cut off by somebody. Yeah, it'll just be a long single. Let's see how the Jersey national team skipper, Charles Pershard, approaches his innings. He's still got to attack. Probably still going to get an over from Cameron. Sometimes they won't bowl him straight away though, particularly if his first one isn't that effective.
Played and work for the fielder to do, and he makes a terrible mess of this. Well, that's the captain, Joaz Ahmed. That's why it's all gone quiet. Nobody wants to stand up to him. They want to bat in this match.
Well, it's the captain who misfields off the former captain, Mohammad Babar. And I just think not much more to be said after that. I think the body language says it all.
Yeah, this is not really good fielding.
That is the same part of the ground that last over of the final, Atika won, misfielded.
And this one, I don't know who's going to catch this. It's one bounce, 4 runs. There's nobody there. The mid-wicket boundary. So, but the thing is, okay, they've lost 2 wickets, but they also finding the boundary as well, scoring runs and scoring them regular. So that takes the score to 20, but 2 wickets down.
Yeah, nice shot and fairly safe. No one back there. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Question from Matt in the chat. He's one from Penrith in New South Wales. Hello, Matt. It's great to have you with us. 20 for 2. Give you a little peek at the table while I answer Matt's question. Wants to know why there's different coloured stumps and bails this week. That's where you had the green ones. That's where you kind of got the gold and white. I didn't get a straight answer on this, but I think it's just because the green, I think, was a little bit of a clash with the surroundings. So
I think
try something different.
It's the teams with different colours. Why not the stumps as well? I like it.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
A bit of wind.
Yeah.
That's blowing at the far.
Tornado coming
left.
our
I mean,
way.
you just see that maybe in the screen. The covers are blowing around and dust up. Yeah,
All
it
right.
does.
Cameron 2.0.
Come on. Oh, that's quick. And maybe that's why that wind is blowing around, because it's people scarping out of the way. Or getting to the edge because they want to see this man bowl.
This one just explodes off the length. Look at where the keeper, Mohammad Ihsan, takes that.
Bashar Chuggy. He's got a bit of a storm to weather, but he would desperately want to play out these next 5 deliveries and then say to Zach, right, me and you, let's see it home now. Well, that's that short one. That is quick. And this time he doesn't wait for the last one. And, well, it's a little bit of a big smile on Harvey Cameron's face there. I don't think he was smiling, though, when he walks up to the batter here. Let's have a look at this. Well, this is what we like to see.
There you go. And look, he certainly follows through. Chuggy doesn't want to know too much about it. Good contest, this. Who says that you can't have contest between bat and ball in a T10 match?
I think you go for him in this one, I really do. He plays the shot nicely. A bit of early movement, and now is the batter's turn to go right up behind Cami. Yeah, I like it. Oh, there's a little bit of wasabi up there. Nice and spicy.
Oh, love it. And Chuggy, he's crossing himself because he's a bit worried. Just have a look at this as he trotted down the wickets
thing is here, he's already bowled the short ball.
Yeah, he
So
has.
you can't reply with the short one.
It might cost him a no ball, but he might do it anyway. He's just now it's personal. Love this contest though. Farmers trying to get their week started.
Early over pitches again, and it's a similar shot once more. This isn't the best of deliveries, and I think this is all about that short ball being taken out of the artillery early. He's not able to bowl it again. He goes for the Yorker, and just a little scratch of the head for Cammy as he walks back. And well, it's strike 2 to the batter.
Yeah, well, last time his over didn't really go according to plan, Camera, but he did come back with a wicket on the last ball. Can he get one at the back end of this one?
There he goes. Oh, he's taken a mark. Oh, well, I thought he's taken this. This goes in his hands, and it spills out as he rolls over. And the batter and Cammy share a smile together. That's what I like to see. It is a bit of spite out there as well, but both of them are friends, really. How about this? I think he has this, and as he rolls it, well, he goes down, and then Cammy goes down. He has it, and it comes out of his hands.
Oh, slips out the end of the fingers. I was worried that Chuggy was going to fall on his stumps then. Completely lost it. Well, this will be the fastest ball yet. Last ball for Cameron.
Up in the air, tries to catch it, and it's taken. And Cammy gets his wicket off the last over off his spell. And as he did in his first, it was ball number 6 that got the wicket. And in the second over, it's ball number 6 as well. So he will have the last mile. And he wanted to take him on. And again, there's going to be another batter, Charles Pershard, who will go back and say, why did I go after him? Why did I just not let this go by?
He's got a bit carried away. You only had to deal with one more ball from Cameron. I mean, he's just trying to help it around the corner, but he's just beaten for pace. Simple catch for Mohamed Ihsan. The hitman looks bored, but he does have another victim. Yes, Pershard entertaining a couple of boundaries from him as he departs for 9. And the end of the power play comes around, end of 3 overs. It's 28 for 3.
Keeper back in the action again. Mohamed Ihsan takes the catch. Mohamed Cameron, well, just being in sensational nick. 7 wickets now to his name. And yeah, not gone for too many either.
An early present for Mohamed Ihsan there. Another catch. He'll have a birthday, I believe, on Saturday. So, happy birthday to you, Mohamed. When it comes around right now, they're going to go straight for spin. So this is a bit of a change. Normally they've bowled out Mohamed Babar in the 4th, and they're holding him back and they're going straight spin now. Zach Tribe, who got to watch most of that from the other end, and you feel like he was pretty relieved that he got to do so. He'll be facing up.
This was Gundy, and a Gundy ball gets put away, and that gets put away big. Watch out, watch out. Well, this one could have gone in the scorer's hut once more. What a big hit that is.
Yeah, it was too short and punished. Nice shot by Zach Tribe. And, well, you mentioned, didn't you, in the preview, Rico, that we haven't seen that much of the Pack I Care batting yet because they haven't had to chase that many.
Yeah.
They've been tinkering around with it. Farmers, they'll be wanting to put 100 plus on the board here and really test the Spaniards.
Clever batting there from Zach. It's the big 6 and then says, yeah, okay, I'll just take the single. Well, Ben, the binman, he's out there now and desperately need a partnership, these two.
Yeah, they do. Change of pace in this game. Sikanda.
Quite happy just to play it around and on throw from Cammy. I'm not sure which end he was aiming for.
Yeah, that's right. So announcing his presence. Atif Mohammed, the left armour, he's not in the lineup today for Pack I Care, so that takes off one bowling option.
Out towards the leg side, 2 men out there. Yeah, it was sure as Ahmed was very secretive of his team, even at the coin toss. He was. I said, well, can you tell me if you've got the normal team? He said, I haven't picked my team yet. Oh, almost gets in. It's another one, a bit like Cammy's. The fingertips were there. He just wasn't able to keep it in his hands. This one sneaks out. He's been hit pretty well and almost Skinder, he did start with a Gundy ball, but he finishes pretty well. Just 9 come off the over, so 4 overs down, 37 for 3 on the board.
Good comeback last couple. I mean, fairly consistent scoring. Got 10, 10, 8, and 9. Has 3 wickets. It'll just be a matter of how well the Jersey side Farmers can recover from that. Many sounder here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Full. And you're saying that Shiraz Ahmed wouldn't even give you his team.
Wouldn't give
it's
his team.
all about trust.
And
you see, whenever I want anything from Shiraz, he's just there. He will tell me. So Rico, probably worried you're a double agent.
he gives you the wrong information. At least he give me no information.
Should be able to trust you.
Sam Williams, the ops manager, was pulling his hair out. So come on, give me something. He was there
you're
with his
a Spanish
laptop. Saying,
resident.
come on, I need to put the
Maybe
team in.
Double
Not yet,
agent
he
for the
said.
Dutch today. Brought them a bit of luck this morning, didn't they? Anyway, here we go over number 5. And it starts with square cut. And this one will go to the boundary. Nice placement. He just waits for the ball to get to him. Zach Tribe is looking dangerous. And well, they have gotten in a reasonable position despite loss of those 3 wickets. And they do still have batting to come. Tribe and Kinman trying to take the game forward for Jersey.
Yeah, that was a really nice shot. Just good timing, gets on top of the ball. And what you'd say, a proper cricket shot. Certainly been appreciated by his brother as a Tribe. The bouncy character in there, isn't he? And well, this one is up, up, up and away. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona shakalagya.
Nice shot. Just hits with the angle. I'm looking a bit at the toe, like he hit it low down, but it sounded pretty good to me. Farmers trying to plough their way to 100-plus score. Turn up the heat on the host nation.
This is down to third. Good, gets in line with it. Good use of the wrist. And yeah, saying that partnership quite important. You're absolutely right. There is more batting to come, but I think they know that if you want to get to a big score, this is important. A nice shot there off the coach Malik and also Saeed. 2 men very instrumental in cricket in Spain and in Catalonia.
Let's say a quick hello to Nilkesh as well. He's watching from Catalonia region. And I'm going to say that Shiraz Ahmed will be wanting to atone for that fielding error a bit earlier. What they have done well, Farmers here, they have scored boundaries in every over. Normally at least 2.
Ooh, he's got him with a very, very nifty, clever, slower ball. But when this comes out of the hand, I'm thinking, okay, this is going to be maybe a no ball. But it dips viciously, clever bowling. And the captain, well, he makes up for his boo-boo on the field by taking a wicket. He knocks the stumps over. Jaga their Fateh style. It's a breakthrough that they needed because it's Zach Tribe that has to march his way off the field.
This one is deception in the first degree. Let's have a look at the hand there. It's a leg cutter, just absolutely not picked. He's on the charge there. Look how early he is on this swing. And then the ball crashes into the bottom of the leg stump. And you're right, I thought when that came out of the hand, that could be a beamer. Ends up hitting the top of the stumps. So, very promising innings nipped in the bud at 28. Just 12 balls though. The score now 49 for 4.
It's been cleverly deceived there and the experience of the captain. And he said, well, okay, my fielding on the boundary may not be its best, but I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. I want to do the bowling, and that was a good one. Zach totally done by it. So, well, it means that we see another batter come in now.
Yeah, hello to Nilkesh as well, who's watching with his daughter. So I hope you're having a good time in front of the telly at the moment. It's a real popcorn moment. Last ball for Shiraz Ahmed.
Oh, and well, he's lucky to still be there, Smith. He's completely been done by this. Plays down the wrong line. Not really sure what he's doing here. Doesn't really move forward, doesn't move back, and in the end, he's left stranded. And that one hasn't missed by too much. It's a good over from the captain.
Yeah, he needed a good one, didn't he? So it started with a 4 and a 6, but comes back 1-1 wicket dot. So halfway point, 49 on the board. Now they're going to go back to Sikandar Ali, the spinner. Jersey just really want to win here. They'd hate to go 2 days in, not taste victory. This is their last match today. We'll see Pakai Care again late in the day. Blockbuster clash against IBS.
Pushes this one through, doesn't he? He's quite a difficult bowler to face because it all happens right at the end of the wrist.
Yeah.
It's that flick of the wrist and it comes through pretty quick.
It's hard to get your rhythm against a bowler like Skandar Ali.
And this one, the fielder comes in and puts it down. Never looked comfortable. He never looked comfortable here. He's a bit late getting there, doesn't get into good position, and the catch goes down, and that's Asad Abbas.
Yeah, it was on the move. It was never balanced, you see. Hits it kind of mid-stride. Down it goes. Chance. Optimistic appeal. Hello to Akib Iqbal, who's watching from Austria. I know that Rico's a big fan of Akib. So am I. He's enjoying it. He's missing playing here. Well, hopefully we'll see you back here soon, Akib. We'll see you around the traps in the ECS. Pretty good run. I didn't think there was one there, but both batters took off straight away. 50's come up in this over for Farmers, but you just feel the brakes are on here. It's the first over so far that we haven't had a boundary with 4 balls in. Hasn't been a boundary for 8 balls now.
Ali now to Kidman. Just not being able to get Skindler Ali away. Other than that one, that ball he bowled the real short bunger, the very first ball, looser if you like, that got smashed for 6.
That was the quicker ball. It really slid on quickly. The bin man needs to take one out of the ground here.
It's more just not getting their timing right. They're not picking him at all. I think it's coming on to them quicker than they expect. And speaking of quick, he gets through his over pretty quickly as well.
And so that's the end of the over. Only 3 off that over. 6 overs down. It is 52 for 4. Yeah, very, very good over. Now, Paco Care, they probably at times have been a bit guilty of bowling their overs a bit slowly because they often do bowl a lot of pace. We haven't seen it this week yet, and hopefully we don't, but there's 40 minutes to start the 10th over. If you don't do that, then there'll be 5 penalty runs or multiples of. Of course, some allowances for unavoidable circumstances. Here's Shiraz Ahmed, the captain.
Hit pretty well, firmly. But well fielded there on the boundary. There's Sikandali doing his bowling. He's now doing the fielding. Swap places with the captain. Just a single.
Big couple of overs coming up to set the platform for a final assault.
And there's that slow delivery again. You can see that Smith has played this so early. He's struggling out there. You can see he's shaking his head a lot. He's just not getting into the rhythm. Maybe it's one of those you just need to take a deep breath, take a couple of steps away from your stump, come back and say, okay, now I'm ready.
Such a difficult one if you lose your shape to a slower ball.
That was a quicker one, but doesn't get it right down the leg side. And all these valuable runs. I still believe, Vinny, that if they can somehow push to score to about 90 or 100, that they've got the bowling attack to really make this a very tight match.
They're a very good fielding side as well. Don't
Yeah.
forget that. They need to get the runs on the board first. Smith.
That slower one just held back, and this will be 4 runs. He does find the gap, doesn't find the middle of his bat, but he finds the gap, and that is going to make Smith feel so much better. He gets a boundary to his name, and he's got a bit of confidence now flowing through him.
Super important. 1 of 4. You've been struggling to pick this slower ball. This time, you pick that gap. That's the key to that shot, was the placement, but also the power to get it there, get it all the way.
That's that loopy slower one, and he nails this. 6 carreras. Toma. Que grande. Que guay. Eso es shaka time.
Now the game will change so quick it'll make your head spin. And we had this long run without a boundary. Fairly long. 12 balls, in fact, but then 4-6 pick-up sticks, and the pace is picked up here now for Farmers. Smith, will he go 3 times?
It's going to be a wide. Take that. You can see mixing up his pace a lot, the captain here, Ahmed. But every time he gets a quicker one in, he drags it down the leg side.
That's what it is. It's attempted Yorker to come clean up the stumps. It's also the batters to try and reach that slow ball. They're sneaking in front of the stumps with their legs, so he's probably thinking he might be a chance of an LBW, but just ill-directed, pushed it a little bit too far to the right.
and asking the question, and the umpire has a long think about it. Does Stefan Gooch, and then eventually says, yeah, you got to go. Well, he does get this one straight. And Smith, he did find the boundary a couple of times. So that certainly helped his team in the score front, but he's not able to stick around to continue. And this is well bowled. You see the shuffle across, and this one, yeah, bang on the money.
It's just what I was saying about the batters sneaking across, getting their pads in front of the stumps. This is what he's been trying to do a couple of times.
Yeah.
Just a couple down the leg side, but yeah, that one was stone dead LBW, but not before a couple of nice blows for Smith. He makes 11. He departs at 65 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's still disappointed, I'm sure. But the thing is, it could have been, he could have been coming back there with faced the same number of balls, but with only 3 on the board. Yeah. He's got a couple of boundaries. He should feel good about that. If all the batters that go in can do the same thing, get a couple of boundaries, like he did, 4 and 6, if they can all do that, they're going to get to a score, which I think they will be able to defend if they bowl really well.
Bit of a graft required. Okay, you're a bowler. He's got 1 ball to bowl at this new batter. Does he go the slower ball, or does he spear it into the stumps?
Slow ball. Full and straight, but slow.
It was a slow one. It'll be a dot as Palmer negotiates the last delivery from Shahraz Ahmed. He went for a bit at the beginning and the end, but in between was pretty circumspect. So after 7 overs, the score is 65 for 5. And just a reminder, if you don't already, why don't you follow us on social media, because we have so many things, so many good things happening on there at European Cricket. We can subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't already. Tell your friends as well, because the community is growing all the time. Just look for ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube, and also on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. And you also follow me, Mr. Maximo, or Rico. Always interested in your journey on social media, at RicoFull, or it's on Instagram, or rico.full.1 on Facebook. As we prepare for the next over, we'd love for you to be part of our community. Keep your finger on the pulse of what's happening in European cricket. Adil Shafkat, now he's in as the kind of 5th bowler now with no Latif Mohammed. Just slides that one past the batter. Kinman's got to get going here.
Up in the air slides, fielder gets ready to take the catch, and it gets put down. Well, how about this? The catch gets put down, and then he volleys it on the half volley back into his hands, and in comes the throw. But it's a catch.
The only thing they did wrong there is you got to kick it back on the full. See, he gets a bounce first. Look, and almost, look at this. The only problem there is it bounced once, but well, that's a real big life. Majid Hanif, he would have swallowed that 9 times out of 10, you feel. So it's a life to Kinman.
Slightly shorter, he punched out to the man at long on. Take the single. Yeah, I mean, that was, you got to take those catches. That's 2 that have been dropped by those fielders out there. So, I mean, that's the difference, isn't it? As we see this delivery from Shafkat. And once again, that one hand coming off the bat from Kinman. As the throw finally does come in. Yeah, that's the difference. I mean, we saw the fielding performance there in Harbour, yes. No mistakes in the field. Took all their catches. And Pakake Bedalona not doing the same.
This is where we're seeing the depth test of the batting order as well for Farmers. He bowls that over spinner.
Oh dear.
I don't know how he's missed that.
You've got to stop that. I mean, that's a couple of runs there in there that shouldn't have been.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one that snuck past the bowler. But he's clever because he bowls this over the wrist. And this one's almost out of the front of the hand, so it looks like the leg spinner, but it's just on you a bit quicker. So good variations. I'll give 10 points for the bowling and 1 point for the fielding.
Firmly struck, but straight to Mohammed Kamran. He makes the stop and gently gets the ball back to the bowler. So, good over. He's unfortunate not to have taken a wicket. Only goes for 5.
Yeah, 5 singles. So, just had the spin, keeping things quiet. Because after the first ball to spin, it was that half tracker from Sakana went for 6. He's only conceded 3 off the last 5 balls, then only 3 off his next over, and then that over only had 5. So they've just struggled, these middle order players, they've struggled to kind of get on top and bully the spin. And that's the reason at this stage they would have hoped to be about 90. But now they're 70 with 2 overs remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an extraordinary journey so far. How many, come on, I'll ask you this question. Should be easy for you. How many runs so far before the start of today, let's say? And where do you think we are on the wicket count?
Oh, here we go. How many runs? Okay, I'm going to say 9,856.
Total.
Yeah, total. That's per innings. Yeah, I was going to say 19,712.
Oh, well, good luck. This has gone along. He put the easy one down. And he takes this one, no mistake. That goes a long way up in the air. And Majid Hanif, he probably has a quick look at both of us there when he takes his catch. That one was not easy, but he goes with it a different way. And he goes with the fingers this time, pointing up, thumbs crossed, and takes it. It does get the wicket. And, well, Ben Kinman has to depart. Goes for 8 of 14 deliveries.
Yeah, well, it doesn't give the opportunity to have the teammate kick it back to him. This time Asad Abbas gives him a little cuddle and says, well done. That's how to do it. And so, unfortunately for the binman, it's time for him to take a seat. He tried hard while he was there. He does fall with 8 to his name or 14 deliveries, so just struggled to get going. 70 for 6 now, 11 balls remaining. What a good comeback this is. Shows you how many ways they can hurt you with their attack. I care.
Yeah, there's just so many variations. I mean, this is Hassan Ali.
Yeah.
He's coming on the bowl here. Then he's just going to bowl just deaf bowling. Yorker length. Oh, with this one. Well, I say he's just going to this one. But what a good stop this is. This is where you save 4 runs. Excellent bit of keeping there from Mohammad Ishan.
Such good keeping. It's a terrible delivery. But it's all in the anticipation there. That's what makes it possible. Yeah. He not cheats, but he gets a couple of early steps in, which allow him to really take off from a balanced position. Saves 4.
They're looking pretty cool, aren't they? Look, they just give us a little. Does that clap for the team or for us? It was a little clap, wasn't it? I think that's what happens when you're on camera.
Hassan Ali bowled a ball yesterday that went waist high past the batter after it bounced and was on the way up when it hit Mohammad Ihsan. I think it would have hit the sight screen, but it's generated some good pace.
Nice looking shot, but to the fielder, and they think about it. Well, they think about the run, and the fielder thinks about throwing the ball, and in the end says, I'll just gently loop it back. Well, you said how many runs? I'll tell you how many runs. 18,726.
Pretty close. It was within 1,000.
Wickets? Come on, quickly.
981.
Not bad. We already passed 1,000 wickets yesterday. It went past 1,000, so around about 1,035 now. This one's fade away. Will they go 2? Well, they take the first one pretty slowly. Yeah, just amazing. I mean, those sort of statistics you won't find in any other format of the game.
No. Well, you will find them. It will take a lot longer. So, it's great entertainment. Little leg over from Tyrone. Showing a bit of skill as well. Jeez, they've really put the chokers on here, haven't they, Pakai Care? You're seeing how experienced they are in this format. Nice little slice shot, but just be one. And this is also a test for Jersey's middle order. They have played some T10 cricket, but I think they played on a much bigger field, and maybe you can kind of graft your 12 runs and over in 1s and 2s. It's just not very possible to do this without boundaries. So here's Cammy Gibb, who's out there right now. He's played a lot of cricket in the west of Scotland, originally Glaswegian. He's out there now, facing up to Hassan Ali.
Again, it's a nice shot, but they're going to get your singles, they're not going to get your boundaries, and I think it's boundaries that they would be after here now. They still would be thinking that if they can get to the 90, that they're able to apply a bit of pressure themselves on Pakakea, who haven't really been tested with the ball, or by good bowling, I would say, because they've never really had to chase too many because of the good work they do when they're in the field. I mean, yesterday you saw the Punjabi Lions and Nicosia test him a little, got some wickets.
Just choke the supply of runs and choke the supply of boundaries in particular, haven't they, Spain?
Do take the single.
Oh, that could be a sunglass fail. Let's have a look.
Oh dear, oh dear. Does he snap on his shades here? Oh no. Somebody give him a hug. His shades have been...
This is heartbreaking. I'll have a look at the shot. It took a little while to get going, but they do get the one. But for me, it's all about this. Slow this down. And there we go.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, that is sad. Whenever that happens, did you see there was a great blooper a while ago where I think it was one of the English players, the sunglasses fell off his head as he threw, and it was right in front of him, and the ball smashed his sunglasses to smithereens.
You try to give them to the umpire, and Jerome Peters says, I don't want your broken sunglasses. They're broke now.
Funniest
Don't
bit of
give them
that.
when they're broke.
Just trying to pick them up and put them back together, and it wasn't going to work. All right, 10th overtime.
Only hit. Well, I hear that Roger Finer is back. Well, he's going to have a short claim to deal with. There you go, Roger. Welcome back. Fill out the forms for you.
I'm going to try and just burgle 10 from this over, get mid-80s, and hope you're bowling field out of your skin.
Well, this could help if it gets past the fielder. It does. It's 4 runs. There's a fair bit of bat on this. You've got to get down here. And if you don't get down, you're going to give away runs. And Pakake Badalona, though their bowling is superb, their fielding is not. And I reckon with a few misfields here and those drop catches, you're looking at maybe 12 to 16 runs that are conceded.
May or may not have reached it, but we'll never know. That took a significant deflection past Isan. You can't blame the keeper there. I think the fielder in the circle should have done better.
They're going to be looking to come back for 2 here. I think they've got to take him on here. And they do. And that's the reason why you do it. If it's a bad throw, you're putting pressure on the fielder and you get back. That's 2 very valuable runs. In the 80s now, Vinny. Grady 80s.
Grady 80s, we're up there. Another 2, hustling whoever they can. Now, Palmer comes back and slides on the grass. That's risky. Back to live action.
Flicks that away. What will they try here? It's definitely going to be 1. In comes the throw, and it's a good one.
So where are we at? 83, with a couple to come. Just love one big 6 here to make the chase 90 or more. Let's see what Palmer can deliver.
And looking to get in the gap, and he does. His 4 runs. 4 very valuable runs coming in this last over. So that takes the score up to 87 with the ball to go. And another boundary does take it to the 90.
Yeah, that's the next best thing, Rico. 1 to the 6. Good footwork makes this happen. Gets it on the full. Crashes into the fence. So buckle up, last ball time. 87 on the board.
Well, they're going to...
Oh, no.
They're both. What's happened here? There's an explosion of bats. Will he get back? No, he won't. If he had a bat in his hand, he may have had a better chance. We've seen some funny things here. We've seen the fielder step over his own sunglasses and smash them to pieces. And we think 2 batters here. Well, I think they're hitting bats in the middle and they lose them.
I think
There's an explosion there.
I don't know if they hit bats, but he drops it real early here. Cammy Gibb. Have a look at this. There you go. Oh, yeah, it was. It was a double bat ejection. I only saw one of them. And I think it would have been out anyway. That is textbook running without a bat, though. Yeah, I think even the bat, maybe if he had 2 bats strapped together end to end, maybe he would have been closer. That was a funny little moment where we saw both bats disappear. And ultimately, they were probably only ever going to get 1 anyway. So it will be 88 on the board for the loss of 7 after 10 overs. And nice reception from the supporters. Of course, quite a few of the Jersey supporters have made the trip. And I would say warm ovation for Pakai Care for their bowling and fielding effort. It's been played in very good sportsmanship, as you'd imagine, a tournament of this nature. And players appreciating the warm response from the crowd as they were going the other way. And well, all eyes on Pakai Care, particularly Cameron early, to get a couple of wickets, but certainly didn't have it all his own way here in match 8.
No, he didn't. He saw some nice shots there played. The ball's tucked away and the legs up, but he knew he was going to come back with a quick one. Quick and short. Mohamed Ishan takes the catch of the 6th ball off the first. And it was the 6th ball of the second that did the damage as well. But it was Mohamed Baba who says, well, okay, before you do some bowling, catch this. And he did. And then there was this horrendous misfield from the captain. I remember that, because he does come back and do his job when he gets the ball in his hand.
Yeah, that one almost fell back into the hands of Mohamed Kamran as well. But you're right, just a few lapses in the field here. Not too many, but a few that I think cost him a dozen runs or so. And Chuggy just had to get through that last ball from the hitman. He couldn't. He's a little bit late on that pull stroke. Simple catch from Hamid Isan behind the stumps. Nice little bit of a counter-attack, I thought, in the middle order, where they were bogged down a little bit as well. What a slow ball that was. And Zach Tribe, he had to go. He's completely bamboozled by that one. And it's just a sloppiness in the field. I think Pakai Care is one aspect of the game they can improve. And Jersey, they were hustling, weren't they, Farmers, to try and grab as many as they could. Smith finally got going 4 and 6, but he'd go no further as he was caught plumb in front. That was the one that slides onto you from Shoraz Ahmed. And we saw a bit of fun fielding. It's a bit of a stutter step there. And then finally we saw Majid Hanif take the catch. He looks at it saying, that's what I meant the first time. After he had the first one kicked back to him. And as we got to the final couple of overs, we had the sunglasses crushed. Well, at least the lenses look okay. It might just be the straps. Don't worry, we'll bring you all the news of how those sunglasses are getting on as soon as we have it to hand. And a little French cut from Jersey. We're not too far from the French mainland. Then the double bat ejection, last ball chaos. This is where I was asking a couple of weeks ago, can you pick up someone else's bat and run with it? We'll never know, because they didn't go back for them. They were collateral damage as they do scramble to 88. Pair of snowmen, 88 for 7 off their 10 overs. Zach Tribe, he top scored with 28, and then the only other batters to get to double figures, Smith and Reece Palmer. Kinman and Pershard also got close to double figures. Kinman just labouring a little bit for his 8 of 14, couldn't really get going. He'll hope that he can get a wriggle on once he gets another opportunity at the crease. Muhammad Kamran, all eyes on him, 2 for 18. And Babar never actually comes back for his second over. 1 for 10. He scored up, he took up front. 2 wickets for Shoraz Ahmed, but he was a little bit expensive in patches. He's going for 4 boundaries. The other wicket was Hassan Ali, who I think is a pretty good bowler. Keeps delivering for Pakai Care. They've got a few ways they can hurt you with the ball. Not just pace, but clever spin options, taking the pace off in those middle to late overs, as you can see there on your screen. Latif Mohammed not in the lineup today, left armour, so had a bit more spin to utilise, and it worked out nicely. So we'll take a break. Mid-innings summary in front of you there, and 88 for 7 Farmers. We've seen these kind of scores defended, but you do need to take early wickets, and you do need to take your chances. When we return in about 10 minutes, we will be back with the conclusion of match 8. We are halfway through day 2, halfway through the round robin stage in Group A, and hopefully you stay with us. Plenty of great cricket entertainment around the corner. It will be Jersey champions trying to defend that score of 88. Pakai Care from Spain, they'll need 89 for the victory. See you shortly on ECN. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day, and see you shortly for more BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Bienvenidos and welcome back to this magnificent Cartama Oval. What a setting that is. Cartama Oval surrounded by the Sierra, the Cartama mountain range. It's an ideal setting for this. The BET2BALL European Cricket League is the Champions League of cricket. You see 30 club champions coming together to do battle. Next week is the start of finals week. We have one place to fill. Tunbridge Wells from England are there, Brigade from Ireland, Brescia from Italy, and last week Al-Bazami from Sweden. Which one of these 6 teams will be added to that list? We're deep into day 2, and team with the bat, Pakaikia, Ballon Shaheen are looking to keep their 100% record intact and keep up with the pace. Oh yes, crying out, the champions from the Netherlands. And the exciting thing is that those 2 teams meet later today. What a clash that could be. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's get back into this game. The Farmers, the champions of Jersey, put 88 on the board. They were made to struggle by the variations in pace of Pakaikia. They need some quick wickets themselves. What can they do? It's Richardson to start. And that's a nicely played shot, but good stop also. The man sort of backward point, diving to his left, making the stop. The third man was there to probably back it off or patrol it. Baba, he's the explosive bat. He's the one who likes to go big in the power play. That seems to be the role that he's tasked with. It's a single and immediately goes over and talks to Mohammad Ishan. Ishan, wicket-keeper batter, gets a short one. He just doesn't get tempted to go for the shot. Doesn't look to go over square leg. Just guides this down to third as well. Gets himself off the mark. Wickets required by Farmers, and they want them early. They don't really want to let anyone of these batters to get going. George Richardson once more. And well, this is a big hit, and that's what Mohamed Baba does. That's why he's up there in the power play. And hits it hard, hits it big, 6 more. And that's what he deals with as well. It's a big, strong unit, isn't he? And just backs himself, not very little foot movement really. Hits this through the line, and it stays hit. Richardson, something to do here. What's the reply going to be? Will he go for perhaps the shorter delivery? They have got mid-wicket back in the catching position. Well, he's making a change in the field, so opting to have, he's long off on the boundary, brings third man up. Richardson with a slow delivery, and Baba trying to work this down towards the area where the fielder's coming from, but doesn't really, because of the slow delivery, doesn't really have the pace of the ball on the bat. No run. Very tense in the fan zone there as well. Farmers got a big touring party. Let's follow them out here, watching anxiously. Oh, big swing, and misses out on this. And you see Baba, when he plays his shots, he doesn't hold back. He throws everything, including the kitchen sink, at it. Of course, those supporters will be hoping to see if their boys can pick up a victory here. So important they are able to. This is their 4th match. Short and up in the air, but he gets enough of this. It goes all the way over that man who's inside the circle there on the 45. And it's 4 more, and that will be the end of the over as well. So the end with the boundary is 12 without loss at the end of the first. And Rico Full here bringing the action, and alongside me is the one and only Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, there's one and only Mohamed Baba out there at the moment. How about that first elevated cover drive exploding off the bat of the former Pakai Care skipper. He's been sent to the top of the order. Quite often we'll see Yassine up there with Mohamed Isan, but I think Mohamed Baba knows the importance of a good start. He's up there, seeing where he's batted in this series. Probably Yassine at 3. He's a guy that's had 40 first-class cricket matches in Pakistan behind him. Now they'll go to Palmer in the second. The thing is, Jersey, they're going to want to get something out of the day. Okay, they don't want to walk away with no points after 2 days. And it's going to take a concerted effort in the field to do that, to defend this total of 88.
Hit well, but it's going to be a catching opportunity, and it is. And they get the wicket, and it's Reece Palmer, the spinner, who gets a breakthrough. And there we go, it smiles on the faces of the supporters for Farmers. Yeah, let's go. It's time to rumble. It's time to rock and roll. And they have a big wicket. They have the breakthrough that they wanted. And it's going to be Ishan that, well, makes another failure for him.
Dangerous player back in the shed. And the other thing I was going to say about Jersey trying to defend this 88 is you're going to have to withstand a few moments where you feel like the game's getting away from you and come back with that wicket. It's not Baba that goes, but it's Mohamed Isan who has to go for just one. Nice catch by Zach Tribe down the ground. Pakai Care lose their first at 12 for 1.
Yeah, just hasn't been able to really register any runs on the board. He was quite cautious the first few deliveries. He didn't take on the short delivery, but well, he wanted to take this on without the pace on the ball. Isn't able to get the power in. And talk of power, well, a lot of power normally comes from Mohamed Cameron when he's doing the bowling. Now he's been asked to come in at number 3 and do the batting. That's a flick here, and he plants that foot right across the line, and that's something that the bowler will be looking at. Well, I think Mohamed Cameron here looked like an aircraft. That went a bit wrong here. He's misfired. He needs to change his spark plug.
Still trying to intimidate you after he finishes a single. He runs a second, but sideways. Look, he runs straight at the throw. I don't think I've ever seen that. Oh, the hitman. It's on a rampage. Here's Baba.
Slices in and just gets it over the infielder. And, well, tries desperately to try and stop this. Does flick it, but unfortunately the ball follows him rather than goes back with it. In fact, he flicked his over the boundary manner here.
Well, we saw an incident in the Czech Republic last year. We had a flick go wrong. This is another one. He looks for it, finds it the other side of the fence. Got there. So Palmer frustrated. They got it. See the end of Baba before too long. Well, this total is going to look too small.
And this is well struck, and nobody's going to stop this. Ball, balle, balle, kinna, sona, shaka, lagya.
Well, the rain hasn't come, but it's raining 6s at the moment. But Baba just, it's all timing, gets in a strong position. He times that one out of the ground. Early rampage in the power play from Pakai Care.
Round the wicket now to Baba. And, well, he just helps us along the way. I don't really know. I think if this is just the case of trying something different, but that's going to be right in the arc, right in the swing zone, and Baba makes no mistakes. He's the dangerous man, isn't he? I mean, he gets going. He scores runs quickly. He doesn't deal in singles. He deals in boundaries. 4 more.
Yeah, so that's the end of the over as well. So everything going according to plan for Pakai Care at the moment. 27 for just 1 after 2 overs with experienced Baba and Cameron at the crease. Gives us a chance to look at where we're at in this group. You see Pakai Care, if they win, they are comfortably ahead on net run rate of RBS. That'll have a top of the table clash later on today. We're waiting for that. The Royal Rumble, as it was called in the chat. And look, the other thing is sometimes chasing 89, you see batters going out, batting within themselves, being a little bit conservative, not wanting to lose early wickets. Pakai Care, they have a different approach. They're going to throw the bat. They're going to try and get them as quickly as possible. They're not thinking if they're going to get these runs. They're thinking, how quickly are we going to get these runs?
Yeah, for sure. And that's why someone like Baba up there, top of the order in the power play is so important.
Positive mindset. Critical.
And Cameron takes the single. And I think this is an important over here, because I think Prashant Chucky here, we know that he's got the variations. I don't believe that we've seen the best of him, and he's going to try and outfox somebody like Baba here. So this is going to be the contest for me. And that's not the best of deliveries. This has just been helped along, and at this point of the match, when you're still inside the power plays, there's a lot of gaps around the field. You've got to bowl well. This one's just a little bit short. Look, see, too short, going down the leg side, and the man with the ability that Baba has is going to put that away.
Yeah, it's just the angle in. It allows him to turn on it fairly easily. So he pushes the keeper back now to have a bit more range. Yeah, I mean, the other thing, their approach, Pakocare might lead into the game, and they're the kind of team that we've seen collapse before, because they just want to keep throwing the bat. So I say, you just got to hold on here, get Babar, and then try and keep the wickets flowing through the middle overs.
He's just not able to catch up with the ball here, and I think he was a little bit wary of where that helmet was, and then he trips him up here.
He almost fumbles the ball onto the helmet. This would have been a disaster. It would have been 6. It would have been non-standard Maximo. Have a look at this. He just fumbles it here and then boots it, but just about a metre or a metre and a half behind the helmet.
Nicely timed, but good bit of fielding there as well.
Bit of speed talk in the chat as well. And Andrew Batchelder thinking that maybe Cameron bowls about 70 miles an hour. Well, I can bowl that off 4 steps, so I think that Cameron's a bit quicker. I know that from indoor cricket. So.
Slower, just tipping on the fielder, and has a go, and if he hits, I think he would have had the wicket. He has time to adjust. He lines it up and gets the throw in, but as a tribe, just misses the target. This one, I think he would have been out. Yeah, look at that. Does everything right there, apart from hitting the stumps. Only has one stump to aim at, though, from that angle. So getting the opportunities, more change in the field here now. So he's bringing long on up into the ring. He's basically tempting Cameron to go for the shot over the top. And he goes down the leg side, and he's going to get 4. It's not the desired effect, I think, this from Prashant. Once again, too short. And that's just an easy hit for those 2 batters. But there you go, little and large. Mohamed Cameron, he's not the smallest of blokes, but that just shows you that last shot, just how big Babar is.
Yeah, so this is the end of the power play. 39 for 1. Bit of chat about speeds. This is what I will say. People get impressed by numbers, but you'll find it's kind of like a bell curve, right? So you'll find plenty of bowlers at even an amateur level that can actually bowl 130 plus, which is about 85. You don't see many that can bowl 90. And I've kept to bowling that, you know, when these guys have played international cricket, I've seen them bowling, they can bowl at 145, 146. Not all the time, but they will range 135 to 145. And Cameron, to me, just eyeballing it seems about that pace. It seems that pace really pops off the wicket. So, yeah, people saying that's kind of like 70 to 80. No, you're way off. You're way off. He's definitely up the 85. And there's argument about whether he's touched 90, but for sure.
I think yesterday he did.
Yeah, I think yesterday he did. And I think he's been clocked at 140 Ks, which is about 88. That's in the past, according to Hamid Jaffrey in the chat. Hello. Hope you're well. And let's get on with the game. It's going to be Samarat who gets the ball.
Another short one. They've got the luxury now of spreading the field. I think that's why this one doesn't go to the over the boundary rope. 2 men there back.
And so Andrew Batchelder saying, well, if he is bowling at 145 kilometres an hour, 90 miles an hour on artificial track, then he's very dangerous. And I would agree.
Yeah,
he is very dangerous. Just ask Gurpratap Singh.
I was going to say, ask Guru.
He almost got knocked into the next life yesterday.
This is a nice looking shot. Work to be done for the fielder. Does well. And, I think there's going to be a fair bit of work to be done by the fielders out there, George Richardson being one of them.
Final speed chat, saying that being tested on a turf pitch or an artificial pitch actually doesn't make a difference to the speed, except for maybe your landing, because they take the ball pretty much as soon as it's released, that's when it's measured.
Up in the air, but this will go the distance. Shaba, shaba, kinna sona, gea, shaka, lagya.
Yeah, well, the sixes keep coming. And, yeah, they're just dealing in Maximos, aren't they, at the moment? Baba just has a way of just dismissing the ball out of the ground. Seems to enjoy what he's doing at the point of contact. So Simmerat, we know he's carrying a bit of a niggle.
Oh, this is an even better shot. This is quick hands, perfect timing. 6 more. Manos arriba, Mitro. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6 carreras más. Qué guay, qué genial. Este partido de campeones de España. Paca que Barcelona. Ay, 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 ay. They are in the mood. They're in the mood for fiesta time.
Brings up the 50 as well for Pakai Care. Only 22 balls required. If there are any signs of nerves in this chase, or in this tournament, I'm yet to see them from the Spanish champions. Simmerat has gone for 14 with a couple of balls to go.
And this is going to be 6 more. No para, sigue. No para, sigue. Eso es 6 carreras más. Eso es increíble. Qué fuerte es este hombre, porque eso es 50 carreras. Well, Mohamed Baba brings up his 50 in style, and he absolutely smashes this to the boundary. And there's another 6, 50 of just 15 deliveries. And, well, he tries to make it another 6. It is not to be. He says, hang on, umpire didn't hit that. There must have been something wrong with it. Well, you do miss some. It's a good bit of swing.
Yeah, it's actually,
that's okay.
I think it's actually a good call. So I think actually, when it passes the crease, it was okay. Baba saying, if I can't reach it, it must be all right. Well, not quite, but it's been a pretty lightning start. Where Andy in the chat saying maybe they should manage Cameron because injuries might be a concern. Well, I hope not. I hope we get to see him every time. But right now, speaking of explosive pace, it's the former captain Mohamed Baba batting at explosive pace, and well, Jersey just seems a very difficult prospect to even get their way back into this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult. I mean, he's seen the ball so well that, all right, he's probably thinking, and he doesn't want to be thinking that way because we know collapse can happen. He's probably thinking he's done his job, he's made his 50, he's going to try and blast. Well, he's probably did that in the word go. He's probably trying to blast every ball for the boundary. But I think he's got to, right, he's not the captain anymore. Maybe he's the vice captain, but he wants to see this home. They want to do it in style because they can improve that net run rate even further. Well, there's the flag there of España, and at the moment, Pacaque Barcelona are doing themselves, and that flag very proud.
Here's Zach Tribe with the ball.
Chance in the air. Oh, it doesn't go into the hands, and I think this one goes through the hands and right into the belly of the fielder. I did say that they're going to be busy there, and I think that's going to be George Richardson. And yeah, when things are not going your way, things like this happen. I suppose 9 out of 10 times he would have taken this, but it doesn't get there. And then to rub salt into the wound. The next one goes over. Nothing you can do about this one, apart from ask the Snakes to throw it back to you. 6 more. And, well, Cameron gets alive, and Baba says, well, Cameron, teri jaan nahi hegi, mere mangu maar, bat ke maar, pronte aur khaya kar.
That's 360 batting from Mohamed Baba. He looks like he's hungry for an early lunch.
Where's he going here now? Have a look at this.
He's not. I'm surprised he moved back. I would have said, yeah, I'm staying here. It's well, I
think that's
sending a signal psychologically, I think, the way he's going about this. 56 off 17. Oh, it worked. No ball.
I think this is all about thinking, all right, I know what you're going to try and do here. They could be running 2, and Mohamed Cameron has run 2. He runs back. A little bit of ring of roses there for Mohamed Cameron. He's having some fun. Yeah, I think he thinks that Baba's going to come down the wicket, fire it wide, and try and get the stumping. But this one, I think has that been called a no ball?
Yeah, it was called. So he wouldn't have been stumped anyway because it was off the pitch. I don't know who's been coaching Cameron's running between the wickets. Maybe a crab because it's been a lot of sideways stuff.
And this is a nice looking shot, and this will be, I think, 1 bounce, 4 runs. The umpires will want to check it, but I think that's gone for 4. And let's see if my eyesight is eluding me. Well, Cameron, of course, he wants 6. He said there's got to be 6, but I said it before. Cameron, you need to eat 1 or 2 aloo paratha's more because I don't think you've got the range. And no, he hasn't. 4 carreras. यार मैं तेरे क्या बाबार देखो बाबार परोठे खा रहे हैं आलू वाले मूली वाले तू salad खा रहे हैं जानी है. Let's see if he can prove me wrong. Well, he tries and he can't get the 6, but he gets another 4. And, well, Mohammed Cameron, he's dealing in 4s. Babar is dealing in 6s. And those guys there, well, there's big smiles on the face of Pakakea Ballalona because they are looking to go back to the top of the table here. RBS Reinhout took that spot from them, winning 3 from 3 themselves. But Pakakea Ballalona now are coming back with a bang. And what a tasty match. That is going to be the final one today, match number 10. Still just checking. Well, there we go. The signal is 4. It's Mohammed Cameron. Of course it's 4. Ain't got the power, is he? Ain't got the power.
Don't say that. You're going to get him angry again.
Well, he's definitely going to try and hit a 6.
It's actually well bowled, I think.
Well, I think this is, you know what this is? I think he's moved early.
No, I don't think it's that. I think it spins
think
back
it stays in?
I think it spins back inside the line.
Look,
Have a look.
I'd like to see it again.
Passes the crease. Actually spins. See?
Well, it's
Yeah, I know it's strange to see a spinner
bowled.
actually
That is
spin the ball.
really well
It's been a
bowled.
while. Last ball of the over.
This one will be a wide. And how many will it be?
Go well. Get in the air. Well done.
There you go.
Like
Good
that.
kill for Jersey. I've been blown away here by this top 3. And there'll be another couple to the total. Look, and then we saw a drop catch, which you don't see too many of those from the Farmers either. They have to lick their wounds and try and come back tomorrow. Terrible.
This time he does. He's saying to Cammy here, you want to run? Yeah, run. I won't hit him. If you want, I'll just get a single and you can run to the other end because, of course, it was the 5th ball of the over. And he wants to stay on strike. 5 overs down, 79 on the board, and they are cruising to victory here.
We're cruising through the group stage here, and we're loving Group E. Round robin action continues with Yek Corfu from Greece against Punjab Lions Nicosia. We get to see Gurpratap Singh. Let's have a look at those fantasy points that he's accumulated, most of them this morning. But Corfu, they had some stars yesterday, didn't they? Including Tussles Manusas, the former Zimbabwean under-19 international, and Ari Kavalis. Well, I call him Hercules, and he certainly has shown he can bowl thunderbolts and hit bombs out of the ground. Georgios Kalanis as well, always an exciting player to watch. Young leg spin prodigy, homegrown Greek talent, litters through that lineup. As now we've got 10 runs to get. Halfway point, they're on 158 pace. It's pretty good going, isn't it? It's a real kind of reality check for Farmers to see where they need to get to. But, I mean, I do think they've got potential in the cricket IQ to be able to improve over the next couple of days. And I think they've had a draw where they've had some strong teams first up.
Yeah, it's their openers, I think. I think Zach and Asa haven't really clicked. One of those can go big for them. I mean, they're more than capable of doing what we've seen Guru do, and also Babar in this innings. Just hasn't happened for them.
William Pershard gets the ball in over number 6.
And he goes the same way as the bowlers before him have gone. 6. So his first ball has been dispatched. And there's no mercy at the moment from Babar. And he is taking all the bowlers to the sword here. There's a little bit of carnage going on around the Cartama over here. Cartamania! But this is why the European Cricket Network and this, the BET2BALL European Cricket League, is taking the world by storm.
Well, order my lunch, because I think we're about to head over there. Just 4 required for victory now. Babar on 63.
High ball, so this one will have to be bowled again. So the score, 86 now.
Yeah, so Pershard, some sort of relation, but pretty distant relation of the Pershard brothers that are in the lineup. He is an under-19 international for Jersey. Let's see if he can sneak a wicket here. Running out of runs to play with.
It's pretty full, but hit straight into the hands of the fielder. Well, can you believe it? It's a full toss that you would expect to go to the boundary. Well, I think Babar's got the power to hit this right over those trees into the other field, but he finds the fielder, and no mistakes made by, I think that's Zach Tribe that takes the catch. So Babar's fantastic knock comes to an end, and he's blasted 63 deliveries off 21 balls. And well, we often see some master blasters out there. We saw one this morning, and it was the captain of the Punjabi Lions, Nicosia Guri. He scored an unbeaten 85, and this knock was just as good.
Yeah, it was an excellent knock. And I'm going to say, all the Jersey supporters have been very sporting as well. They appreciate good cricket when they see it. And they give Mohamed Babar a good ovation. He departs the scene. 3-ball pace from the former captain, 63 of 21. He's batted them to within inches of victory. A nice moment as well for William Pershad. Pershad gets his first wicket in ECL cricket. And you just wonder if he'll get the chance to complete his first over, because there's only 3 runs required.
Skandali. It's the batter that comes in. Pershad. And this one is going to race away, but good work. And like to see that no matter what the match situation is, you still got to do all of those things right, whether they are, well, 17 for 4, or whether they're at this stage where they just need a couple of runs to win with, well, only just half the innings gone by. Good slide and stop.
Yeah, that's good. It's professionalism, and that, regardless of the result, I think that's what you try and bring to the table. So, just 2 required now. Cammy. Won't tie the game here. We've seen this do this before. Sometimes they will draw it out a bit, thinking...
He likes his camera times, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think also he's thinking, okay, Skander Ali's just come out, hasn't had a chance to face too many balls. Just the one, maybe I'll block out a couple. And he's all about the aura of Mohamed Kamran. In 1,000 years, there'll be all sorts of tall tales about him.
And, this time he goes with the finishing shot, if you like. And, misses it. It's the dot ball, so it's the 1 to go in the over. And I wonder if he will still try to finish with glory himself, or will we go into the next?
See Skander Ali looking down at the bat as if there were meant to be some instructions on it or something like that. But don't worry, you're holding the right end. 2 to win.
And Mohamed Kamran gets a single. We'll go back and strike. If I was Skander Ali, I would have said no there.
I was going to say, I thought he was being very unselfish. Maybe he's being very selfish, because he just makes sure he keeps the strike. Skander Ali will have to watch, because the game now tied at 88, with 24 balls to go. I mean, did you expect this from Pakai Care? I mean, we've seen them at a domestic level,
yeah,
being very, very good. Of course, they've got some a good squad of players, a good blend of particularly strong older players with maturity.
Remember the first, I don't know if you remember the very first ECS in Barcelona.
Yeah.
Pakai Care didn't enter a team.
Yeah.
And naturally, as a result, they didn't win it. And when they entered the next one, the first thing that, and I remember Mohamed Babar was the captain, and he said, we're going to win this.
Yeah.
He was that confident, and they were good. I don't think they lost a match. They came close in 1 or 2, but they were good. And when they've got the best team together, Vinny, yeah, I mean, they're capable of beating anyone.
They just seem to turn it on when they need to. Kinman with nothing to play with. This will do it.
And the big roar from the Pakai Care boys. They're all on their feet. They're happy because it's another victory to them. They keep going, and they're going to be right up there now with Hobby S crying out. And what an encounter that is going to be. We're going to have to wait for it, but it's going to be Hobby S crying out. The team unbeaten as well, and Pakai Care Barcelona also unbeaten. The 2 top teams in the group will come together in the last match of the day, 5 o'clock local time. But don't forget, there is a match before that. We got the champions of Corfu. Yep, Corfu, they're coming together. Team from Greece, they're taking on the Punjabi Lions and Nicosia, who will be hoping to keep their good form intact as well. That is going to be an exciting match. But this one, well, you have to say congratulations once more to Pakai Care Barcelona. They've done it in style thanks to an explosive 63 off just 21 balls from Mohamed Babar.
Yeah, and look, it was just supersonic stuff, wasn't it? They did lose Isan early, and the Jersey supporters, well, they were believing maybe they could defend this slightly below par target. So Babar had to slice the luck, but there wasn't too much luck about most of these shots. This one disappeared over the fence. You can see that there's no Rick Firth in the lineup, carrying some sort of an injury. Saw him leave proceedings halfway through their first match today. It was just helped over the fence. Yeah, it started raining Maximos, and this is just where you saw the approach of Pakai Care. They didn't care if they were chasing 80 or 180. They're going to go for their shots, and they certainly put a dent in the target pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, look, this was powerful hitting. I mean, I know sometimes people say, well, you know, the ground and the boundaries are a little bit shorter, but if you have a look at these big hits that Babar is hitting, well, I don't care which ground you're on. they're all going the distance. They're all going for sixes.
Yeah. Look, we can't put the rope up in the jungle. I mean, these ones are going distance, aren't they? And in the end, he went for 63 off 21. That's most of the runs that they needed. And Cameron, he was playing around a little bit, having a bit of fun out there as well. And so Farmers from Jersey, they leave winless after 2 days, but they seem like too good a team to stay winless for very long. We'll see them again tomorrow. And in fact, tomorrow they will play the Corfu side in one of their matches, and so they'll be watching this one with interest, and it will be the Nicosia side, Punjab Lions, who are batting first. That match is coming your way in around about 35 minutes. We'll be back in half an hour with the first ball. You don't want to miss it, because it'll be a really interesting clash. I think every team has their superstars. Every team has players that can impact the result. So Andrew Ryan will be back to take you through that one with Rico. Let's have a look at the scorecard. We're pretty much dominated by one man, Mohammed Baba, top of the order. And he scored 63 off 21, 19 not out for Cammy. Look at some of the players that didn't bat, like Mohammed Yassin, Shiraz Ahmed. Some of these players, I mean, they are pretty strong. 7 bowlers used, but none of them had too much luck. Nice moment for William Pershart getting his first wicket in ECL cricket. And look, Reece Palmer, do like the way he actually spins the ball. Same with Tribe. I mean, actually, did what they could, but it was just Pakai Care Hurricane, which took them out, and some of those big overs as well. Back-to-back magicals, 20 off the 4th, 20 off the 5th. And you knew, with the way they were batting, that the target would be chased down with plenty of time to spare, and that's the way it worked out, Rico.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they showed their strength again. And Pakai Barcelona. And the thing is, their team morale now is going to be boosted with that. I mean, they're unbeaten. They look like a happy camp at the moment, don't they? You can see that in the body language. They've got confidence that is flowing through them. And, well, they've got one more match though here today. And then tomorrow, they've just got the one to play. So they'll be done more or less at some point tomorrow with the one match. But it's the, I mean, if you look at that table here now, I mean, Farmers, they've got it all to do tomorrow. I think it's all about Farmers. We know, I mean, they're probably, the difference between them and, say, the Pakai Barcelona side is that they know that they also have those players in their setup. They just haven't performed at the moment. We've seen glimpses of them, but they haven't all combined together. When they do, I mean, I could see them quite easy. If they combine tomorrow, they pick up 4 points.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it could all click at any time. Plenty of cricket still to play. Look, so we do have that Corfu versus Punjab Lions Nicosia game. That's going to be important because it'll separate them on the table. But then I'll be back last game of the day with Corey for one that nobody wants to miss. RBS Crynehout versus Pakai Care Barcelona. It'll be the battle of the undefeated teams. You see the countdown timer is there right in front of you. Join us in about half an hour. We'll be back for the 4th match of the day, match 9, between the champions of Greece and Cyprus. So a very interesting battle as well. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Paul. We'll see you shortly for more cricket action and excitement on ECN. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
This is how we play cricket.
On a Cross-the-Belt song. and welcome back to match number 9 of this BET2BALL European Cricket League. This is going to be an exciting match because, well, Yet Corfu yesterday, they had a disappointing start. They lost their first match to HBS Cryinghout, but they came back strong against Marlow. They only got the one match today, and they'll be hoping that they can overcome the champions of Cyprus in this one and add more points on the table for them. Well, what about the champions of Cyprus? Well, the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia, they didn't have a good game yesterday. It was against the Pakai Care Badalona side who really bowled them out of the match. But today they came back strong thanks to their captain who was in blistering form with 85 runs. Well, they'll be hoping to continue that form, and they'll be hoping that the captain is in that form as well, and maybe they can add more points to the table for them. This is going to be a good one. But first, let's join both the captains and the tournament referee for the all-important coin toss.
This is small gift from my team and from my.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Ready to call?
BET2BALL.
BET2BALL is called. Keeper.
We ball first.
You bowl first.
Yeah.
The Moneda Grande falls Kiba Inu, and that means that is going to be the captain Mohammed Aslam of Yek Corfu that is going to decide that he's going to have a bowl first. Well, let's have a look at what we think the key players may be for them. Well, I think the pace of Carvelis is certainly going to be difficult for any batter out there. He certainly generates good pace. I like his Yorkers as well. Tassas Munusis, he was good as well. Well, maybe this is going to be a good one for Mohammed Aslam as well. Any one of those could be in the wickets. With the bat for them, two batters showed good signs. Then the Carvelis, he was good once more, hitting the ball all around the ground. But Tassos Manusis as well played well. But they're going to have one or two of their other players perform in this one as well. Going to have some more of their squad members getting into the match. The Punjabi Lions of Nicosia, we know that it was all down to their captain early on. Guri scoring 85 not out and hitting the ball all over the place. But their captain and vice-captain Tanjit Singh, Lally, he's known as, he's going to perform here as well and try to give some encouragement to the captain. But another man I'd like to see up the order maybe is Austin Scott. I think he could be a key figure with the bat. Maybe he needs to be elevated up the batting order. With the ball, I think Tiwari's spin will always be causing problems. But Tajwinder, for me, he was world class. He bowled really well and also gives you great value in the field when he's taking those catches out in the deep. It is International Women's Day today, and I just want to give a big hug, un abrazo grande, for all the ladies and all the women around the world, and especially those that are enjoying the cricket here today. And I know that all those ladies are looking forward to seeing this man in the commentary box as well. It's Rhino. Over to you, Rhino, for the start of this match.
Thank you very much, Rico Full, and what an absolute treat for the ladies on International Women's Day, seeing the sartorial elegance of your good self, standing out there doing the toss and the introduction for each of the games today. And we've got an absolute cracker for viewers coming up. It's game 4 of day 2 here for Group E of the European Cricket League. Yeah, Corfu up against Punjab Lions Nicosia. We've heard from Rico all about the stars. Ari Cavalis, he is an absolute gun for Corfu, but he was well supported by Tassos Manousis. He looked in excellent touch with the bat, the left-handed opener. He's going to be a prime move for them today, but the one man that Corfu need to stop is Guri Singh, the big opener. Can he repeat his heroics from earlier today? Umpire's ready. Players about to start. It's Elias Bardas taking the new ball. Gently dropped onto leg stump, and Guri starts as he means to go on, launches it easily over the leg side, and that is a Maximo. 6 runs off the first ball. Well, inhospitable stuff from the Nicosia skipper, welcoming Bardas to the crease with a maximum first ball. Always puts a bit of pressure on when that first one goes for a boundary. Umpire signalling there's a new pillar given to Bardas. The first one's already been launched into the upper reaches of the leg side boundary. Pressure on the left arm spin up. Nicely bowled, just holds it back a bit. Could be a run out opportunity, not a strong throw coming in. Guri Singh, not a man who likes to run between the wickets, particularly often. Generally just does his damage in 4s and 6s, but it's a good result for Corfu, getting him off strike. Certainly hoping they can at least, if they can't get him out, at least break up his rhythm during the course of this innings. Don't allow him to face too many balls consecutively. That was certainly one of the issues in the game that took place this morning, where he just got a rhythm on against Farmers from Jersey. And once he got started, it's like an avalanche. Slow ball from Bartis. Not much pace to work with. It's clearly his trick in opening the bowling. It's probably not a bad move from the skipper. The Nicosia boys do enjoy the ball coming on. Easy single though. That's Georgios Galanas, the leg spinner, who's out here at long on. Well fielded, just a single. He's got a good arm coming in from the outer reaches of the field. Big swing again. I like this tactic from the Corfu skipper, Muhammad Aslam. He's clearly thought through this. Thinking if they can take the pace off to Guri, it might induce him to make a mistake. Floated very wide outside off stump. Called wide by the umpire. Once again, don't mind the tactics. Guri, strong preference for hitting straight or over the leg side. It's not bad bowling for Bartis. It's only gone for 9 off this over so far. Floated up, they swatted over to the cover boundary, showing that he's capable of hitting both on the off and leg side. The 2 arms go up from the umpire. This is a good start, and Guri feels like he's just motoring on from where he finished off this morning. Big man launching 2 big strikes in this over already. Left arm orthodox of Bartis. Needs to get a few more rotations on the ball if he's going to float it up at that speed and that height. A big swing, finds that man, a square leg again. It's not a bad first over for Bartis. Goes for 15. They'll have Mazumba back on strike for the start of the second over, and for the second over we also have the wonderful Rico Full joining me in commentary. Rico, how are you this afternoon?
I'm very well, Andrew, and certainly enjoying the matches that we've had so far. Enjoyed mingling with the fan zone as well. Plenty of people out there that are enjoying the cricket. Some have travelled with the teams and others are locals, and it's interesting for me, Andrew, how many local people I'm speaking to who have been living in this area for 7 to 10 years and didn't even know this existed. One of them I was speaking to was just 500 metres up the road. It's quite amazing.
That is amazing. Clearly they never jumped onto Google Maps and had a look around what's in the local community. The lush surface of Cartama Oval here, certainly quite a treat in this quite mountainous area of Spain. It's the Andalusia region, which I know you know well, having been a Spanish resident for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, I mean, I didn't really appreciate this region at all until I think several years ago when I came to this ground for the very first time with some juniors, and after that I'll make it I'll try and come back as much as I can to Andalusia.
Ari Carvalho's first ball's popped up. Easy catch, and the young superstar starts well again. Mazumda tries to charge him, only manages to bunt it up, and that's an easy catch. Great start for Corfu.
Yeah, no, I don't understand this, and I think when he goes back there, maybe not right away, and I think the coach, certainly Richard Cox, will have a word or two to say about this. It's the first ball from who you know is going to be the main strike bowler that's going to cause him trouble. And he literally takes a step outside the crease and plants himself there. And you know he's going to bowl that at a pretty good pace. You're not going to be able to react quick enough to play that shot. That's not smart cricket at all.
It's not smart cricket, particularly with the pace and bounce that Carvalho gets. We spoke this morning a few times about Tobias Visay and his ability to play shots all around the ground. Doesn't really need to manufacture, particularly this morning was a good example of it. Just playing the ball on its merits, but hitting over the top in the early overs, but doing it calmly and with a really, really good technique as well. And I think just seeing Mazumda there just tried to hoik a ball over to the leg side that really he was never in position to hit in that direction. It's not a great shot.
No, not a great shot. So his disappointing day continues. It's you've got to say this is all about maybe the man who's at the on-strikers end at the moment, Gurpratap Singh, or Guri as he's known.
Waiting to see Guri against Carvallis, but Carvallis comes in for his second ball. Right on the money again. Guri pushing through for the quick single. Well, he's decided that he's going to single-handedly carry the Punjab Tigers team on his big shoulders. Sorry, the Punjab Lions mixed up my cat
mixed
family.
up your animals there for a minute. What's going on? That's because we were talking animals in the break, weren't we?
It was. We got a bit distracted with some bird chat. But Guri pushing through for the quick single. Certainly some.
It's good to see him take it on, because I know when I was getting into the box, we saw him. He was made to take a single by Rahman, wasn't he? And he wasn't too happy about doing it. And he said that he's not used to running so much, but he fancied himself. He wants to get down to the other end.
Oh, once a big man gets some momentum, Carvallis comes in. Well, it's in his slot, but his bat's turned. He's going to take a great catch. Well, the man coming in from cover. I'm not sure why he sprinted in. That could be a big turning point of this game, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, you see this again. I mean, the fielder looks like he said, yeah, it's mine. And then at the last minute, it looks like he's backed away. See this here? It looks like he's saying, yeah, it's mine. And all of a sudden, he's just gone away from it. I can't believe that's not been taken. What a let-up that is.
Carvallis short. Oh, I think he's got an edge to that. And the keeper's lost concentration at the last moment. Maybe the ball just died on him a touch, but it sounded like an edge there.
That's an edge there. Yeah, and Georgios Niktas. Well, there was a Niktas. He couldn't take it. It's come at him pretty quickly. And I just wonder here whether that's just all about a keeper who's used to keeping to some of these other bowlers, but not this type of pace.
Well, Spiros Bogdos had the gloves for them last night. Niktas has been given them for this game. Won't make his captain happy. Slightly fuller length ball, just driven nicely by Tavari.
What I find interesting there is when that chance goes down, that it is the big man Guri who goes up to him and gives him some advice. He probably needs to take a bit himself. He's probably gone up to him and said, look, not to this guy, don't take him on, let's just see him out. And yeah, he's lucky to be there himself.
Very lucky. Well, Carvallis had 2 catches go down, or at least 1 go down, and 1 that should have been taken. Short ball into the guts of Guri, pulls it around. It's just going to be a single. He's going to have to hustle. And makes it easily with the throw, a little bit wayward. That's the end of the second over, and Punjab Lions.
He's huffing and puffing there.
19 for 1.
He's done more running than I think he did when he made 85 not out in the first match. And let's have a look at this. He would have gone, you know. He would have gone.
Well, you and I have both hit the hotel treadmill at various times over the last couple of days, Rico. Maybe we need to get Guri in there for a little bit of post-match sessions, just work on the cardio a little bit.
Well, I don't know about the cardio. He'll probably just go straight for the bicep machine. He'll be building those muscles up. Let's have a look at, what do you think of this tables? They won't be up there long. You can see that Kakake battle on it, and RBS going out are right up there, and those 2 teams are going to meet in the final match.
Shows what a big game it is, this one. Another big swing. Oh, gee, that was close.
I think that's another one that probably would have been out.
Well, it was a nice arm coming in from the man who's been stationed there at square leg, who's had a fair few go to him, Nikos Bouzis, but he's had a crack at the bowler's end. Tawari's been a little bit sluggish and would have been out had he hit.
What are they doing here?
I mean, short ball popped up by Guri, but it's gone straight over the keeper's head. That's a boundary, and well, when you swing hard and swing high, that sometimes the luck goes your way.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, they have got a man who's just a little bit wider there, who's there specifically for that sort of miscue. But Guri gets lucky once more. It's not where he intended this to go by no means. Gets the boundary. He moves on to 19, but he's been lucky while he's been out there. Certainly is not hitting the ball anywhere near as cleanly as he did earlier today when he made that superb 85 of just 32 deliveries. 85 not out as well.
Seem to be trying to jam him up with a few shorter balls around the chest area. Probably not as comfort as he is playing on the front foot. That one's pitched up a little bit more, and he's had a big swing. But once again, I like the tactics from Armin. If you're going to push it up there, push it push it towards leg stump. Just don't give him room to free the arms.
Doesn't miss by much, does it?
Good delivery. He's been actually pretty impressive throughout this tournament so far, Ahmed's given, obviously Carvelis leading the bowling attack, but he's given them a second seamer who's reliable. Full ball, big swing, and the keeper's taken this one, no mistake. Georgios Niktas, well, he makes up for the fumble in the last over, and that's an excellent over from Ahmed so far. He's shown some guts in pitching the ball up to Big Guri. He's had a massive swing, it ball's wide outside off stump, and the edge through to the keeper, 2 wickets down, and the Punjab Lions, the big man, is back in the pavilion.
Yeah, look, I think if you put this to Mohamed Aslam before and say, right, okay, there's going to be 2 nicks. One is going to be the nick from Tiwari, and he's going to get dropped. The other one is going to be the nick from the big man Guri, but he's going to take that. Will you take that? He's going to say, yeah, any day. That is a big wicket to get. And like I said, he wasn't really hitting the ball as cleanly as we've seen him. He wasn't finding the middle of his bat, and he does have to go. I mean, one thing he does, he swings hard, but on this occasion, though he did swing hard, the nick was pretty fine, but the catch was a good one. The Georgios Niktas, he did put one down earlier, but he does, well, he gets the key wicket, or plays a big part in getting the key wicket that Yep Korfu definitely needed.
Yeah, good catch from the keeper. Probably would have been having some thoughts in the back of his head, and having made the fumble in the last over, but manages to take the one that is the most important as Singh comes out to join Tiwari at the crease. Ahmed 1 for 4, couple of balls left. Another full ball, batsman steps away, somehow manages to get bat on it to take it straight down to Carvelis, coming in from long on.
Tajwinder Singh, the new batter, and he played a good role, supporting role in that victory earlier on against the Farmers. He'd be hoping if he can do something similar here. Didn't really get motoring with the runs, but he stayed out there with Guri. Well, this one has flown high, Andrew, and I don't think there's anything Niktas could do about this one.
No, a little bit wide of him, but good bowling once again from Ahmed. He's kept the ball pitched up, and he's looked like a wicket taker throughout almost this entire over. And he's got a bit unlucky there, would have taken a flying grab from Niktas. But as it is, the Punjab Lions, they're 28 for 2 after 3, the end of the power play.
Yeah, good end to the power play. Look, several people loving listening to your voice on the air, and there are a few questions about where you're playing your cricket at the moment.
Well, I was going to talk about Ari Carvelis, who's probably a more interesting topic, but since you've given the segue,
yeah, well, look, you know, people want to know. You got to keep our viewers happy.
I still am applying my trade for Costenay Cricket Club in the Cricket Switzerland Premier League, and happy to report the defending Premier League champions from 2021. Big moment for the club. It was the first time that we'd actually won the national 40-over title, so
okay.
huge celebrations towards the back end of last year, and looking to defend that title and hopefully take a few more this season.
So maybe you'll see your team in ECL next year. This one's been hit pretty firmly, and he's going to split the 2 fielders. There's 4 runs. So look, I mean, what about the team that represented Switzerland this time around? Alton, what do you know of them?
We know them very well. Actually, they knocked us out in the semi-final of the T20 competition, and also won the final that was held at our ground in the T10 competition. So they're very, very good side. And as you saw, they bat very deep. They're probably not the most consistent strikers of the ball. As we just see this, speaking of striking the ball, this one's gone high and long. It's Carvelis under it. No way he's dropping that. And Ahmed, after being slapped for a 4 first ball, Tajwinder Singh's put the second one straight up, held up in the breeze. Carvelis makes no mistake. 3 wickets down for the Lions.
Yeah, I mean, Tajwinder Singh, very similarly to what we've seen before, wanting to play the big shot. And look, he's moving away from the ball. And as we know, when you're moving away from the ball and you're trying to hit the ball straight, you're not getting the power into it. And, well, Carvelis, he is not going to drop those. He's been sensational out there in the field. And I'm pretty sure that that's one of a few catches he's going to pick up there.
No, absolutely. He's got a great set of hands, been very solid in those outfielding positions all tournament. And have to get the feeling that the Corfu team are in control of this game now. 3 wickets down. They've got Guri Singh back in the pavilion, and we know that the Lions' middle order is probably not as strong as the top section. I have to feel that Corfu's going to be pretty happy with where they are at the moment.
Yeah, they're going to be more than happy. They've got Guri out before he's done any real damage to them. They've also got another man, Tajinder Singh, who can hit the ball pretty well. And I'm still surprised, and I'm just having a look down at Scott Austin. He comes in now, but I think I've seen his batting earlier. The last few times I've seen him bat, he's got somebody for me who needs to be opening the batting. I think he's got the opener stance and the opener calibre about him.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if they do it when they face a couple of the bigger pace attacks throughout the rest of the tournament, as Ahmed comes in just outside off stump and nicely stroked by Austin, showing some of that technique that Rico has just referred to. We are just noticed in the chat, speaking of Cosnay Cricket Club, Aditya Narayan, one of our prime middle order batsmen from the club, has just chimed in to say hello. So great to have you listening and watching the coverage, Adi. As Austin comes down the track, swings it away to deep square leg, slight fumble. Austin's quick, they'll push back for the second. Throw's gone to the bowler, just a metre or two wide, could have been in trouble.
Yeah, I think if this is a direct hit, it would have been trouble. It's the third time we're going to look at probably the camera at the bowler's end if we have time. And I think it's probably going to be another one that would have been out. And you can see the coach there, but he hasn't got any more here to pull out because he's pulled it all out in this match already. And, yeah, he would have been long gone.
It strolls in. Slow ball, wide outside off stump. Big swing, no contact. Just noticed from that aerial view we had of the players running between the wickets, Rigger, at least it seems that these two have actually chosen to use the artificial turf for the most part, rather than using the soft grass that's on either side of the pitch, which is really roughed up by now. Ahmed, outside leg stump, flicked. It's going to take a good catch coming in. Fortunately, it's a fumble. Austin's heart would have been in his mouth there for a moment. Hard throw coming in from Galanis, who's got quite an arm on him there. Quite a pair, actually. Carvelis and Galanis that are patrolling that long on and deep mid-wicket boundary. But Austin a little bit lucky that he's managed to drop it just short of the fielder.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great effort there from the young Galanis, and we're going to see him doing the bowling. He's the difficult ones to take, aren't they? Because he's running in, the ball's dipping on him, but he does manage to get his fingers to it. The good thing that he doesn't let the ball go past him. And it was a nice shot there just off air where Carvelis has gone over to him and said, that's a very important stop, because all of these runs matter.
Yep, absolutely. And it's great to see some of the young athletes that we've had throughout this tournament so far. And when you're seeing those guys, and it's how important it is, your selection of fielders in the outfield. Back in the old days, you might have had actually one of your weaker fielders go out there. But in these T10 events, actually, it's those guys who can patrol those expanses. And one of two things, they're able to cover enough ground to cut off boundaries, and also safest pairs of hands in the team. That is what you want from your outfielders.
And it's a very, very good point you make, as we see this one is played along the ground. So just going to be singles here at the moment. So Galanis comes into the attack. Yeah, that point you make, and I was touching on that with Vinny, with the Pakai Care Barcelona team. And their two players, both of them out of the leg side boundary, both put catches down. And I just think that in a closer match, those things are going to be crucial. You've got to have your best fielders, your best catchers in these key positions. And as we talk about that, there's one who's in the key position there, Carvelis. He's very difficult to get past. Great catcher of the ball.
Yeah, he's worth his weight in gold and a great athlete. And obviously pretty tall too, which makes a difference. If you've got someone who's 6'3", 6'4", who's out there on those deep positions, that one's driven strongly, but just coming to the man who's coming in from long off. That's Tassos Manousas, who's going to be a very important customer with the bat later on today. But having those tall outfielders who can just get to the balls that are only just tickling over the boundary, that's a great weapon to have in the field. Galanis induces a false shot. That would have been a great catch from the man coming at the backward point area. Throw comes in, manages to sprint the second. That's nicely bowled by Galanis. A little bit of flight outside off stump.
Yeah, that's a captain there. And that would have been a really good catch. You're absolutely right. From Mohammed Aslan, just not able to get it in his hand. And you can see the support there. Even though the catch is down, all of the Corfu players saying, well done, Skip, great effort.
Slap down the ground, but it's going to be Manousas coming in from long off.
Observation here, sorry Andrew, observation here is these two batters, the communication between them when they're running is not good.
No, it's not great. It's not great, and they're not hitting enough boundaries at the moment, so the running between the wickets is becoming even more important. That's the end of the fifth. Punjabi Lions from Nicosia. They are 41-4-3 halfway through their innings. Have a look at the batting scorecard. Obviously, the man at the top, Guri Singh, he did all the damage this morning, but he was relatively subdued after that first ball 6. He went for 19 off 11, and then the rest of the batting lineup hasn't managed to creep into double figures yet.
No, they haven't yet. I mean, this is an important partnership. Tiwari struggling to get a boundary, Austin as well. So it's all tiki-taka at the moment, but the boundaries have to come from somewhere. Both these batters, it's only Tiwari has scored the 1 boundary to 1-4. There's a little bit of luck about that as well.
Ahmed coming on for his second over. Swung high. He thought he might have had it on the bottom of the bat, but he's got a decent piece of it. That's 6 runs. Pushes the total up to 47. First ball of the 5th over. Yeah, this is quite an amazing shot because it doesn't look to hit this really hard. You see there, it's almost like he just strokes that, but times it beautifully. Lovely shot, 6 runs. Goes wide down the leg side, easy call for the umpire. Ahmed was one of the bowlers, and I think he actually bowled in the power play of their first game and copped quite a bit of tap against the Craighood side.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he's come back into the bowling lineup, to be honest, actually, against these power hitters. Struck him on the pad, no obvious LB appeal.
Yeah, I mean they did. I think I heard you saying that it was the Elias Bandas that opened the bowling, and they just wanted to try keeping the pace off. They decided that maybe Ahmed wasn't the guy to go with the first one because he was so expensive, but maybe they do feel they've got to use him here to get that over in, and this is probably a good time to do it.
At least he switched over the wicket. I'm not a fan of that bowling around, although maybe he should switch back. That's been smoked like a Tennessee pack of baby ribs. That's an outstanding shot from Austin. Great batting.
What a shot. You're making me hungry. Yeah, this is a lovely shot. He's absolutely smashes his head to the ground. And just starting to get his timing. And this is why I like him. I think he's an intelligent batter. He plays the good ball well, creates something, gets the singles, but he puts the bad ball away as well.
Little off-speed ball, cracks it to the man at cover. Good throw coming in. It's going to be a single though.
He's too good to keep going. So come on, let's finish it off then. So in Switzerland, so this coming year, is it going to be between yourselves and Alton again, do you think?
Certainly last year there were probably a consistent 3 teams, ourselves, Alton, as that one's just gone an inside edge and flying away to the boundary. It's going to take a bit of fielding. Good effort. That's Elias Bardas, the man who bowled the opening over, who's managed to stop that going for 4. So certainly over the last couple of seasons, it's probably consistently been ourselves, Cosnay, Alton, who performed very admirably out here this week, and also the Zurich Nomads, who were the ECS champions back in 2020. Very, very strong and experienced side as Ahmed comes around the wicket. That's popped up. Ahmed tracking back. He holds it. The arms are raised aloft in celebration. And that is a much needed wicket to finish off his spell. The Punjab Lions now lose their 4th. They're 58 for 4 at the end of 6.
Yeah, and Tiwari just wanted one more, didn't he, before Ahmed finishes his spell, and he goes backwards and takes a good catch, and of course he's happy about that, and he wants to do a little bit of the bunga as well with his arms up in the air. That's a good wicket to get. These two just started to get some sort of partnership, get back together again. They came together with a score on 32, so a good little partnership there. But the most important thing I think for me at the moment is Scott Austin is there, and he'll be looking to get a bit of a partnership going with this man. I remember this man yesterday when he came in, we thought they were in all sorts of pressure, and his first ball was hit for the biggest 6 that we've seen is Anwar.
He's quite a striker, isn't he? And certainly gave the skipper an excuse to put him up the order a little bit. And notice they bought Carvallis, and I think this is a good move, actually. They would have seen what Kasim Anwar did when he came out the other day. You don't want to give away an 18 run over just because you brought on one of your second tier, and he hacks into him very, very quickly. He's clearly a man who can hit big from the get-go.
Yeah, this is a good call. I think if you're a captain, you're probably sensing that a wicket or 2 here, and really you're sort of well on top of this match. And that's what he's after. And it'd be interesting to see how intelligently Scott Austin bats here now, because he would also be sensing that this is a big further dice. He's got to get through these 6 deliveries.
Big over coming up. This one could make or break the innings. Carvalho steaming in. Short ball, cracked over the top of the man who'd snuck in at mid-off. First ball boundary. Scott Austin, he's got the technique to deal with the extra pace from Carvalho. And to be honest, Rico, I think he might even appreciate it as opposed to the medium pace and spin.
Yeah, I mean, he plays this. This is a very intelligent shot. He knows that man has kept inside, and he takes him on. Will he take him on again? Because he's staying inside the circle.
Tries to repeat the dose. That one just gets jammed into the pitch. Carvalho
Here we
has
go.
got a bit of fire, the young man. We've had a few questions on the chat about him, asking about his background. I believe he was or has been contracted to Kent at English county level. Seen as a really, really promising young player. You can see with the quality with bat and ball and in the field that he brings.
Yeah, I mean, he is a good player. And we can see that, well, from his all-round game, really, and he comes again.
Short ball, chest high. Austin doesn't back down. It's a little top edgy, but it goes for another boundary. 8 off the Carvalho over so far.
Oh, there's a bit of spice out there. I'm liking it. Well, the batter and the bowler exchanging words. And, well, I think this guy is saying, okay, what can you do with this one? And he says, well, I'm not going to back away. And gets another boundary. And I don't know if you see the two. Oh, there you go. You just see him. And I think Anwar at the moment is just keeping the peace.
Oh, charges him. Comes high off the bat. That's going to carry. That's a mighty shot. Scott Austin gives him a bit of lip service as he comes down the pitch, both before and after the delivery. This young man is showing some heart, and he is lifting the Punjabi Lions team. The boys are ecstatic over in the players' tent.
What a shot. And look at them. They're loving this. That's the manager there, Mohammed Hussain.
Full ball, beautifully stroked, although he's got the defensive fielder coming in from deep cover. Austin looking for the second. He wants to tuck into Carvalho again.
Yeah, now this is important now. I mean, Anwar, look, I believe that's maybe, is that a ball to come in the over? You just got to see out this ball. You want to be saying to yourself, I'm not getting out here. And that is where I think the Farmers, they made a mistake on 2 occasions when it was Mohammed Cameron bowling.
Short ball. Well, Anwar does exactly as you've recommended, Rico. Just tickles that one around the corner for a single. That'll keep Austin off strike for the start of the next over. But boy, hasn't he thrown down the gauntlet in that over? That's the first time we've seen someone rip into Carvalho all tournament.
Yeah, I mean, what an over that is. And I think that one's gone, I think, for 15 in the end. And, well, while we're looking at that, this is something else we're going to look at, because this is what the Group E teams are playing for. They want to put their name down there, and they want to come back next week. Tunbridge Wells, as you know, the champions from England are there. Brigade, champions from Ireland. Brescia and Albazami, well, that's champions of Italy and Sweden. They did it the hard way, winning 3 matches on finals day. Well, that blank space at the moment, it can be one of any of these teams.
Well, Corfu doing a pretty good audition here. I think they're the Smokies from this group. Their best players are up with the best that's here this week, and they've got a great team spirit. Good full ball dug out from Anwar. He's probably going to sneak through for the single, but they seem to have a real unity in their team, don't they, Rico?
They do. I mean, they have some belief, and I think having this man, I mean, he could be the sort of the man, the secret weapon that they haven't really let loose yet. Austin has batted so well, and you can see straight away he's now playing in the mind of the bowlers. Her bowlers coming in, and he's probably just thought, hang on a minute, I'm bowling to this guy who's already on 28 or just 14 deliveries.
I don't mind that from Ahmed, though. Whether it was deliberate or not, just making the young man have a think about what he's going to do, take away a bit of his momentum. Slower ball, beautifully bowled. He's unlucky that that's actually gripped and turned a little bit off the pitch. That's an outstanding slower ball.
Yeah, well, look, he stops himself, has a think, and comes up with this, and it almost gets in the wicket. And he's rolled his fingers over this. That has moved a lot. If he hasn't done that, I think he's going on to hit the stumps.
Oh, it's got a bit more lateral movement than some of the off spinners we've seen here this week. It's great bowling from Ahmed. Full, Austin Goes down the pitch again. Ahmed, 2 consecutive dot balls at this time of the innings. They're like gold dust. It's excellent bowling.
Good bowling from Ahmed. You can see the figures there, bottom right of your screen, and that tells you that he's done an outstanding job so far. 1 for 10.
Slightly shorter. Should be caught. Man, a cover snaffles it. That's a just reward for Ahmed. This has been an excellent over so far, and he stops the rampaging Scott Austin in his tracks. That's a vital wicket, Rico. 5th man down for the Lions.
Yeah, that is a big wicket. I mean, I think he just felt here that with those 2 dots, it's a pressure of dot balls. We say the gold dust, but with those dot balls, he just felt that he had the need to try and play the shot, was looking to go over the top the man in the ring, and he's done it once or twice already, but not this time. Couldn't get leverage there, and the wicket goes. And the question is now, we're going to see if the Punjabi Lions and Nicosia, if any of the other batters can get in there and just keep finding the boundary fence now and again. A couple of boundaries and over, and they will get themselves to a respectable score.
Yeah, good innings from Scott Austin, though. You identified him as the batsman to watch the start of the innings, Rico, and you were absolutely right. He's shown a good composed technique, and the way he came at Carvallis in that over. If the boys from Nicosia go on to win this game, then they can thank Scott Austin for giving them the thrust in the middle of the innings. That swung straight down the ground. He's got an excellent piece of that. Singh has battered that ball straight down the ground. Super strike.
It's Charanjit Singh. He's doing what we saw Kasim Anwar do yesterday. The very first ball, and bang, is out of here. And, well, you know what? In that ground in Cyprus, that is going into the almond trees. Big hit.
Well, Singh tries to repeat the dose, just swings a little bit hard leg side. Fielder comes around, small fumble. They're going to get back for the second. It's a disappointing outcome. 2 runs off the last ball of the over. The Lions 83 for 5 with 2 overs left.
Can I ask you a question here?
Of course you can, Rico.
Yesterday, one man we saw who played for Yuck picked up 3 wickets. Manusis, what's going on?
They seem to be very up and down in their love for the Manusis bowling. I mean, he batted superbly yesterday, but I've got to say, I think I would be throwing him the ball more regularly.
He took 3 for 17 yesterday, and then he performed with the bat as well. 67 and 28 against Marlow. He got the Player of the Match award. You'd think he would have got at least an over, but I mean, gone for it earlier on, haven't they? They've gone for Aslan Ahmed a couple of times. Very strange tactically, that for me, unless of course he's nursing a bit of an injury. Galanis comes in back into the attack.
Oh, big swing, lovely flight from Galanis. I get the feeling that Corfu's trying to maybe spread the load a little bit as well, maybe with a view to making sure all of their players are getting some game time, making sure they've got the ball in their hands enough throughout the tournament, trying not to rely on just a small collection of players. Flighted again, but swung high. It looks like it's going to be caught. Well taken. A safe pair of hands. Spiros Bogdos generally has the gloves, but he's done well, and that's a just reward. That's a really, really good piece of bowling from Galanis.
Yeah, I mean, you know that the likes of any of these 2 batters now, maybe the rest that are coming in, they're going to be looking to find the boundary fence. And Anwar, he's gone down on one knee, but he hasn't got the full weight of the shot behind this. That's a really good technique. I mean, like you said, we saw him behind the stumps yesterday, and he's shown that he's more than capable when he doesn't have those keeper's gloves on as well.
Yeah, Kasim Anwar, for a man who was 12 off 2 balls in his innings yesterday, he's ended up 2 off 4, so they've managed to subdue his threat. And gutsy call from the skipper too, throwing the ball to the young leg spinner Galanis for this 9th over, but it's paid off for them so far. Dot ball followed by a wicket. Another nice ball, rocks back to the cut shot. They've got the man quite a bit behind point, just to stop it and prevent any chance of it going through for a boundary.
Yeah, good running as well. As soon as that's hit, it's backed up straight away by Kumar.
Short ball, it's not punished, but it's also going to manage to drop in amongst the fielders. Looking for a second, not sure that was there for Charanjit Singh. some good arms within the Corfu fielding lineup, isn't there, Rico?
Certainly is. I mean, we have seen catches go down, but in general, the field really well. They're very energetic, very lively out there and bubbly.
2 balls to go in this 9th. Short one again from Galanis, a little bit quicker. Big heave across the line, but got enough bat on it. Kumar racks up his first 4. Punjabi Lions up to 89.
What a boundary, I think, this. You see, we're coming up to the end of this, the 9th over. It sort of drags this into that area. It wasn't a hit as such, but once it gets past that man, it goes to the boundary. So Galanis will want to finish big. He's bowled well so far, just gone for 12. Picks up a wicket as well.
Only 2 4s off these last 2 overs as well. Bit more flight, swing across the lines, good bowling. Good to see him revert back to type. And that is the end of the over. Punjabi Lions, Nicosia, they are 89 for 6. 6 balls left in the innings. What do you think they're looking for now, Rico?
Well, I think seeing the way he's played, well, one of those shots, he's going to be looking to go for boundaries. And interesting move is going to be the captain who's going to bowl this one, Mohammad Aslam. Yeah, I think he wants. I think that's a good shot. I think the batter there, Kumar, had to go for the big shot. I think he probably already said to him, right, big shot, you get a boundary, fine, but I don't want a single. I want to be on strike. And I think he wants to do his best to try and get him into the 90s here, Singh.
Yeah, it's interesting to see as T10 develops, Rico, isn't it? Just how important it is managing to get the right player on strike at the right time.
Yeah.
Skipper comes in, length ball, it swung high, and it swung very, very long. What a strike from Singh. And that's a brilliant way to start off the 10th.
Yeah, I mean, this is what he wants. He wants a strike. He's already shown he can hit cleanly. He's very different to Kumar. He'll hit straight. With Kumar, you can see he was trying to hit every ball sort of behind square.
It's another length ball, popped it up this time, and this should be a regulation catch. Man going back from cover, and the skipper, after being dispatched for a maximum first ball, gets his revenge. A second delivery. It's another man back in the pavilion, and Taranjit Singh, he has done and dusted for the day.
Yeah, but look, he's done his bit, hasn't he? I mean, you have a look at his strike rate. He's scored 15 runs pretty quickly, just a 5 deliveries. And, well, he'll be hoping that the next batter who comes in is able to, well, if he's able to muscle a couple of boundaries, certainly will get them past the 100 mark. And that, I think, when you look at all these teams and how, I think, on terms of paper, how evenly balanced they are, I think they'll be quite happy with that. I think they'll be able to be looking to defend that.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really tight game, actually, Rico. And Punjab probably looking to push up to maybe 105 if they can, with a couple of late blasts, but down into the lower part of the order now. 7 wickets down, so the number 9's just come out. This is Shamal Sudin. Leg side ball, it's not punished, it goes through to the keeper. Can't prevent the single. It's a good opportunity there to have a free hit at a ball. It was wide, it was short. Sudin couldn't get bat on it. Skipper Mohammed, 3 balls to get out of this over. Another length one. Big swing from Kumar. He's going to have a shy, unsuccessfully. And, well, Carvelis, probably one of the fielders out there, either Carvelis or Bogdos, probably needed to recognise that there was a short throw on.
I'd like to see this again. I'm just wondering, I mean, the way he sets himself up, he's like he's playing darts here, the captain. Missing the stumps. We're not going to have time to see that again. Maybe later on in the highlights, perhaps even after this ball if you can. I'd be interested to see if the batter actually did get behind the stump. Well, he's not going to get there now. I mean, I don't know what running this was. It's like somebody tied his laces together. He couldn't stretch his legs here.
Well, probably worth it in the last couple of balls. And I'll tell you what, credit to the keeper there. He started off a bit shaky, Georgios Niktas, but that throw from Carvelis, he's got a rocket arm. When you watch, hopefully we'll see it on the replay, the ball almost goes behind the batsman who's coming back for the second. And he actually does a really good job as this skips off the pitch, gloves it cleanly, takes the stumps out. That's a great bit of keeping.
It's a good bit of cricket all around, and yeah, I mean, it wasn't the best of running for Kumar. And he's saying, oh, I'm not here to run, I'm here to hit it. And he didn't really, I mean, didn't stretch those legs at all. And you would have thought, knowing that he's running to the danger end, perhaps he would have got the shout from his partner that he maybe go for a dive. It doesn't. So where are we at now? So they're 99. It's a ball left in the innings. So 100 is required, as in the target at this moment in time. I think they'd love to send this to the boundary. Just give them that extra bonus runs if they can get them.
I'll have into seeing for a 1-ball slog. Goes hard. It's high. Carvelis rushing in. Needs to take this catch. It's dropped. That's going to cost them a couple of runs. Of all the players that you would have wanted a high catch to go to, it was definitely that young man.
Well, that's my mortgage because I'll put it on him. I think he's going to. There's no way he's going to drop this. And it's once that goes down, he makes some gesture, which is almost like he says, "I just lost it." And sometimes, look, I know it can happen, Andrew, because when you get to skies like this white ball sometimes is probably a little bit difficult to pick. But that catch goes down. Pick up 2 runs. I talk about the bonus runs. But that takes him to 101, 8 wickets down. So 102 is going to be the target.
Yeah, and it's a pretty hefty target. I think anything where you're chasing 3 figures, Rico, it's going to be difficult, and it's not a bad bowling lineup for the Punjabi Lions. Not a huge amount of express pace in there, but they're all relatively solid. Plenty of the right arm over the wicket, medium pace. I think they're going to present quite a challenge here for Corfu. And we'll get to see the rollback through the games. Look at the teams, the Corfu boys looking absolutely resplendent in their official outfits. But didn't Guri Singh start us off with a bang? He launched a 6 first ball before Carvelis managed to nab the first wicket of the game. Just the extra bounce that his height presents. He's a difficult customer to get away. And he came in and got a second, should have had a second wicket, should have had a third actually, and that one was put down by the keeper. But he made up for it with an excellent catch off Guri Singh, and that was probably the key wicket for them, Rico.
Yeah, that was a big wicket. You needed to get him back early. And it just shows, doesn't it, the rest of the team, the rest of the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia really did graft hard to get past that 100. You see one batter like Guri, if he did go and score 50 to 60 runs like we know he can do, all of a sudden you're talking about a 140 score.
Yeah,
that's the difference the big man makes.
Absolutely. He's a great striker of the ball, but didn't quite have the same damage today. But a man who did do some damage, Scott Austin. He was nominated by Rico at the start of the game as a man he expected more from, and he certainly delivered today. That was an excellent innings from the young man, and he powered them through the middle order. And most importantly, he actually not only diffused the second over from Carvelis, but took him on, charged down the pitch. That was a super strike, knocking him for 6 over mid-wicket. And that gave his team a lot of impetus at the right time. Unfortunately, he eventually holed out to Manusas, who's got a safe pair of hands. And Galanis bowled an exceptional over. Coming in late in the day, the captain showing plenty of confidence in the young leg spinner. And then the captain, he was smoked for a maximum first ball, but then managed to get through the rest of the over. Picked up a wicket as the batters started to try to heave balls over the fence in the final couple of deliveries. Corfu were pretty safe with their catching throughout the majority of the game. And then Harvinder Singh managed to pop one up, and a rare mistake from R.E. Carvelis has came in. May have lost it in the high cloud, but they managed to get an extra 2 runs on the board for Punjab Lions Nicosia. And we'll have a look at their batting scorecard. The main man, Guri Singh, at the top. Well, 19 off 11, not a bad contribution, but certainly not the type of match-winning knock that he had in the first game. He was supported well by Niraj Tiwari before he was caught and bowled by Azra Ahmed, who bowled very, very well for the Corfu side. And then going down, Scott Austin with 28 off 17, and Taranjit Singh, an important thrust towards the end. He had 15 off only 5 deliveries. Open up with Bartis, he only had the 1 over, 15 off it. Difficult job bowling to Guri Singh, but Carvelis was effective as usual, particularly in his first over. Copped a bit of tap in the second, but actually Arslan Ahmed was probably the most impressive of the bowlers, taking 2 wickets, and he really mixed it up well in the middle overs. Bit of an up and down, Manhattan. A couple of wickets in that last over. The captain did a reasonable job there, but there was a strong partnership in the middle overs where they just managed to pull enough runs together to get towards the 3 figures. And the Punjab Lions, I think, if you had have asked them with the skipper going reasonably early, if they would have been happy with 101, I think they would have. And they will present a strong bowling proposition to keep the Corfu boys under this total. So Corfu, they are chasing 102 off their 10 overs for victory in Game 4 here on Day 2 of Group E at the European Cricket League. We will be back in a matter of minutes for the chase, so please join us then. Welcome back, European cricket fans, wherever you are in the world. We are halfway through Game 4 here at the European Cricket League Group E at the wonderful surrounds of the Cartama Oval here in luscious Andalusia. We have Corfu about to chase a target of 102 against Punjab Lions Nicosia. Joining me in the commentary box, Rico Fall. Rico, a little bit of rain during that intermission period.
Yeah, a little bit of drizzle. And I mean, it's nothing that's too heavy out there at the moment to play in. It's quite light, and with this bit of breeze as well, most of it's sort of been blown away. But just looking at some of the mountains behind us, and that's where it seems to be coming in from. We're hoping that this wind does keep it away. And the last thing we want is for any match, whether it's the end of this one or the one that's coming up later today, especially that one with the two unbeaten teams, the champions from Netherlands and also the champions of Spain. The Spanish champions come together, and all we can do is keep our fingers crossed. And there was always the chance of some scattered showers, and let's just hope that this is as bad as it's going to get as we get ready for the start of this one.
Yeah, well, big couple of overs coming up here. It was Tassos Manousis who did most of the damage with the bat in the final game yesterday against Marlow. After taking 3 for 17, he reeled off 67 off only 28 balls. He's the man that the Lions need out. Ooh, nice first ball. A little bit of away movement from Tajwinder Singh. Just pitched wide outside off stump. A little bit of nibble away.
Yeah, this will certainly be encouraging. And, yeah, look where the keeper ends up taking that. Ends up taking it in front of the man. Now they've got that slip. You don't see that too often. And that looks like the physique of the captain, Guri.
Could be a tactical decision. Could be that he just doesn't really feel like running around in the field much after his batting.
He did do a lot of running, though. Come on, Andrew. He did a lot of running.
Oh, lovely ball. Great line from Singh. And once again, just a little bit of decking away. It's good bowling.
What a peach this is. And this is a sensational start. Have a look at this. Oh, that's just class.
That's a man after my own heart, Rico. Large man bowling, medium fast, trying to get a little bit of movement away, outside off stumps. Great stuff from Tajwinder Singh. Still no runs on the board for Corfu. Oh, Spiros Bogdos plays and misses again. 3 dots to begin with in the power play. Corfu needs to get moving.
Yeah, certainly do. And, well, Singh, it didn't quite work for him with the batting, did it? And he would have probably been expected to do just a little bit more, but now he's showing his class with the bowling. Right, what do you do here? The same again, or do you try and do something different?
I would keep it in exactly the same place until he proves to me that he can hit the ball. Oh, it's short and wide. It's a little bit of movement, but lets him off the hook. No, I think Bogdos must be running through his head that he's had some balls to play it outside off stump, and he's just getting enough movement away to make it difficult. So I think Singh should keep on probing that area.
Yeah, this is interesting though, and because Guri was at slip, and you can understand why he was at slip, and now with the batter playing and missing at 3, and apart from that wide ball, he's come out slip. Don't get that.
Not a good ball from Singh. That one doesn't swing, just angled in towards off the middle stump. I've got to agree with you, Rico, and it's something that is starting to get up my goat. The amount of teams that are just defaulting to having a third man on the boundary. Singh's bowling well, but I don't think he's got the pace to justify wasting one of your 2 outfielders out there. He's getting enough movement. Have the man in at slip, or even if you want the more defensive third man, bring him inside the circle.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you've got say 130, 140 on the board, yeah, I can get it maybe. You're going into defensive mode, you just want to save that boundary. But in this situation, when you know the bowler's bowling in that area, getting the ball move around, why not? And maybe they've heard you, there is a change. I'm not sure about, oh, mind you, I just noticed the left-hander, so I was going to take back what I just said.
Down the leg side, Singh hasn't been able to adjust his line. I think they've actually got the field right for Manousis. He does hit really well straight down the ground, and if I'm Singh, I'm probably trying to start this ball about a foot outside off stump and just see if I can tail it back in between. But they've also got the man defensively over at mid-wicket, and Manousis hit a number of boundaries there yesterday.
He did, yeah, and that's how he started off. He started off a little cagey though, didn't he? It took a while before he got going. Not quite ready there now, but they've got those 2 men there for that little shot of ease.
Yeah, that was the line. That's the line, Singh. You listen to Andrew in the commentary box and you'll continue to profit. That's good bowling, young man. We saw Manousis yesterday. Remember he got cracked on the arm guard by Najan Shazad. Looked really uncomfortable for his first couple of balls, but once he got in and got a rhythm, he struck the ball beautifully.
He did it really well. It's almost like that just brought out the aggression in him. And he's wearing that arm guard here as well, but that was a perfect ball to the left-hander.
I think final ball there over. Drifts down leg side. Keeper does well, but he's just left them off the hook a couple of times. It's not costing them greatly, although if Manousis smacks this last ball to the boundary, he might wish that he wasn't giving them the extra, but it's been a good over so far, only 4 off it.
Yeah, that one there, you see, when you know you're getting that movement, what he's got to do for me, he's got to probably start a little bit wider, fire the ball across the lefty and hope it still comes back.
Good ball, just outside off stump, dab down. Should have been a relatively easy single. It felt like Bogdos was a little bit sluggish to react to the call. It's the end of the over, and Corfu, 5 runs on the board.
It wasn't the best of throws in terms of pace, but you still see there it would have had the batter out. And that's why there was a few oohs there at the end of that over. But look, there was a couple of wides in there, but still, that's a nice tidy over. Only, I think, 5 runs from it if you take that single right there at the end.
Yeah, it shows the advantage of a bit of sideways movement in these opening overs too, when you're trying to defend with only 2 players allowed outside the circle. If you can beat the bat a couple of times with a bit of movement, it really, really blunts the attacking capacity of the batsman. We've got Manousis back on strike for this second over. He probably hasn't got the same time to get into his rhythm that he had yesterday. They're chasing 102.
Guri didn't have the best of times with the ball this morning against the Farmers. He'll be hoping to put that right.
Short and wide, just stripped. Oh, a catch! Oh. That is outstanding.
Get out of here.
Is that your man, Scott Austin, down there? It is. What a tremendous grab. He's dived full throttle to take it, coming in from third man, the top edge from Manousis. Huge wicket and outstanding fielding.
That is out of this world. That's one of the best catches that you'll see. He had so much to do. He has no right to be catching this. How about that? That is incredible. Well, I tell you what, Superman is in the house. That is sensational. What a catch that is. And, well, that's a moment that he's going to treasure for some time. When he had a good knock, and now he's just taken that catch. Well, I think already, well, he's looking like he's going to be the player of the match for me. What a catch that is.
Oh, Rico, that's brilliant stuff. Absolutely amazing athleticism. That's an incredibly difficult catch. And not only did he make it with the full stretch dive, but he managed to cushion his elbows to keep control of the ball. It's a really difficult thing to do. Outstanding technique. As you see, when he moves forward, so easy for those elbows to hit the ground and jar the ball forward, but he kept them tucked next to his body, almost dislocates his shoulder, celebrating, but he had every right to. That's a wonderful bit of play from Scott Austin. And tell you what, if the Lions manage to escape with a win here, they will look back on that moment, dismissing Manousis with a wonderful catch as probably the turning point.
What a catch. I can't get over that. Look, people in the chat have gone crazy about it as well. And it doesn't surprise me. And Jay Shah is saying, what a catch. And that catch, Islam as well. Everybody's going wild. And Paul Stevens as well. And I agree with you all. That is unbelievable. Some say one of the best catches that they've ever seen. That certainly was sensational.
Oh, great cricket. It hasn't brought the crowd alive. Great stuff from Guri Singh. Full ball. Goes down the leg side and the keeper flying. Well, they are showing some athleticism in the field. That's Roman Mazumdar who's got the gloves. He threw himself to stop that ball going for any further wides.
Mazumdar goes zoom, zoom. And, well, he's off the air as he stops this. Guri, the only thing that letting him down slightly at the moment is the extras they're giving away.
And short ball, Carvelis just tucks it to square leg. It's going to be a shot at the stumps. Bogdas has got to start backing up more aggressively. That's almost twice he's been caught short on the quick singles.
Yeah, he's just not moving, is he? It takes a long time to get going. Here's a shot of him there now, look. He just starts, and again, I think the bat's in the air here. Let's have a look at this. Oh, how close is that?
So close.
He can't believe it. Look at the reactions of the fielder.
Two things there, Rico. He's flat-footed. He's only taken one step past the popping crease. And the second, he's going for the bat change mid-run. Just keep it in the left hand. It's a good ball just outside off stump. Tails back in and plays it well. It's good bowling from the skipper.
Yeah, I mean, this is all about applying the pressure. And look, they only just got, as we saw, past the 100. 101 they finished on, so 1 and 2 is the target. But you get another good over in here. And let's say they finish, even if you say they get 10 from 2, all of a sudden, that score of 100 is looking more like the 115, 120.
Yeah, it's looking like a strong target at the moment. Great power play here for the Lions. Wide outside off stump. Wides have contributed strongly to the score so far. There's been very little off the bat. It's the third one to date. Great stuff in the YouTube chat. Everyone's loving the fielding so far. And Luke Belgium, who's one of our frequent contributors, he notes that it's a 50-50 game, but catches like that really, really do lift the mood of the fielding team. And couldn't agree more with Luke Belgium. Oh, outside off stump. They've clearly got a plan to try to keep it away from the leg side of these Corfu players. Spiros Bogdos, he is struggling to get bat on ball. 1 off 6 so far. Got to get himself moved. Really needs a boundary at this point. You can't waste this many balls in a power play, especially when you're chasing 3 figures. Carvelis just stuck down the other end. Guri, 2 balls to go in the second over. Full of ball. Just inside edge that goes down to fine leg. Somewhat less spectacular moment than the last ball that went down in that region. Bogdos has finally managed to get himself off strike. He's 2 off 7. Carvelis only 1 ball to work with at the end of this over. Plenty to go in this game, Rico, but the Lions have put themselves in a good position with these first 2 overs in the power play.
Yeah, they definitely have. And captain, though, needs to finish well. He does, and it's just tip and run, and oh, they'll go upstairs for this. First skip and eye where the ball goes, oh, well, look at this. If this is not out, well, that's going to be 5.
Well, it's going to be a huge call for the umpire. This is 50-50. I actually thought Carvelis was going to make it comfortably, but Fielder's come in from cover, spun around and threw outside of his body, hit the stumps. It was a great bit of work, but let's have a look at the replay. Carvelis just dropping at the feet, trying to get back on strike for the next over. I think he's gone. Oh,
where's the bat?
It looks like it's grounded. The direct hit, it's always tough, but the young man made some big strides and using all of his 6'4" frame to stretch out. That's a huge one. And Rico, it goes for a boundary.
Yeah, I mean, what a moment that is. And I was saying he needs to finish well. He does finish well. Almost finishes with the run out, but unfortunately, it's not out. The ball hits the stumps and goes to the boundary. So that's also 4. Wow.
After such a good over from Guri as well, to have the overthrows to finish it off. Could have been the moment that turned this game, but as it is, Corfu scrapped their way to 14 off the first 2 overs. Still only 1 wicket down, but they've got Spiros Bogdos in there struggling with 2 off 7. Carvelis, by virtue of the overthrows, he's now 6 off 2. And at least he's got the strike for the start of this 3rd over.
Yeah,
Kasim Anwar coming into bowl. Wide outside off. Fielder takes evasive action.
I've never seen anything like this. Oh, look, I'm going to say this. He does really, really well because this is Yorkshire. But the way he goes down is absolutely spectacular. It's all happening out there in the field. How about this? He goes, boom! Down you go, buddy. But he puts his body in the line. He takes one for his team here.
Has he put his body in the line, or has he tried to evade the pillar entirely? I'm not too sure, Rico. Let's give him some credit.
It's like going, you know, when you've got 1 skill left and you're bowling.
Oh,
and you need that strike. That was the strike.
Almost went full matrix under the ball. He's jammed into him, tucks it around the corner. Bogdos just yet another single, but Carvelis running through aggressively. Corfu just starting to sound a little bit nervous in the players' 10.
Yeah. And apologies for the score just been down at the moment, obviously, with that direct hit and the ball going to the boundary. The scorers are just getting that worked out, and it'll be on your screen shortly. But look, I'm going to say this to any of the youngsters that are watching. if you're going to run those singles, that was the way to do it. Everything about it was right. He was quick, he was fast, his positioning, the way he was reaching, the bat was slid. That's why he made it.
Yeah, great. It's a good coaching point, Rico. Anwar drifts it into the leg stump. Umpire not interested in the appeal. Another shy at the stumps. Bogdos had come down a long way after his previous conservatism backing up.
Yeah.
May have expected that Carvelis wanted the single. It's a nice ball from Anwar. He's getting enough movement back in. It's really troubling the big Greek man at the moment, and Corfu just struggling to find the boundary here in the opening overs.
Yeah, well, you said it, and the boundary they did get was the overthrows, but it's all about keeping the pressure on. A couple of big shots from Carvelis, and everything can change, but they want to keep the pressure on for as long as they can.
Yeah, that's good batting from Carvelis. You saw Anwar coming into bowl. He's put 1 foot wide of off stump, was looking to take that over the leg side. Anwar gave him exactly what he wanted, dropped short, and he's dispatched it for a maximum.
Yeah, good shot, and wait for it. Boom! Shaka-laka! Well, he just went for the shorter delivery, and you can see Carvelis is having a long chat with his partner there, saying, look, come on, stay there with me, stay here with me.
It's good thinking from the young man, though. I like a player who's considered about his cricket and just his tactical movement there. Got the same ball from Anwar, put it away. That one's wide of off stump, and he's thrashed it through the cover as well. In 2 balls, Carvelis has suddenly found his form. The Corfu boys are up and cheering. They felt like a bit of pressure's been released with those last 2 deliveries. Great batting, Ari Carvelis.
Yeah, Carvelis. What a lovely shot this is, and once again doesn't quite get the foot in the right position, but I think he knows this is wide enough. It's not going to bother him. Gets the full swing of the bat, keeps it along the deck as well. And well, this is exactly what I'm saying. You just know while the pressure is on, you've got to keep it on. But the big man Carvelis, you know he's got the power. He's demonstrated that before, and those 2 boundaries now sort of does take that pressure that was on him off.
Well, you feel like that boundary was actually created by the shot the previous ball. Carvelis moved across, didn't allow Anwar to just bowl that short of a length material. Next ball decides to pitch it up a bit more, doesn't get the swing, gets thrashed through the covers. Final ball, the power play, good delivery, goes back to his big in-swinger. Carvelis just pops it down the pitch. End of the over, and Corfu 26 for 1 off 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is neck and neck, isn't it? And just rewind where Punjabi Lions and Nicosia were. They were on 28 for 2 at this point. So run-wise, very little in it. And you'll probably see that sort of indicated in that, well, the Manhattan. The only thing that Yek Corfu are doing is they gain up in the right way, especially with those boundaries. And the last time we saw Carvelis batting well was in that very close match against Harvey Escran out when he made 48 of 21. And while he was out there, they were in that match. It's only when his wicket went did they fall away. So he is key. He's got to stay there, especially with Manusis back in the dugout already.
Looks like Neeraj Tiwari's been given the responsibility for the 4th over. Drops it short. Bogdos. This is the cut shot again, but it's a wide one by quite some distance. Definitely got a plan to Bogdos. They're trying to keep it in that cut shot area. Probably haven't got a huge amount of defence out there. Man at deep cover, 1 backward point. Short and wide again. Tickles it down to 3rd man for the single. Gets Carvelis back on strike, so he's done his job.
He has, and now this is going to be interesting because he can't be bowling a short length to Carvelis. Carvelis will go after him, and he's not. He doesn't want to be giving that width. It's difficult timing. I mean, the field, I'm just having a quick look at the field here. So what we've got long on, long off our back, 2 on the leg side, and you've got the sweeper out on the off. So it's quite a standard field, really. Just wondering if square leg probably needs to be a little bit behind there. Andrew, I don't know what you think, because Carvelis, he's certainly, when he hits it, he's going to swivel on this.
Well, to be honest, if he gets the full face of the bat on, I don't think it'll matter where those fielders on the leg side are. I suspect he's going to try to thrash one through the covers again if it's wide. He does go through that. Regis popped up. Austin was in the game again, just lands short of him. Couldn't repeat the dose of his outstanding catch earlier in the game. But Carvelis, heart would have been in his mouth there for a moment.
Yeah, that's not the man you want to be hitting the ball in the aerial direction to, not after the catch that we saw him take.
Tiwari once again goes the off-stump line. Bogdos constantly missing that cut shot. This is becoming more and more of a problem for Corfu.
Yeah, you see, the longer Bogdos is getting bogged down like that, he's putting pressure on Carvelis.
Tiwari, a bit more stump line. Bogdos much more comfortable there. Just turns the wrists on it. And then coming in from deep square on the boundary. It's been another pretty solid over, though, after the fireworks of the last one. Tiwari just taking for singles at the moment.
With that rate, just keep an eye on that at the moment. It's around 11 and a bit.
Not a problem while Carvelis is there,
No.
but if he gets out in the next 2 overs, then Corfu's going to have a real uphill battle. Floats it up. It's a good shot. Powerfully struck. Man does well coming in from long off, but boy, timed.
That's Taranjit Singh. I think he's got a bit fortunate here as well. Doesn't stop it cleanly, but once again, as we always say, try always to get some body behind it, and he does. Keeps it to 1.
Bogdos needs to go hard here. Struck it down the ground. It's going to skip off the grass. Taking it in one hand. Well done, but boy, I think that was a free hit for Bogdos. It was the end of the over. They wanted to get Carvelis back on strike. As it is, only the 1 run, and Corfu 32 for 1 off 4.
Do you get him out? If you're the oppo, do you get him out? I'll be the one that's saying, I'll be saying to players, if it goes in the air to you, let it bounce, stop it, get it back in. Keep him in there because he's chewing up balls.
Creative captaincy, Rico. Certainly at the moment, the young Bogdos, he just needs to start not only rotating the strike, but I think he's got to start taking the risks, actually, because they need Carvelis there. He's going to naturally score quickly, but Bogdos has now got to say, essentially, I'm going to thrash or I'm going to get out.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's got to be his mindset to say, right, every ball that comes my way, I'm just going to give it a big old hee-ho. Going to throw everything at it, including the kitchen sink, and try and get some runs. If I get out, well, that could be a blessing in disguise.
Yep, absolutely. Well, it's a big appeal. I think that's way too high. Umpire has absolutely no interest in it. Guri, it's never going to stop him making a big appeal. A little bit of nip back off the seam there. Poor Bogdos just having an absolutely torrid time. It was a good ball. Not a huge amount of foot movement, though. Got himself in a tangled up position. So that was actually closer on the height than I thought. It skidded through a little bit.
It does get through. I think it's probably just a little bit too high. And the way the batter played it, maybe just nipping away down the leg. This is now the competition for me. Pace on. Carvelis will like it. And they decide just to play this away. So he's thinking about this as well. And maybe here he's thinking, all right, the main strike bowler, Guri, the captain who makes things happen, is on. Maybe I just need to respect him. And if we can even if we just get, I don't know, 6 of the over, we'll take that.
Yeah, see, at the comparison, the same stage, the Punjabi Lions were 37 for 3, so not a great deal of difference in the scores. Oh, it's a big swing. Well, we know the Bogdos needs to go after it, but they're consistently keeping that line wide of off stump. I'll tell you what, actually, a man who does know how to play a good cut shot, Rico, my boy from the Zurich Nomads, Asvin Lakaraju, who's been in the chat saying hello today, so great to have you on board. Asvin, you would certainly not be playing and missing it too many cut shots, in fact, eating them up to the boundary. One of the best scorer of the wicket players in Switzerland. It's good balls. Bogdos just turns his wrist. Carvelis desperate to get on back on the strike. No single there.
Yeah, I mean, thank you to everybody that's been on the chat today. It's absolutely been buzzing. I think all the action that we've had today has been great. And the good news I can tell you here is at the moment, it is much brighter here than it was earlier. That rain, the drizzle has stopped. Of course, everybody is waiting for the big one coming later. Just nicely played out on the off foot. A little bit of a fumble, but it's only a single. Now, look, what do you do here if you're Carvelis? Because there is a ball to come. It's been a very tidy over so far. I think just 3 runs from it. Do you commit and go for the big shot here?
I say take the single off the skipper here, get yourself back on strike for the next over, and then I think he's got to start to explode. They're almost 5 overs in to the chase. 67 off 31 needed. Take the single here, 66 off 30, so he's got to effectively go at 2 runs a ball from here on in.
There we go. I mean, last time in this situation, something weird happened. It was the run out and the 4 overthrows.
He hasn't listened to a word we've said, Rico, but it'll be the same result. Just a single to the man coming in from deep backward square. That takes Corfu up to 36 for 1 off 5.
halfway point. So they're just starving them off runs. But the thing is, and I think this is what Carvelis is probably thinking in his mind, okay, I've seen off the captain. Guri is now not going to bowl another. So he's certainly eyeing up one of these bowlers. I mean, there's one or two that have gone for a few. I mean, Tajinder, he bowled pretty well.
I think this is the over, Rico. They
This is one?
brought Niraj Tiwari back on, gave the ball a fair bit of flight, but I don't think Carvelis is going to be too worried if he keeps on that wide of off-stump line. Nice ball from Tiwari. Probably hit a better length than did in the last over. Bogdos imploring his partner to stay at the striker's end.
Yeah, you say he's the one. I can understand why you say that, but he's a little bit crafty and nifty. And he only did go just for the 6 in his first over, but you can see why he would be eyeing him up. He wants that one loose one. This is the quicker one. And he just goes over that wide line. He gets a little clap from the keeper saying, yeah, I know what you're thinking here.
Playing a dangerous game, though, with that wide and short ball. He's got some protection over there in deep cover, but there's not too much else there. Carvelis must have been eyeing up that backward point boundary. Floats that one up. Carvelis does try to go big. That's a catch. That's a massive wicket in the context of this game. We talked about him going after Niraj Tiwari. Tiwari's given it a little bit of air, and he's managed to hit it straight down the throat of Taranjit Singh coming in there from long off. That is a huge wicket, Rico.
That is massive, and you could turn around and say, well, maybe that is where the match has been won. And is that man again, Taranjit? He's been exceptional in the field. It's only earlier, Andrew, we were saying you've got to have your best fielders in the right position. Taranjit, he's been there, he's been stopping the balls, he's been sliding himself around for his team, and now he has taken a very, very important catch. 2 catches in this innings have been quality. I mean, nothing sort of beats the one that Austin's take, but that is a pressure catch. Take the catch, and maybe you've got the match.
Yeah, pressure catch, but also excellent bowling from Niraj Tiwari. Gave the ball just enough flight to induce Carvelis to come down the track, but also kept it out of his power hitting zone. Just the bat turned in his hand a touch as he tried to force that shot down the ground. Excellent catch, and that's a huge victory for the Lions.
Yeah, massive wicket. And Carvelis goes 21. And unlucky 13. That's how many balls he faced before he went.
Ahmed's come to the crease to join Bogdos. That run rate required is starting to get out of control for Corfu. Ahmed on strike. Another ball that's wide of off stump, a little bit of tail away from the batsman. The umpire, fairly easy call of wide there. It's been still quite a climbing number in the extras column here, Rico. In fact,
yeah,
the Corfu total would be looking even worse for wear if they hadn't.
That's the 7th wide now that we've had, 8 extras.
Well, drifts onto leg stump. Arrest that man and read him his rights for aggravated assault of a cricket ball. That's a massive strike from Ahmed, who's just come to the crease.
Well, Ahmed decides, well, not messing around. You know, this wasn't that bad a delivery. I mean, it wasn't like way down leg side. It's sort of middle on leg, just a little bit shorter. And I think this is about the bowler, Tiwari, saying, I'm not going to bowl another wide. It was cracked away.
Well, he's taken another big swipe. It's gone in the air. It's going to be an easy catch. And, well, the Maximo is followed by yet another dismissal. Tiwari showing a lot of guts, prepared to throw the ball up again. Gets it wide of off stump. And that is another man back in the pavilion as Corfu lose their 3rd wicket, Rico. This is really starting to get out of hand for the Greeks.
Yeah, I mean, it's 6 and out. And what Tiwari does, he changes it, doesn't he? I mean, we mentioned the wides. What a lot of the bowlers have done, and credit to them, they've tried to stick to that line outside the off stump. It's worked for them. Every so often you get it wrong and the wide is called. But I think you've got to stick with that. Tiwari changed his line for the ball before, goes for the straighter one. It gets pumped, doesn't it? It gets smashed out of here. He goes back outside the off stump and gets the wicket.
Yeah, really, really good bowling. Smart stuff from Niraj Tiwari. It's been an impressive couple of overs for him in this game. Well deserved, picking up a couple of wickets. Just the first one in this over, the key scalp of Ari Carvelis. And then Ahmed, who has just come out, pumped him first ball for 6. And as it is, looks like young George Galanis coming to the crease. He's going to have to give it everything he's got in these remaining 4.2 overs, but the ball's quickly running out for Corfu. Long way away, that target of 102. Floats it outside off. Big swing from Galanis, first ball. Only drag it around. Fielder coming in from deep square, keeps it to a single. One ball left in this 6th over. Corfu up to 45. So 57 runs short of that 102 target. Floats it up, swung around, and that's going to be a much needed boundary. Well, not a huge amount of energy coming from the Corfu dugout. Spiros Bogdos, he needs all their support at the moment. That's his first boundary of the game. Nicely struck shot. Just a little bit of air from Niraj Tiwari, who's continued to throw it up. And that brings Corfu to 49 for 3 at the end of the 6th.
Yeah, you can see why he's done that. He's probably thinking, okay, Bogdos, he hasn't really hit anything. He's just sort of been there, and he's watched a lot of things happen at the other end. No boundary before that shot to his name. So flights it up, and he's hoping for a miscue, but he hits that pretty well. And just wonder whether that boundary will give Bogdos this sort of confidence he needs to think, well, okay, right, maybe it is down to me, and maybe I can do it. Certainly been there long enough. He's got his eye in.
Kasim Anwar coming to bowl the 7th over. There was plenty happening in that last one. Wide wicket, wide, 6 wicket, 1-4. No shortage of entertainment in the 6th over. Left-handed Galanis drags it around to the leg side. They've got that area very, very well protected. There's a man deep mid-wicket, one coming in off long on. All of those fielders shift around for the right-hander.
Yeah, what about this young man, Galanis, there we've seen there, left-hand at 17 years old. What a find he is, and well, what a story he is as well for young European cricketers around Europe.
Driven down the ground by Bogdos. To be honest, when he bats, Rico, my biggest shame is that we don't see that wonderful crop of hair that he's got. He puffs it up with the hairband, and it's something I'm quite jealous of.
You be alike, or maybe Vinny as well. Maybe Corey could get away with it. He's still got a bit of hair.
He's probably more hirsute up top than the rest of us. Anwar draws it short, hoiks it around, but only succeeds in hitting it straight down the throat of probably the one man in this team who you do not want to give a catching opportunity. Scott Austin celebrates as only Scott Austin can. That's another wicket down. Galanis can't do any damage, and 4 men back in the pavilion for Corfu. They're now 51 for 4.
Yeah, nice catch. He hits it pretty well, but a bit of the toe end on this, but they do set him up. They bang it in short. There's the catch taken. Go on, give it some, give it some. Yeah, well, look, he wants to give it some as well. A little bit of a wiggle it just a little bit. And, well, Galanis, he goes, but well, you can't blame him. You can't blame any of these batters now going out there now. They know they've got to play the shots. And if they're lucky, if they can get a few, they can maybe get the team back in this. But, the champions of Greece there. See their flag there. Plenty of flags out there. I do like that. You see where the teams are. The setup there is just absolutely perfect. Look, I haven't asked you this question, I don't think. I know we've done a lot of commentary together. We did that long stint in Portugal. But, I mean, in terms of the setup, this is just bliss, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing, Rick. I mean, for us to have the elevated camera commentary position to start with is brilliant. The branding around the ground looks absolutely fantastic. This wonderful setting in Andalusia. It's an incredible place to play cricketers. Why steams in for his 4th delivery, pitches it up, just jammed into the ground by the new batsman Mohammed. Just be a single. No, it's an absolute treat for the players, isn't it? Having all the locals turn up to support, some big supporter crews from the clubs themselves as well.
Now look, I always ask the players this, and I get amazing reactions. It's the first time you've been here, right? I mean, we didn't see you, unfortunately, during the ECC, the European Cricket Championship. Carry on after this delivery. Gets a bit of bottom edge onto this. Will be another single, so the tiki-taka continues here. But when you turned up here for your first day, and we get here, it's quite dark normally because the time of the travel, and you saw this setup and you saw the ground. I mean, did you have to pinch yourself and say, this is cricket in Europe?
Oh, I couldn't believe it. Absolutely couldn't believe it. And I just wanted to get out there in the middle of the ground and start playing. And I think most of the players would be saying exactly the same thing. It's an absolute treat to play on a ground of this quality. Someone comes in for his final ball as though. Drops short inside edge. Going to scamper through for the single. Keeper doing well to keep it to 1. That takes the Greeks to 54 for 4 off 7 overs, 18 balls to go, and still 48 runs required. But no, Rico, I mean, it's a treat for the eyes and for these guys who play on probably variable quality grounds around Europe. There's obviously some clubs that have really, really good facilities, others who don't. Speaking of clubs who have good facilities, the RBS Cranehood team, they've not only got good facilities at home, they've got some spectacular players in their ranks, and none more so than Tobias Visay at the top of the order. He is racking up the fantasy points. He's been absolutely spectacular, was so close to a century this morning, but the battle between him and the big battle owner bullet, Mohamed Kamran, that is going to be something to tune in from 5 o'clock CET tonight. Good ball to start the 8th over, just jammed out by Mohamed.
You can see now there's nobody really inside close there on the leg side. It's all about saving the boundaries now, because that is that's where we're heading here with that rate now per over around 16.
Oh, it's struck nicely down the ground by Bogdas. Great shot. He's timed that beautifully. All of a sudden, he started to catch fire and brought some energy to the Corfu playing house.
This is a really nice shot, because we've got the fielder pretty close to this Tajwinder, and he can't get anywhere near it. It hit like a rocket, so he's taking his time to get himself in, and maybe now he's saving the explosive stuff towards the end. You just think you get a couple of magical overs in here, you're right back in this match.
The Greeks 59 for 4, short and wide. That's been his Achilles heel today.
Yeah.
Bogdas has really struggled with the ball short of a length outside off stump.
Good reply from Taranjit.
Steves it again. Same ball, tries to swing it high. That ball's gone a mile in the air. Good catch. And finally, the arduous innings of Bogdas, 22 balls for his 17 runs. It comes to an end. He's back to the pavilion. He has battled hard. He has started to free his shoulders in the last couple of overs, but ultimately, it's not enough for Corfu, and someone is going to have to come down from the lower order and just go on a blitzkrieg in the next couple of overs.
Yeah, and there's a man who's had a good day, and that's Tiwari. Taranjit gets a wicket. Tiwari takes a catch. When you get into a stage here now, I mean, all right, with that wicket, it's another dot. That rate is just really getting close to that 20 mark now, and he may even get there if this ends up being another over that goes to the fielding side. You've got to try and finish well, haven't you? I mean, the last thing that you want them to do is throw the wickets away and get out cheaply. Because one thing that could be very important is net run rate.
Very, very
the
true.
Lower teams in the round robin stages, the net run rate could make the difference, maybe of being 4th or 3rd, and that is to finish 4th is massive.
Sage analysis, Rico. We saw on the table earlier, these two teams are locking horns in the middle of the table as Singh comes in and just drags one down that's gone a long way wide. Easy call for the umpire, but you're completely right when it comes to determining who ends up, or at least has a crack at finishing in the top 3. That net rate, run rate could be really, really crucial, and the Lions, if they can get away with a good 20-odd run, they might have another wicket here that is swung around. Ahmed, first legitimate delivery, and he's hit it straight down the throat of Vikram Verma. He's celebrating. The rest of his Lions teammates are celebrating, and you get the feeling that that could be all she wrote for this chase of Corfu.
Yeah, I mean, that it sounded pretty good off the bat, didn't it? I'm looking for it to be maybe sailing over the boundary. It gives it a fair thump, but it only goes as far as Verma, and he takes another good catch. Look, let's talk a little bit about the fielding here, and there he goes, Junk in the front there, he says. Yeah, exactly, that's a good catch. Fielding has been good, and they've taken most of their chances. They've thrown themselves around in the field. I think the confidence of that win earlier today, which was led by the batting of Guri, their captain, certainly has inspired them to another level.
Yeah, they've played really well, and they've actually shown greater depth, particularly in the bowling lineup, than I think a lot of keen observers thought they had. I don't think anyone would have been expecting them to end up with 2 wins today, particularly given the quality of sides they faced, but they've battled hard and played really, really good T10 cricket. Batsman on strike. Short ball, cracks it over the offside. Oh, Austin, I thought he was going to go for another full-length dive. Probably had a play on that ball, and maybe if the game was in a tighter situation, might have thrown his body at it, but as it is, just allows it to bounce, and that's the end of the 8th over. Corfu now 61 for 6 and still requiring 41 off the last 2 overs.
It's a tidy spell of bowling there from Taranjit. He's still got an over to come as well, and he's taken 2 for 7. Yeah, I think they've certainly come back strong, especially after that defeat yesterday. But I have to say, I mean, against the strength of I can't care Barcelona. See, this one wraps into the pads of the batter. I mean, though they did have to do with that early storm of Mohammed Cameron and also that of Babar, they did recover well. And you know, the batters did get 3 batters got into 20s to get them a score on the board. So they have shown that they can, if need be, dig themselves out of a hole as well.
Teshwinder Singh, didn't he start the innings off with a really, really good first over? Probably a fairly unassuming character as he ambles into bowl, but gets some nice late movement. Is probably a little bit quicker than most people think.
Yeah, Teshwinder went for 5 for that first one. Just get the ball in the right area.
Oh, that's drilled in. Absolutely bowled him neck and crop. We've just been singing the praises of Teshwinder Singh. Comes up with an absolute perler.
Yeah, and when you say he gets the ball in the right areas, that's exactly what we're talking about. Full and straight. And, well, Teshwinder Singh doing what we've seen another Singh do quite regularly, and that's the player for RBS. He gets the ball, the Yorker left deliveries in, Rajinder Singh. And, yeah, there's nothing like being able to, I mean, when you're a captain of the side, you know your players, there's nothing better than giving the ball to a guy and say, right, I know what you can do, go and do it for me, and they perform. And that's exactly here what Teshwinder says and does. And well done to him. And it's not been a good day for Aslam Mohammed and his team. They're finding it difficult, really, to find their form. And once again, maybe it's we're looking at that. If you get the likes of Carvelis and Tassos not performing, they're going to find it difficult to get runs on the board.
Yeah, I guess. What are your thoughts, Rico, on being the team that only plays 1 game per day? Do you think that's a bonus that you come in fresh, or when you're playing a squad that's already had a hit out earlier in the morning, do you think it puts you at a little bit of a disadvantage?
I think, honestly, I think it all depends on what the day before has been like. I think if you've had a good day, you just want to keep playing.
Another good ball from Singh. He's got that ball talking.
Yeah, right up there. Whereas I think if you've had a bad day, yeah, I think it gives you a good benefit, good plus. You can sit, you can talk about it, you can have the evening, a team meeting, and the next day you get the team together again and you forget about it and say, right, a new day, new era. So miss again. So this is a really good positive finish. A very good performance, you have to say, from the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia.
Yeah, this chase has really spluttered in the last over and a half, and Rajinder Singh just showing his quality. He's going to end up with great figures at the end of these 2 overs, barely going for any runs, and particularly considering he was bowling in the power play. Full ball, nice shot from Nemel Giannis. Scoots back, shy at the stumps. Would have been clearly out if he'd hit, but as it is, he returns safely. Corfu 62 for 7 off 9 overs.
Yeah, another good over, look at that. Spell of bowling there. I mean, that's 2 overs, 1 wicket, and just 5 runs from it. So that means that to me, was that last over maiden there? Must have been. I'm pretty sure.
I think it was. It was an excellent first over from Singh as well.
Yeah, it was, because the only one from it was a leg by. So yeah, a maiden there.
That's a great spot, Rico. Not only that, a wicket maiden was the leg by off the first ball, but maiden in the books. So coming up to the final over here, Busa's on strike. Short ball just pulls it around. Fielder's going to come in from deep backward square. Just a last final look at the chat. Shout out to one of our premier young players at Cosnay Cricket Club, Jay Sin, who's just joined. Obviously clocked off work for the afternoon and decided to check what's happening out in sunny Cartama. So great to have you on the chat, Jay. Hope you had an excellent training session on the weekend. Short ball, tries to pull it. Kumar getting probably a little bit more bounce than he expected, coming off a fairly gentle run up, but he managed to get that one up around the earlobes.
Yeah, Jay, I can just underline what you're saying. It's great to have Andrew back. I love watching and talking about cricket and the matches in front of us with Andrew. He had a fantastic time in Portugal, and it's been well, too long a wait for us to get together again, and certainly enjoying your company and what you bring with you to the game.
More than a day away from you, Rico, is too long, to be honest, but yeah, probably 12 months is far more than enough. I noticed we seem to have been denied our favourite pastel donatas over the course of this trip. The Spanish less of a fan than our friends in Miranda de Corvo up in Portugal.
Maybe. I do see them in some of the bakeries. This has been hit up in the air, but it will just drop short. They'll take a single. But look, hey, I'm going to say this. This is to Vinny and Corey. Well, at least you do bring me some goodies from Oz. Come and tell me what you gave me. They were lovely.
They were Tim Tams, Rico. Tim Tams brought in from Sydney, as we see Vinny making sure the children are being looked after in the background as the ball's just popped up. That's yet another wicket off the final ball, and that finishes a pretty good over from Kumar, and a comprehensive performance from the Punjabi Lions. They have kept Corfu to 64 for 8 off their 10 overs. And I tell you what, that imposing target of 102 has really been made to look difficult by Corfu. Losing Manousis at the top of the order certainly didn't help, but they haven't made a great fist of this chase, Rico. Yeah, I mean, they've done really well as they get together there in the middle. No doubt they'll talk about the day that they had. It's been an impressive day. I mean, they had to come back, didn't they, after that defeat yesterday. But the thing is, like I said, there were a lot of positives there. They had the time, I mean, to get together as a team. And you can see this, when you've got smiles on your faces like that, it tells you a story. And those guys, they're not smiling. They've had a difficult day. But this has all been about the Punjabi Lions and Nicosia. They've regrouped well, they've come back strong, and they've got another victory, and a comprehensive one as well, by 37 runs. And it was all started by something that was special. That was a wonderful catch. I could watch the replay of that all day, and I have no doubt that bad boy is going to be posted on the European Cricket Network social accounts for many, many years to come. It was an uphill battle, though, for Corfu. They lost Manousis early on. Carvallis got lucky, ended up with overthrows off what could very easily have been a run out. While he was there, they looked like they had an opportunity, but Punjabi Lions from Nicosia, Rico, they just fought so hard in the field, and that medium pace right arm attack, it was really, really solid. Yeah, and I'm going to say this about the Punjabi Lions of Nicosia. You're going to get games which are going to be really tight. Yeah, you're going to be like for like, the batters, the bowlers. What they've shown here today is what they have in the field. But what they do in the field will win them those close matches. Yeah, absolutely. I think that they're a really fighting outfit, and as I said during the coverage, they've probably got more depth, particularly in their bowling attack, than we gave them credit for when they first turned up here this week. And they're actually making a really big bid to end up being in those top 3 teams by the time we finish the first stage of games tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, they did their job in the field against Farmers. I think they were exceptional, and then they finished off the job with the batting. And here we've seen again, they've got to the 100. It wasn't it wasn't going to be easy, because don't forget, Corfu, they had good bowling themselves. I mean, Carvallis was bowling really well, causing trouble. Then you also did have Marnis, who's difficult, Islam as well. So it wasn't going to be easy, but they did get the 100 even without any of them hitting any big scores. Well, there's Vinny, he's got another one. And he just loves the babies, doesn't he? I always say he should be a politician. But yeah, I mean, it's been a good day for them. And this match, which on paper you thought was going to be a close one, well, they literally did and blow away Corfu in that one. So the champions of Greece, they go down by 37 runs to the champions of Cyprus as we eye up this one. 3-3 both sides. Come on, who are you picking? Well, putting you in the spot. I'm putting me on the spot. I think it's all going to come down to that opening over battle between Visay and Mohammed Cameron. Yeah. I think Crayon Hood can take this. I think it's going to be interesting. They're going to be the first team to probably really push the Pack I Care guys. Yeah. I also think that the opening combination there of Teo Walborough and also Tobias Visay have got the technique to deal with the extra pace that's going to come from Camera. We saw him struggle a little bit with the extra quality that was in the Farmers' top order. Managed to get 2 wickets, but they were both the last ball of both of his overs. But either way, that's going to be an incredible battle. So please come back and make sure you join us for that in just under 20 minutes. But having a look at the Punjab Lions, Nicosia bowling effort. Tajwinder Singh, he was really impressive at the top, Rico, and well supported by his skipper, Guri Singh.
Yeah, I mean, the skipper, and you can't ask for more. Every bowler was in the wickets there. I think their fielding was exceptional. They're going to go away, not just a very happy team, but a team with a lot of belief.
Yeah, and I think they've probably brought along a lot of supporters amongst our viewers on the European Cricket Network as well. They were probably seen as one of the outsiders of this competition, but they've won the hearts and minds with some big hitting, some excellent swing bowling today, and not to mention the absolute highlight of this game, Scott Austin's catch coming in from a brilliant bit down on the boundary, full flying catch. Absolutely spectacular stuff, Rico.
Yeah, absolutely spectacular. Look, once again, I think we're going to take this opportunity to thank everybody out there that have been tuned in. Thank to everybody that has been on the chat. And, they've been sending us some lovely messages, and it's nice to be able to talk to people via the YouTube chat with people that have been out there, and we just have a look at those tables. So look, what a great thing that Punjabi Lions Nicosia have done. They picked up 2 points from that match, so 4 in the day, and that's something that the Farmers are going to have to try and do tomorrow, aren't they, when they come back? And also, well, you see, Yakufu, they've got to try and find a way to get those points. But look, thank you again to everybody. Thank you to the people that have been on the chat, because us two, we're going to go and have a few Victorias now, maybe. And also, look, Corey and Vinny, you can't complain because we brought the sun out for you as well. They're going to be in the box. It's time for us to go there, mingle with some of the spectators from the Farmers and from people that have come around from other parts of Spain. Like I was saying to you, there's people that are here at this venue that only live 500 metres away, never knew it was here. So we're going to talk to them. We're going to spread the word, tell them to spread the word. And remember, if you are in the area, it's the A7059, I believe it is. It's the road that goes from Cartama all the way to Coin. Get on that road. It goes to Marbella if you want to go to Marbella afterwards. But come on down, enjoy the fun, enjoy the cricket. And maybe today, well, if you want to come later, for this match, it's going to be a tasty one. Come and have a Victoria with me or Andrew.
Well, couldn't think of anything better than a Tuesday afternoon brewski with Rico Fall. It's been an absolute pleasure to call this game with you. We'll leave you in the safe hands of Vinny Sandhu and Corey Rutgers to take us through the final contest today. You'll see both of us back on the coverage tomorrow, but please tune in. It's only about 15 minutes to go. The big clash this afternoon, Harvey S. Cranehood versus Pac Eye Care Badalona. You've asked me for your selection, Rico. Well, who do you think's going to take it?
Well, if you're going for the Netherlands Championship, of course I'm going to have to go for Spain, aren't I? Because I do live out here, and but I do know this is going to be an interesting game. But I'm still surprised that they've won the toss and this time around decided they're going to have a bat.
Yeah, throwing the cat amongst the pigeons with an unexpected decision. Whatever happens, it's going to be remarkably good entertainment for match 10. It's the 5th game here on day 2 of Group E of the European Cricket League, brought to you by BET2BALL. It's going to be a cracker of a contest, Rico. Let's get that beer, put our feet up and enjoy some excellent T10 cricket. See you in a few minutes for the final game. Thank you, viewers.
the final match of day 2, match 10. What a match this is built up to be. Maybe it's going to be the explosive batting of HBS. Crying out, well, we know Vise has been in top form, but well, they're up against a team that are also unbeaten, and it's Pakai Barcelona, and they've got Mohamed Cameron. So you've got maybe the best and most explosive bowler versus maybe the best and most explosive batter. This is really going to be a sensational match, and the captains are with the tournament referee Rob coming for the all-important coin toss.
Your call.
Okay. Kiba,
Keep a score. What is Kiba?
we're gonna bat first.
You're going to bet first?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Oh.
Kiba was the call from Shiraz Ahmed, and it does fall Kiba. And well, you think he's going to say he's going to have a bowl, but he doesn't. He's going to say he wants to have a bat. There's a little bit of rain that's starting to fall, but the sun is still trying to come through. So let's hope that it's not going to make any impact on this match, because this is the big one. Both of these teams are unbeaten. Well, he's going to have a bat first. So again, I think it's going to be Mohamed Barber who's got the opportunity to go big. He's well, what's the word I'm looking for? When he's out there, he's devastating, isn't he? He's brutal. He hits the ball hard and he gets runs quickly. Mohamed Cameron has gone up the order at times, but I think Mohamed Ishan and maybe Mohamed Yassin, they have to take the opportunity to perform. Maybe this is the captain saying to them, you've got to go out there and you've got to score runs. With the ball, we know it's all about Mohamed Cameron, but Mohamed Barber, he's been good there as well. Sakinder Ali, the spin is going to be important as well. Yes, crying out, well, their batting is all about one man for them as well. Tobias Vise, maybe that's going to be the competition here. Vise, who scored 81 of just 24 deliveries in their last match. Him up against Mohamed Cameron is going to be a tasty affair. But they always have also got the likes of the captain Vink as well. He's been pretty good with the bat. With the ball, I think again, Vink, he's shown stability in his side. He's picked up wickets when they need to get them. And Julian DeMay, he's always going to be up there with the wickets, and Majinder Singh, I think he's just got better and better all the time. This is going to be a spicy match, and one man who likes it hot and spicy, well, there's both of these guys that are in the commentary box for this one. It's going to be Corey and Vinny. Take it away, guys. Over to you.
Well, on your marks, get set, let's go. Royal Rumble time, match 10 of Group E at ECL 22. I know a lot of our viewers, they have been looking forward to this. And slight surprise for me, you saw there at the toss, Pakai Barcelona, they have decided that they're going to have a bat first. That goes against what they have been doing earlier this week. They have been making the decision to bowl and leading with their strike weapon, Mohamed Cameron. Reinhardt, I think they probably would have batted anyway. I think they backed their skills with the bat. Vise and Warborough put on 96 for the first wicket earlier today. Apart from that, it's been a little bit slim on the runs, but to be fair, the top order batters have done the job. Martin Scholter into the side, mainly to keep wickets. I think to give Tobias Vise a little bit of a breather. But we saw this man, Mohamed Barbar, former captain of Pakai, now just opening batter and opening bowler. He was very, very good earlier today, compiling a half century. Enrico talking about his importance with the bat. As we get ready for the first ball, Julian DeMay is going to open the bowling for HBS Kreinhardt. The Crows hoping to keep their unbeaten streak alive, and likewise Pakai Barcelona. So wherever you're watching around the world, get ready for a Royal Rumble. Here's the first ball. Just comes back with the arm from DeMay. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo, and welcome into the commentary box for the first time today. Spanish national team coach and former HBS Kreinhardt player. So he's the perfect man to be next to me. And that man, of course, is Corey Rutgers, as this one's up in the air and it's gone. And Corey, Maximo, first points to Mohamed Barbar.
Well, what an exciting way to start this match. And hasn't this man had a good tournament with the bat? Big Bubba, when he hits it, it stays hit. And he gets one in the wheelhouse, gets every piece of it. 6 runs. And yeah, looking forward to this contest, Vinny. Tough one to call. Could go either way. Will someone produce a bit of brilliance and get their team over the line?
I'm sure we're watching this one with a lot of interest as well, for many reasons. This one's just a bit too wide. This is what he'll do, DeMay, won't he? He'll attack that kind of wide hole, as you like to call it.
Yeah.
Occasionally he'll miss, but he only gives away one. I think he's trying not to get too straight because he knows that someone like Barbar could take him out of the ground. Just knocks this one into the offside. No run. So how do you see this one, Corey? I'm interested to get your insight.
Well, we know there's a big battle going on later, but I think all the other players, I mean, the man at the non-strikes and Ishan probably hasn't had the tournament he would have wanted so far. He's been good with the gloves. I think he might have a big game. And for RBS, that middle order, who's going to stand up there?
Gives them no pace to work with here.
But the big thing in this chase later is if RBS do lose an early wicket or two, they've been so reliant on Tobias Vise, they need somebody else to go, hold on, I'm going to make some runs as well.
Yeah, true. Walbrook played a good support role. He made 40 earlier today, but yeah, aside from that, there's been too many contributors with the bat. I suppose you could also argue they haven't had too many opportunities because of the form of the openers. Pretty good first over this to May. Got taken down the once, but still only 7. I think that's a win for RBS. Still a ball to go though. Last balls of overs.
Oh, so important because it sort of carries into the next over as well.
Momentum. He wants him. He goes high, and that's going to fly. Well, that's over our heads. Maximo. Bubba can't be held quiet. He scores a dozen off the first over, and it's 13 for no loss.
Jeez, there's something about the way he strikes the ball. Just at the very end, he snaps his wrists through it, and that went absolutely miles over us in the commentary box. So, in the end, the first blood goes to Pakai Care. Good start from them. Well, you've got a few colours on today, don't you, Vinny? You've had a good day?
Yeah, well, I do have the orange on. I thought, don't get to crack out the orange shirt very often.
Didn't know it was a peacock day.
Oh, it's just a regular shirt. You know, I like my block colours. I've got my Dutch-inspired shirt on today.
There's the Pakai Care boys. Well, they've had a good tournament so far, so they'll be hoping to continue their trend. But yeah, you look very bright today.
Yeah, I've gone the orange. I know Rico keeps complaining that got my coat on. But if you've got a nice warm coat, why wouldn't you use it today? All right, Isan on strike for the first time. Whips this one off his pads. It's a long chase for the fielder, but he does well. Teo Walbrook.
That's really well. Keeps it to single, but yeah, Ishan, he'll be happy to get off the mark. He's a good player. I've heard a lot about him. Probably hasn't made the runs he would have liked, but he'll be hoping for a substantial innings here today.
What I liked about his innings before, Teo, was that he kind of played a support role and just gave the strike to Tobias Vise early on. But then when it was his turn, he was able to get a few lusty blows of his own. Anyway, here's a good battle. Manjinder versus Mohamed Babar. This is a full toss. Could have hit it pretty much anywhere. Instead, he hit it straight to Navjit Singh at square leg.
You have a feeling that Babar's seeing the ball like a watermelon at the moment. He batted so beautiful in the game early today. I think it was 60 off 20 odd.
Yeah, 63 off 21.
Well, when you're in that sort of form, that style of what's the old saying? In vain form, rich in vain, something like that.
I'll have to look that one up. Are you going to be in English?
A couple of Red Bulls before this game.
Get rich in vain.
Oh, was it rich?
What?
There is a saying that. Look, moving on.
If I could Google the words you were just saying, I would probably find it. Make the most of it when you're in form. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, let's go with that.
In a rich vein of form. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, rich vein of form. Thank you. Almost got there.
Sometimes with you, it's like trying to do a cryptic crossword. Anyway. It goes leg side. This one won't quite carry. So I think that sometimes in-form batters have had a bit of luck. I think of Kurpratap Singh this morning. There's a similar one where if he hits it slightly better, it goes to the fielder.
Yep.
So, I mean, obviously, there's a tremendous amount of skill involved in any form of cricket, even this form of cricket, but you can't underestimate the role luck plays, I think. Isan on strike. Yeah, it just helps this one on its way. Adios, pelota, Maximo. Mohamed Isan. He's got a birthday this week. This was a bit of a present from Manjinder Singh. It was outside his pads. He could just turn it, flicks it away dismissively. 6 more.
Yeah, good shot that, because sometimes when it's actually outside your pad line, it's hard to catch up with, but he got every piece of that, and that will be a confidence-boosting 6. And, well, from all the teams I've seen so far, I just sort of feel this Pakai Care team, they have the most firepower, don't they? They have numerous players that can clear the ropes quite comfortably. These two are a very, very dangerous opening pair. Good batting so far.
Yeah, for sure. Just need a wicket to steady themselves here. RBS. Last ball of the over. Oh, it's not a good delivery. It's too full. It's going to go. And it's going to be cuatro carreras más. Pakai Care just keep on keeping on. Isan moves to double figures. Joins former captain Babar there. And that's 2 overs down. 25 for no loss.
Yeah, good start for Pakai Care. They've had a really good tournament so far, and that's an absolute freebie. He's always going to put that one away. Now, what are you thinking here, Vinny? I mean, obviously they've got the Tobias Vise threat later, but what are they going to want here batting first? Anything in excess of 115?
Yeah, 120 is a good target, isn't it, to a ball? I think also it's just about batting well and seeing how the score goes. I think you can afford to be selective with what you go after. Someone like Baba's hitting the ball so well. He's getting plenty of balls in the zone that he thinks he can clear the boundaries, so you don't want to be too fixated on a target.
This is a good change. Ferdy Vink bringing himself on. A lot of slower balls.
Third over. Starts a little outswinger. Could be trouble. And he's gone. So he tried to go across the line. I think this one just shapes away from Mohamed Baba, and that is a big wicket for HBS Kreinhout. The captain comes on with immediate effect and removes a man who is in form, but he's got to go for 13. It's 25 for 1.
Yeah, that's really good bowling. And that's the outswinger. He draws the edge and he gets the big wicket. They needed that, did HBS. And, well, big wicket for them. Can they get a couple in a row? Ferdy Vink, he's having a good tournament, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a clever player. And that's a bit of brotherly love, as Stefan Vink is the one, Vink I should say, that holds the catch. And so Mohamed Baba, just probably wrong shot selection there. Didn't account for the movement. I think a lot of balls have just stayed on a straight line. This one just left him slightly, so it takes the outside half. It's Vink squared that removes Baba. 25 for 1. Let's see who they send out now. Is this Yassine? Yeah, I think they might have sent out Mohamed Yassine at number 3. Player with a lot of experience at high-level cricket, Corey.
He played for Salcott in Pakistan, played first-class cricket. I think it's around 37 or 38 first-class games, and I think 20 to 25 List A games, and finds himself living in España now. One to watch out for. More, I spoke to him earlier, more a traditional T20 50 over cricketer, and trying to find his way in T10 cricket.
Can't give it a whack, though. We've seen that in ECS level for sure. Often opens the batting with Isan.
Oh, okay.
So these two are reunited. And first one is picked up, but they've got good protection there. Probably a good field, isn't it, with Vink just kind of bringing the ball into the left-hander. Gives him a bit more protection on the leg side.
Yeah, good field, I think. Deep mid-wicket and deep mid-on. So if you're going to angle it in like that, you need that protection. And also, a good amount of swing. But nice shot to get off the mark. Always a confidence booster. Confident
little clip. Hello to Jai Sin as well in the chat, who's welcoming me back. Well, welcome to all of you. Goes straight, and this one is banged over. Long off. Isan gets 6. Maximal. Always a good sign, I think, from Mohamed Isan. When he's hitting the ball straight, sometimes he favours the leg side and kind of overdoes it, but that one hits straight through the line. 6 more.
Yeah, that's glorious batting. That's in the coach's manual. They say try and hit the sight screen as much as possible, and that's exactly what he does. He's got himself going here. It wasn't the worst ball in the world, but that's a glorious cricket stroke.
Yeah, it's kind of a challenge, kind of a length. Mid-off was up in the circle. Back to live action now. Bit straighter. Well, this one escapes the keeper. And this is probably going to run away for 4 more. Well, this one, little under edge, I think, onto the pad. Still had enough velocity to get to the boundary. Isan moves into the 20s. Pakai Care, despite losing Mohamed Baba, they're still going at a very, very good run rate.
Yeah, they're cashing in this power play. A little bit more luck on this one, but catches up with it, goes for 4. And, well, he's really motoring along now. He's 21 off 5. And this is what I mean with this Pakai Care team. It feels like they've got 4 or 5 players that can really do so. I mean, Mohamed Kamran batted at 3 last game. He's down the order this game.
Yeah, they bat deep. When we see him, it's been another full toss. Needs to be stopped but I think they had a conscious plan as well. You saw yesterday when they were chasing 70 odd.
Yep.
That was in that game against Punjab Lions Nicosia. They shuffled their order a bit and they backed themselves to all go from ball 1. So a bit like we saw some of the teams last week.
They're the Maverick team, aren't they?
Just they're
T10 specialists.
They're renegades. Don't play by anyone's rules. Yassine gets a bit of bat on this. Stopped well. Just the one. End of the over. Think not the worst over at all. Still goes for 13 though. Picks up big wicket of Mohamed Baba. 3 overs down. It's 38 for 1.
So we haven't commentated too much this week, Vinny. Obviously, you got Andrew in, and respect to that. But
good to have you.
Now that we've been watching a bit of this group, has this group surprised you massively? Because if you had told me that Marlow wouldn't have a win and the team from Jersey, Farmers, wouldn't have a win, I would have said no chance.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the group of excitement. That's what I've been calling it. Group E for excitement. We had the group of death.
I don't think it was the group. This is the...
That's what I mean. This is the group of excitement.
I like it.
We spent group of death. Now, I can't use that again. But this group is looking really strong. And Jersey, I mean, they've had a tough draw. They've got 2 matches to come.
Well, everyone in this team, in this group's had a tough draw. I think they've underperformed so far.
Yes and no. Look at their 3 opponents, though.
No?
Well, yes, they have, but not as much as... because look at who they've played, right? They've played Javier, and they've
They lost to Cyprus this morning.
Yeah,
Shock
they
result.
lost to group attack Singh basically, and
I
they
think,
got Pakai Care.
and with Cyprus, the Lions doing so well, and Gek from Caulfield also showing the two teams that I thought were going to be seeded 5th and 6th, they're really good.
Yeah. Well, here's a man that they're calling Screech, and that one screeches into the grill of Sholto behind the stumps.
I'm glad he's got a helmet on because they hit him pretty hard.
A lot of people. Yeah, that one just bounces off his thumb right into the gob. Luckily,
We saw that last week. The keeper didn't have it on, took it in the snods.
yeah. Yeah, nasty blow up the nose. This is going to be just a one hopper to Julian Tomei. How good a fielder is Julian Tomei? I mean, he's got the height, he's got the attributes, and seems to be able to cover the ground really quickly. And also, balls that go slightly over his head, he's really good at pulling them and back into the field of play. We've seen that several times here, haven't we?
Yeah, I think Julian's mental side of his game's really improved in the last few years, and he just understands the game a lot better, and it's helped his fielding quite a lot.
Bonandak to Isan. Tries to go across the line, just threw it too early. Well, late decision to go. Get away with it. Leg by called.
I think Isham will be very disappointed. He was a bit early on the shot. Maybe Bodendijk rolled his fingers across that one. A good start from him. He'll get through for a quick single. Would have been tight, I reckon, if there was a direct hit.
It's the kind of length that you felt should be pullable.
Yep.
But yeah, just misjudging the speed of the delivery. I guess you got to remember, new bowler coming in all the time. Takes a little bit of time to get used to the specific pace. Now, it's a little bit of an edge on this, and this is going to be 4. So things rolling the way of Pakai Care. The host nation starting brightly here. 4 more.
Yeah, it's a tough game for bowlers sometimes. Bodendijk's actually bowled a pretty good over, and he'd only gone for one of his first 3. That's good length ball, feather edge, and that's going to go away for 4. So RBS, they're in that position again. They need another wicket, don't they? Just to steady this partnership.
Yeah, check this run rate. I mean, not totally out of control yet. Just remember who RBS have opening the batting. So I don't think any score's safe. Particularly if Tobias Visay gets going. Tries to go fetch this one. And it'll be a rare dot ball. Schultz behind the stumps instead of Tobias Visay. What do you think is with the keeper change here? Is that just maybe to give Tobias a bit of a break?
Well, I know his father, Reinout Schulte, will be really proud because he kept for the Dutch for about 50 or 60 games. He was one of the stalwart Dutch keepers, and his young boys now keeping. But yeah, Tobias Visay does enjoy getting around in the field as well.
This one's hit, and it's wide of the man in the circle. Good clean-up job, though, from Teo Walborough. As we end the 4th over with a single. Pakai Care, 45 for 1. Certainly hope that you are having a wonderful time, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's, once again, pleasure to have you in the commentary box with us. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Corey Rutgers, former, or RBS Crinehout player, former VOC Rotterdam player, and current Spanish national team coach. I bet you've got your eye on a few of these Pakai Care guys as well, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a nice week to actually do a bit of commentary and see some of the Spanish cricket. That's what the ECN does. We find talent through what we produce, and it's really exciting because Pakai Care are playing some fantastic cricket at the moment.
Yeah, well, they are. I can't take that away from them at all. Reminder that you can follow us on social media as well, particularly at European Cricket. Check it out. We see Yassine turn on the first one. They've got 3 back on the leg side boundary now. Just a single.
So Piers Fletcher watching, obviously from VOC. He's just chimed in. Good timing. Martijn Schultz keeping. He's in the Dutch under-17 squad at the moment.
Oh, fantastic. So it's good experience for him, I'm sure, being put to the test.
Here's a test for Vinky Ishant. He's still going well.
Pitches up, takes it on, and launches the bomb. Maximo! 6 more to Isan. We'll mention how he's had a pretty slow start to the tournament. There's nothing slow about the start of his innings. He's 28 off 8.
Yeah, brilliant batting. We did say that he had a slow start with the bat in the tournament. His glove work's been exceptional, but this is good batting. That's just power hitting. Quick hands and through the line of the ball. 28 off 8. He's motoring along. He's the key here. They need to get him out soon.
This is their strategy. They'll keep throwing the bat and back someone to get away. At the moment, it's Mohamed Isan. This next one's just a bit too wide.
Good take.
But we also have seen in the past, particularly in domestic cricket, Pakai Care, they have had some epic collapses. I think
really?
One game where they bowled out 69, but then they They kept the other team to 44.
It's a pretty good
And
win.
sometimes it wakes them up.
That was like the final we had last Friday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I haven't seen you since then, actually.
I'm getting my voice back. Another wide.
Yeah, we lost it.
How about that? Yeah, we haven't commentated together since that final.
We lost it. We lost the plot, didn't we?
Absolutely crazy, wasn't it?
It was good fun. It was good fun. And it's good to be back in here. And I mean, this is a huge clash. I mean, Group E's been exceptional so far, but these two teams, one of them will get their first loss after this game. Smith comes in once more and respectfully cut away for a single. Good fielding there. A little bit of a fumble. I think that's Reece Mason from South Africa. Moved over to Holland a few years ago. A good young player.
Yeah, it's good to see some youth in this side. And yes, they've been eagerly looking forward to this, especially after a couple of the ECLs were not able to be held because of the pandemic. Of course, we should have seen them before, but now we do get a chance to see them here at Cartama. Very exciting stuff. Goes for this and gets it pretty good. Yassine goes bang. And right hand, left hand, any hand. Well, give him a hand because that's 6 more. That guy can't reach 60.
Yeah, nice shot from Mohamed Yassine. And, well, we said that he's not really a T10 format player. That's what everyone says. But, I mean, when you can play a shot like that, you've obviously got something about it. He has timed the ball pretty well so far in this innings.
He wants more, but this time he's mishit it. Fielder underneath it, takes the catch. This one, you could argue, was an easier ball to put away. That timing's funny. It was just off from Yassine, and so he's got to go. Promising innings nipped in the bud. He goes for 15, 61 for 2. A nice catch taken out there on the deep square leg boundary.
Yeah, there's Reece Mason out there. We just spoke about how he's a good young fielder, and yeah, sometimes funny, you can hit the half volley for 6, but you get the low full toss and you can't get it away, so he'll be disappointed to get out now. Good little cameo though. That's going to bring another danger man to the crease. It's Kanda Ali's walking out past him. But for Yassine, maybe a little bit disappointed not to keep going there. I'm sure we'll see plenty more of him as the comp goes on. He goes out for 15 off 10, striking at 150. Bit of a cameo there, so not the worst innings you'd see. But Ishan, he's still out there. And if he bats any length of time, he's going to end up with a pretty big score.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing this middle order and seeing if they can continue after this pretty good start.
How excited are you for the contest that's coming up probably in about 30 minutes?
Super excited. I'm so happy the rain stayed away. We had a few little sprinkles, but nothing too crazy. A little bit of drizzle. So, well done by Stephen Vink. Comes up with a pretty good result. The ball wasn't quite there. And this one just be single. So Ali off the mark. He'll retain the strike. The score 62 for 2. And thanks again for all your contributions in the chat. Got Stuart Verman in the chat asking you, Corey, well, what kind of bowlers do you need in a T10 game? Well, I'm going to say good, but maybe as a coach you can tell me what you'd be looking for in a T10.
As we quick look at the scorecard, Isan, 29 off 9. No, good question. I think in a T10 especially, you need people that have a bit of variety. We saw last week, Pierce Fletcher used the slower balls well. A little bit of raw speed doesn't hurt, but you need bowlers that think on their feet. They don't always just want to try bowl it on the stumps and try blow the wickets away. You need guys that can bowl their best defensive ball under pressure, have a good bouncer, have a good slower ball. Variety, I think, is very important. Or you could just have 5 Mohammed Kamrans, and that would be also very helpful.
That'll do. Here's Screech. Gets paddled away.
Here's Screech.
Yeah, there's a lot of people calling Bonendike Screech from Saved by the Bell.
Saved by the Bell. We call him Benno's Screech. I've missed it. I haven't. Is that what you're saying?
That's what they're calling him.
Oh, that's a good one. I've never called him that.
What's the guy's name? Is it Dustin Diamond?
No, I can't. This was a little bit out of my era.
Come on, don't fake it, mate. You're not that young. Saved by the Bell. Was Zach? They had a Zach as well. Now tries to leg glance this. This isn't really time, but it's muscled. Just using the pace of Bonendike and gets a bit leg stumpish. He gets done for 4. Isan into the 30s.
Yeah, you can see he's setting up early and really favouring this leg side. So anything straight's getting worked around the corner. Maybe they can move backward square leg even finer. Doesn't get this out the middle, but gets a valuable 4 for his team.
Yeah.
They need to get him out soon, don't they?
Bonendike, a few no ball problems yesterday. See if you can get it where he needs it. Yeah, it's a little bit straight, and it's good night, Charlene. This one, top of the hill job. Maximo. 6 more. Isan up and away.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful batting. This is the half volley. I think he tried the slow ball, but it was a little bit too straight. And I mean, if Ishan finds form as well in this tournament, this Pakai Care side, they get even stronger. There's Imran. He looks after the club, the president. Pretty excited with that shot. A lot of pressure on the young bowler here. Needs to get a little bit more outside off if he can.
Yeah, it's just pick-upable length, wasn't it, for Isan? He's going to try again. And this one is going, it's gone. Back-to-back Maximos. Isan within reach of a half century. He's in a hitting mood. He's hitting away, getting some advice, I think. But I'd be saying, you go back to your end. I know what I'm doing. He moves to 45.
Yeah, I wonder what Ali's saying there, who's 2 off 2, while you're on 45 off about 12. Another half volley, just gets enough bat on it this time. A lot of height. And he's in. He's 1 stroke away from a magnificent 50.
I think he was saying, look, you didn't hit that one as far. Please hit it a bit further next time. As he's on 45. And he moved to 46 with this single.
Good adjustment from Benno there. Had to get it outside off, and good adjustment from Ishan as well, respecting the delivery. They're off to a fly, Vinny. They've done it a bit quietly, it feels, but they're on 80 off 5.5.
I mean, they're going at 137 pace at the moment. It's pretty good going. How does Ali approach this? Last ball of the over. Now this is going to be 4 byes, and it's just a bit of ball watching from Schulte behind the stumps. Doesn't cover the line. End of the over, 84 for 2. Well, you know, Corey, we were talking about how excited we were last week. Well, this is how excited we were during the final in the last over.
What have you got for me here, Vinny?
5 infielders. Runs. I like that.
No way!
No way! He's missed it! Oh, it's gone!
No way!
Oh no! He missed fields and then he goes. They need 2. What's happening?
Corey Ruggers!
Oh, you and I have lost it.
No way! He was so. The microphone's gone off the charts here.
Oh my word!
And he fumbled.
Wow.
Pretty
As that hook for... no way! Well, that brings up Ishan's 50. What a shot that is. Great batting. He needed a big score. He was a little bit under pressure, and he's done it. 52 not out of 14 balls. And, well, I didn't think we lost it too much last week.
Well, I have to say, I find this one a little bit more believable. Isan was going to take something up for length. And then, Corey, this is what we had last week, where you just pretty much pinned me in some sort of bear tackle. That's what people didn't see.
I had 2 red balls before this game. Not wise. Navjeet Singh again. Oh, short and Hoyt. It's another 6. Well, this could be a crazy big over. It's a brave call. Isan, we'd heard a lot about him. He has raced to 58 not out of 15 deliveries now.
Yeah, so what did he get? He got his 50 off 14. That's right up there. 12's the record.
I'm not going to call it, but I'm going to call it. This could happen.
Well, you're just trying to get the Dutch a wicket. As soon as you mention the C word, always get a dismissal. Isan on 58. Goes again. Toes it though. Doesn't matter. This one's out of here. Maximo. 6 more from Mohamed Isan.
Mate, Navjeet Singh, he used to be a medium slow bowler. Now he's bowling offies. It's a brave call from the skip. There's a lot of pressure here. This could be 6 sixes easily. They're 102 off 6.3.
Yeesh.
Oh, you've got to get a wide Yorker or something here. This is dangerous.
Peter's getting plenty of action out there, retrieving balls on the mid-wicket boundary.
Here we go, Vinny.
Gets it, not that good, and he's gone. It will be another 6 and out situation. And so, important player to get, especially he was up and going, goes 6, 6, 6 and out. And just like that, that's the end of a lightning innings. And Corey put the kibosh on him. It worked, 64 off 17. Good catch by Julian DeMay. And it will be Navjeet Singh that gets the wicket, but at quite a big expense still. I'll be very happy to see the back of Mohamed Isan.
What an inning. 64 off 17, 8 sixes, 3 fours. So he hit 11 boundaries out of his 17 balls. And watch this applause he'll get from his team, because they know if he's in form, Pakai Care become a lot more dangerous.
Yeah, of course. They've got multiple ways they can hurt you. We've seen how just taking the wicket of someone that's flying can get the innings back under control, but already, it's already 2/3 of the innings gone, still a third available, still 20 balls available. They go to a ball pace from here. They've got 142. A lot of runs to chase, but I tell you what,
they're on for, if they keep anything like this, they're still on for 140, you'd think.
Yeah, Shiraz Ahmed will come out. So Corey gets partial credit for that wicket. Here we go, Navjit. Goes straight away, and this one's carrying Maximo. 6-6-6, wicket 6. Charles Ahmed says, I've seen it done, now I get to do it myself. And despite that wicket, they're not slowing down.
Just a different beast, this batting lineup. They just go at everything. And to be honest, the wicket-taking ball was a half volley as well, so he's a little bit lucky. I mean, we could have 5 sixes in the over and a wicket here.
I used to bowl 10 overs to take 1 for 24. He's done it in 5 balls. And this one probably be 6 more. Well, that's a combined dirty 30. And it had a wicket in it.
I was close.
So 5 sixes in the over. And Shiraz Ahmed comes out swinging, rolls the dice, picks up double sixes, end of 7 overs, 114 for 3.
Well, if someone doesn't take a wicket in this innings and end up with none for 15, 1 for still technically better. Would you take 1 for 30 off your over if you got a wicket?
You can always clip out the wicket, all right, for your social media. I think that is the key. But still, the 5 sixes are hurtful. And we certainly hope that you can join us tomorrow, day 3, the final day of round robin. We've got some interesting clashes. Pakar just the 1 game against Yek Corfu, last game of the day. RBS, I'll take on Punjab Lions, Nicosia. So both these teams just playing the 1 match tomorrow. That will be the last match, the last matches before we settle the top 3, bottom 3. Clever slow ball. I think that might be the key here, Ferdy Vink.
And for people tomorrow, I mean, looking forward to that 3rd game, RBS versus Punjab Lions. That's going to be me and Andrew in the commentary box. The first time, groundbreaking, the dream team.
Yeah, you're trying to get rid of me and Rico. Don't forget I make the rosters. I can still change that.
My apologies.
He's after him, and he gets him. Nice shot. Comes down, meets it. Not an easy shot to play. Well, Peter, he's fetching again. And this is a confidence-building one for Skandar Ali.
Well, I'm looking at Julian Demay and Teo Walborough, who are at deep mid-on and deep mid-wicket, and they're going to get burnt foreheads because they're just looking over their right shoulder every time. It is clearing them by a long, long way. What do you do?
We've had 13 sixes in this innings. That's 14 now.
Oh, the old traditional leave. Well, if you played the roulette wheel, I wouldn't have said that was going to happen the next ball.
Just gambling for a wide, but we'll have a look at it.
No, that's good bowling.
That's good. So I'm hoping he might get a wicket.
Have
Harvey to get a closer look.
Harvey has been a bit guilty of bowling way too straight and a few too many half volleys, or is it just good batting?
It's half volleys. That drivable length, kind of offer length, right? That kind of, they're not quite half volleys, but they're better. Because if you're driving up, you can actually get under the ball.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see a bit more block hole stuff, I think. But the problem is they've had the occasional full toss. When they've tried that, they've overcooked it.
Yep.
Slower ball. Has a good look. I think he's probably going to the top. We might have a run out here. Well, he has to hustle back.
It's a big appeal. It was the slow ball. It was pretty close, maybe bouncing over.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, because it was that slow ball, often will kind of climb. You see, hits him quite a fair bit in front of the crease, but then
it's straight. But
rally puts a little stop sign up and says, "Get back to your end, quick."
You think that's hitting the top of the stumps or bouncing over?
I think that's going over. Caught behind, so doesn't last too much longer. Skandar Ali trying to drive outside off, chases this one. He does pick up the wicket in the end. Ferdy Vink has a second.
He's been good this week, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's been really good. 120 for 4.
Yeah, Ferdy Vink, he's had a really good tournament with the ball. He's sort of the shining light for RBS with the ball so far. This time he gets the feather edge. The batsman walked across his crease, and what Vink did really well is he put it wider of him, made him reach it, and he gets the feather edge and a second wicket for him. And, well, Pakar care. They won't be too worried about that because I know the next man is probably going to try and hit another 6. That's Asad Abbas. And he'll go Sikandar Ali for 8 off 8 with the 1-6.
Yeah, so Sikandar couldn't really get going to hit the 1-6 in there. He'll be disappointed, but still, I think we'll be pretty happy with the amount of runs that he'll have to bowl at. I think his spin could be an important factor in the second half of this game. Asad Abbas does come to the crease. He's a guy I had listed at 11. So, I mean, they really do shuffle this order around. They don't really have too many tail enders, I would say.
Yeah, Mohamed Kamran hasn't come in yet. He's one of their main batsmen, as we know. And yeah, maybe just a little bit of experimentation. They know they're probably going to finish in the top 3.
They did this yesterday as well. I think they're trying to get batting into everyone. And not just batting in dead situations, batting in live situations. Yeah, I think that's important as well, if you can afford to. Vink has been good, though, the captain. 2 for 19 with the ball to spend. Edged, and this will be 4. So, yeah, unlucky for Vink. He'll finish 2 for 23, and the score 124 for 4. Well, Corey, we talked about the first time we were excited. That was only the start of it, because watch this. This was the last ball of Group D. Sweden needing one to win.
For the Swedes. No, they're going. They need to.
Oh, he misses.
All over.
The Swedes.
They've done it. Unbelievable.
He misses the stumps. They've done it, Vinny.
Oh, it was a suicidal run as well, but no one was at the stumps. And Albi's Army are Group D champions. They survived where others fell around them, and the Swedish flag flies high at Cartama. A boil over. One of the best matches we've ever seen on the European Cricket Network. And spirit thought for MSC Frankfurt. You know, they've tried their hearts out, but they've done what looked impossible moments ago. And Jabbar, the hero, as it's Albi's Army 67, Frankfurt 66. Albi's Army winning with 3 balls to spare.
Oh, that was crazy finish.
I would say that's pretty casual commentating. That's just another Friday in the ECN.
Let's get back to the game. Here's Manjinder. Well, that has to be one of the most exciting afternoons of cricket we've had.
I just think the way that final ended, it was pretty special. And I just have this feeling that this week as well is going to be special. All these teams have the capabilities. I know we still haven't seen the best of Marlow and Farmers from Jersey, but I think we will at some stage.
Yeah, for sure. 2 good teams not to show their best at some point. Swings back in. Sneaks away with a leg bite.
It's going to be interesting in this match. I mean, if Teo Walborough or Toby Spise get out early, can RBS still get up to that 135 mark? That's going to be the real big question.
Yeah. I mean, they put 140 on the board. It's not safe against someone, you know, not Spise coming out to open the batting. It's a good straight hit. Should be cut off both there. Long and long off, pretty straight there. And, well, Verdi is going to airmail it over the keeper. So an unnecessary kind of show of strength causes an overthrow.
Yeah, the captain wanted to set the standard with the strength and decided to throw it 15 metres over the keeper's head. Gives away an extra run. He'll be disappointed with that.
Well, Julian will probably try and throw one for 6 to the other end then, showing how far he can throw it. But all right, so same batter on strike. This is sliced away, and I think this is 6. I think it's hit the rope, and it has. So Maximo time. Abbas sneaks the strike back, but nothing sneaky about the next ball. He cracks it over point for 6.
Yeah, what a shot that is. And look, I'm no statistician, Vinny, but have a look for me. Has every single batsman in this batting lineup hit a 6 now? Or maybe even 2 each? Because they are just...
Yeah, they have, actually. Really good observation. All 6 batters used have hit a 6.
Well, there you go. I mean...
That's 6 number 15 of the innings.
15
That's
sixes.
90 in 6s.
Wow, wait. I reckon they might get close to 20.
Gives himself room, and he goes all up and under. But DeMay is coming around, takes the catch. Very well done. And so Julian DeMay, he's a boundary rider, and he just glides around the boundary. 6 and out for Abbas. And Pakai Care lose the 5th. 1-3-3 for 5.
Yeah, it just hung in the air. Didn't get enough wood on that one. Got more aerial than distance, and it's a safe catch in the end. Pretty easy. Not good couple of inches to the rope to work with. So another wicket falls, but the damage is being done by this Paco Care batting lineup because they can all clear the fence, and he's done exactly that a couple of times.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed not to clear the rope with that one. I think it was that kind of a length. He got what he wanted. He gave himself some room, but it's still something he could clip away. But yeah, just didn't quite get the contact to get the distance.
Did you say 15 sixes?
Yeah, 15 sixes.
What's the record, actually? What's
28.
Sorry?
28. Come on, Corey. You were playing in the game.
Oh, what's that, 28 sixes?
28 sixes in the ECL 19 final from Scotty Edwards and Maximo O'Dowd.
Oh, don't. Maximo. I didn't really. Did they hit 28 sixes?
28 sixes.
Has anyone come close to that?
Nope. I think we might have seen 20.
What's that? 28 sixes. 20 times 20 is 120. 6 times 8 is 48. That's 168.
Yeah, very good. Well done. You did get a B in maths.
I did have 2 Red Bulls.
By the way, I don't think Red Bull are giving us any money, so I could have just said energy drink.
Oh, okay. Noted. I'm only doing 1 game a day. I feel like I've been demoted in the commentary box.
Stop selling out. All right, here we go. Manjinder Singh, last ball of his spell. All right, won't be. This is Hanif who's come in. Majid Hanif.
You reckon someone will ever crack 36s in a T10 innings? I mean, that's every second ball.
I don't think so. I mean, what do I know? There's a lot of 6s that
Records
day.
are made to be broken, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't have thought the 137, is that what Scotty got?
Yeah.
137 would have got beaten, but 156 was scored by 1 batsman this year. Now, this is sliced away, and it's going to be out. So, Hanif makes the first ball up. It doesn't waste too many. considering the resources they've still got to come. He becomes a victim of Manjinder Singh, who finishes with 2 for 21, 9 overs down. It's 134 for 6.
Yeah, unselfish play there, coming out with a couple of balls left, trying to clear the pickets, but gets the thick outside edge and safe catch by Stefan Vinke, short third man. So RBS with a couple of wickets right at the end, and yeah, not always easy to hit your first ball for 6.
Yeah, so he finishes with wicket, wide wicket.
Vinny, we've been a couple of days into Group E, and you and I always talk about this each week. Have you got a favourite outfit for the week? Favourite
yeah,
kit?
we do.
Because for me, I mean, I don't want to be biased here, but RBS, they look sensational. I like the black and red.
I said we had kind of Pac-Man last week. I think they're more Tetris for some of their shapes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, a little bit of Tetris. Have a look at the back there.
Yeah, well said.
Looking at the back.
Any other signs you like the look of this week?
Kind of like the Marlowe one. It's got a bit of the green. They say blue and green should never be seen.
At least they've won something.
Oh, ouch.
Sorry, Conrad.
May's back. Not an easy bowl to get hold of. Ahmed drags him to leg side for 1.
Do you still think spin to win's a good method in T10? Do you think more teams should be operating with maybe 2 genuine spinners?
Yeah, variety. Yeah, I think adds a lot to your bowling lineup if you can. You think about how DeMay and Clayton Floyd, and then Shriz Ahmed as well, as a third option for the Netherlands in the ECC, really kept teams under wraps. This is dragged down, but it's a miss hit. It should be caught, and it will be caught. Manjinder takes the catch. DeMay gets the wicket. And so Atif Mohammed gets sent out there at number 8. But again, he'll only last the 1 ball. And so he becomes a victim of the left arm spin of DeMay. It's 135 for 7.
Well, just remember these moments. If RBS get close later in this chase, just in the last few balls, a couple of wickets, a couple of dot balls, it might be very handy later in this game.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think it's possible for Pakakare to bat the Dutch team out of the game just because of particularly Tobias Wiese and the way he's been hitting the ball. He's looked every time like he might get 100. And Atif Mohammed, he was only 100 short of 100 as he goes first ball. 135 for 7. And hello to Kevin Gostowski, who's watching from Colorado in the USA. He said that the final last week was probably the first full game that he'd seen. They didn't know anything.
What do you think about this? The old Sunnies on the hat job here, Vinny.
Yeah, I know. I think it's an oversight. We've already seen some sunglasses from Pakakare be trampled today, and look, may have to observe a moment's silence for those sunglasses that were trampled on.
You think he's forgotten about those on his head?
I think he's definitely forgotten that he's got his sunnies on his head. And here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Now what does he do? In the pocket's risky as well. And Jamay's saying, well, here, I'll put him on. This is very sporting.
Oh, isn't that sportsmanship behaviour? Oh, imagine if he put them on now and bowled with them on.
I'd like to see him putting them on and dismissing the batter while wearing his sunglasses.
Oh, that would be... he's given them back. Well, he's been told he can't put them on. That would have been an unbelievable moment.
Breach of COVID protocol. But I think the Sunnies, they're not safe in the pocket. Don't know how often Adil Shafkat dives, but we could have another sunglasses issue as we get to 4 balls to come. Goes straight past the outside edge. I mean, I've seen some sledging in my time, and that's the other end of the spectrum. That's just being really, really nice to the batter, offering to take their sunnies. Oh, another dot ball handy.
Good bit of turn there for Julian. Getting a bit of purchase and a bit of bounce.
So number 9, feel confident doing that. But think about who we haven't seen. Cameron hasn't batted.
Yeah, unbelievable. Just shows how much depth they've got.
Plenty of runs. Goes third time, gets some bat on this, but I think it'll just be 1. Yeah, Kevin was saying in the USA that didn't know too much about cricket, but he was on the edge of his seat. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? And you know, often I always try and remember that some people are watching cricket for the first time. So if you do have any questions or about the rules or the strategies, anything like that, please shoot them in the chat. Last ball, it's up, and it's away. What a way for them to finish Shiraz Ahmed. He started with a couple of big bombs and he finishes with 1 out the ground. And Pakakare, they look slightly bored with hitting 6s because they're going to finish in excess of 140. It'll be 142 and count up the 6s.
16?
Yeah, 16 6s.
How many 4s?
96.
How many 4s you got for me there as well, if you don't mind?
I've got 5 4s.
So they hit 116 runs in boundaries.
Yeah, so that shows you that's about 12 runs in boundaries and over on average. So I guess when we come out here after the break, you will want to watch the battle of Mohamed Kamran versus Tobias Wiese. Be about as good as it gets on European cricket. But before that, let's have a look at Mohamed Babar. Once again, he was looking dangerous. 2 big 6s from him. And Pakakare, they're saying, what's the big deal? This is how we do it. Spanish style. That was picked up by Isan over the boundary. Baba, little wobble at the start as he went for 13, but then Mohamed Isan, the very talented keeper bat, well, he picked up the pace.
Yeah, we spoke about how he hadn't had a big score in this tournament so far, and obviously representing España, wanting to do well, and he batted beautifully. Some beautiful shots over long off, and he was joined by Mohamed Isan and Mohamed Yassin, I should say, and he played a nice shot over mid-wicket for 6, and all the batsmen coming in seemed to be able to get one away. And Yassin will be disappointed he missed out on that full toss there. Probably should have got that one away as well. But Ishan, he kept on going, and at one stage we thought he was going to hit 6 sixes in an over.
Yeah, well, his teammate came and finished off the job, but not before he was dismissed. Plenty more action before then, as we saw Shiraz Ahmed come out, and he had a good start. But before that, Skander Ali just handing out some advice to Isan. I think he was just saying, keep hitting sixes. And, well, we of course remember the excitement in the box, a bit of excitement out in the middle. A little cuddle every time you hit one. And Cameron has to be woken up during this innings from time to time. I think he'll be fully awake when he hits the bowling crease very shortly. Demay, good catch from him. It's always dangerous around that area. And, see a little nick behind. So Ferdy Vic, he was one bowler that seemed to be able to stem the tide with some of his variations. Another good catch from Demay. He tripped the light fantastic around the boundary. But yeah, new batters came, they kept swinging, they weren't too worried about getting out. We saw a few wickets tumble at the end. We also saw plenty of sixes as Hakai Care, they piled on the runs. 142, 143 will be the target, and certainly the Dutch team, they're one team that they could chase down this many runs.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was unselfish play by the lower order. There was a couple of dismissals, but they still kept swinging for the team and getting the sixes away, and ending up with a remarkable 16 sixes in the innings, and that's exceptional power hitting. So you think Pakake will be the happier of the two sides at the halfway stage, but as we've mentioned, Harbies aren't out of it just yet. We take a look at the batting scorecard, and that man at the top, Mohamed Isan, spectacular innings, 64 of 17, and then look at some of the cameos as well, Vinny.
Yeah, and they've got those double figure scores, and they're all kind of, except for the zeros and ones, they're all in excess of 100 or exactly 100, and 8 of those sixes were hit by Mohamed Isan. So you need someone to go big, and you need some support around them. So a very good T10 innings, and 6 bowlers were used during it, all in double-digit economy. Julian Demay, well, probably the best of the bowlers, but even he got hit for 6 on the last ball of the innings, 1 for 21. 2 wickets for Manjinder Singh, 2 for Ferdy Vink, who I thought bowled very well, and then you see Navjit, he went the journey, didn't he? 5 sixes and a wicket. Yeah, there's plenty going on in his over.
Yeah, there was a lot. I mean, you can see it there. The big tower at the top, 30 runs and a wicket. You don't see that every day. And even though they got those wickets late, the damage was already done, and they ended up with a really impressive 142 for 7. I think that's about 20 over par. I think 120s would be exceptional, and I think you'll take 142 with both hands.
I think it's even more in this game. I mean, average score batting first, 105 during this ECL. Yep. What you would say, though, is that both these teams have a lot of firepower, particularly with the bat, so maybe a bit higher for these two teams, but still, that's neutralised when we return, because we're going to see Mohamed Kamran unleashed in the last innings of the day, so don't go anywhere. Back in around about 5 to 7 minutes for the chase. It will be a colossal chase if it's pulled off, but Harbies Kreinhout, they'll fancy their chances with some of their guns at the top of the order. 143, they'll need for victory. One of these two teams will be undefeated tonight, but the other one will taste a loss for the first time. They'll join us shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. Hope you're enjoying the action here on ECN. Don't go too far. We'll be back more with some more exciting cricket action just after this. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League. Welcome back to the Costa del Sol. ECL 22 in full swing. Last innings of the day. And you might have been with us 9 hours already. Well, you don't want to go anywhere. Park yourself on the edge of your seat. Let's get ready to rumble.
Oh, bring it on.
It's going to be Mohamed Kamran versus Tobias Vise to start this off.
In the left corner, Tobias Vise, 185 runs, striking at 280. In the right corner, Cami Bai, 7 wickets at 20 for 22 runs at an economy of 3.
3? Surprised it's that much.
What a matchup that is.
It's going to be good.
Who do you choose? What way do you go?
It's going to be good.
Oh.
One thing I will say about Vise is he's taken on fast bowling before.
Oh, this one, he has faced extreme pace.
Yeah.
But I mean, what corner do you go here? You've got Hitman versus Hitman also. It's Hitman versus Hitman.
Yeah, it is.
I'm overly excited.
I'm neutral, but I'm loving it. I'm so excited.
This might be one of the greatest contests in ECN history. Tobias Vise versus Mohamed Kamran. Honestly, this is big.
Man, oh man. Well, Kamran will be hoping for the early knockout. He doesn't want it to last that long. Vise, he's a guy that can hurt you. 143 for the victory.
I've never been this excited to watch
You
a
said
battle.
you had 2 energy drinks, which is 2 more than you're actually allowed. And, let's just say, start your engines. Let's get ready for a Royal Rumble. It's Kamran to Vise here. 143 to win.
Oh.
Takes it on straight away. This one was hitting middle stump.
Oh, first round Tobias. Oh!
Oh, no. Wow. This is almost a run out. Well, they come together. The referee has to separate them. And the first one, bit of a draw, a single to start it off.
Oh, it's a brave shot first ball. He tried to absolutely mow that, stamp his authority. And you know who's an innocent bystander to this? Teo Warburg, because he's a gun player as well. He's on strike now.
And let's not forget him. So I think it's more of a tag team battle, really, isn't it?
It is, because Teo, he was saying on the side to me before, he loves pace on the ball as well.
And Kamran's got Mohamed Baba as his tag team partner coming up in over number 2.
What a matchup.
Here's Walbro for the first time. So, good shot, goes with a hit. He's been lucky that got past Mohamed Kamran because he seemed to go straight away there, Walbro. Could have been in trouble with a clean pickup.
Yeah, could have been. Good batting, though, right in behind it. Not too much swing on offer. And played that pretty well.
He's seen a bit of swing today. Depends on the ball, I think.
When
Kamran hasn't gotten too many swinging balls.
Every time he's bowled a bumper this tournament, he's also got a wicket.
Yeah.
He's bowled 4 bounces. He's got 4 wickets from them. So when's that going to come? Here we go. Here's the matchup we want, though. I would say first round split even.
Yeah, I agree.
I have a feeling Tobes might go do something amazing here. Something crazy.
Slip in place. I'd love to get Vise well ahead in this game.
Oh, that was quicker.
Might have flicked the pad.
No, it's a wide. It's a wide. Didn't flick the pad. No, it was down the leg side, definitely. So, well, what do we call that? Do we call that a neutral? Yeah, nothing happened there. You can see here, that one did swing, and that was in at the hip. Oh, that's quick.
Follow through, carries all the way to Vise. And, he doesn't seem too fussed about it.
Yeah, still neutral at the moment.
Something's going to happen.
Yeah, something's going to happen. Who's going to win this battle?
Matter of time. Well, this one's going to go all the way. Almost goes for 6. He's late on that full shot. Vise, he gets the boundary, but not in convincing fashion.
Well, who wins that then? Because it wasn't convincing. It's like an uppercut that just glanced.
Like a lucky punch.
That's got. I mean, Tobias has faced fast bowling around the world. That hurried him up, didn't it? I mean, look at him. Look at Hitman. Look at his face. Hitman's just thinking, nope, not happy with this. I'm going to put another 10 kilometres on this.
Yeah. Good reader of body language, and that's a man.
Oh, he's looking up.
He's pretty focused.
He just looked at the com box. This is going to be quicker.
Yeah. Here we go. He tries. This one flies through. He's a long way back, isn't he?
Oh, and there's a little
wide.
Oh, and there's a little bit of looking at each other here. Yeah, I'm liking this. This is a good contest. Couple of wides, an edge for 4. No one. Teo's just enjoying himself. He's just sitting at the non. You're enjoying this if you're at the non-striker's end.
Good luck. He's putting up pictures. He's moving his stuff into that non-striker's end at the moment.
Do you think Cameron's thinking back of a length again?
I think he might. To try and surprise him because he almost got him on the hook there. No, he goes full. Nice. It's driven away. It'll be 4. This is going to go all the way. And we saw just over pitching a couple of times against Farmers earlier, getting driven through the covers. Cameron goes for the Orchid. Doesn't quite hit it. And Visay, he's got the honours so far, 2 boundaries in the over.
Yeah, I would say that's round 1 to Visay. I think that was the slower ball. He just got it completely wrong. He flicked his fingers at the end. So Tobes kept his shape and gets it through the gap. Hitman, well, Hitman's taken the first punch to the midriff. 1-0 down.
When the ball's not swinging, and you'll see Cameron probably bowling more of these kind of actually fast off-cutters.
He's a smart bowler. He's not just pace. Shot. Oh. Whoa, whoa, that is high-level batting. I tell you what, that might be shot of the tournament, Vinny Sandhu.
Well, when you consider the situation, the bowler, and he can't just play him out. You're going to attack, and that's what we expect from Tobias Visay.
What a shot this is.
Yeah, back foot drive, just played on length, perfect shape.
How much time did Tobias have for that? I mean, Cameron hurries up everybody. He's bowling to someone that's faced this sort of pace before.
This will be quicker. This will be quicker.
Well, I've never seen Cameron not take a wicket in the first over. Tayo's just enjoying himself at the non-strikers.
It's all you, bruh.
Yeah.
Here we go. 16 of Cameron's first over with the ball to spare. He has been good getting wickets off the last ball of the over. He's done it twice today.
Oh! Hitman! Oh! Hitman does it in the end.
Oh, I mean, yeah, he tries to get funky. And, well, Cameron, I'm just saying, you might have won a couple of battles, but I've won the war. At last, 1 over, and it ends in the dismissal of Visay, who goes for 16. Well, he was annoyed with himself after he gives up his stumps, and that leg stump's gone a long way.
Is the leg stump okay? Because that hit it really, really hard. Well, that's a knockout punch, isn't it? And Cammy's going to take the chocolates. I've seen him. This is a remarkable stat. So since I've been going around with the T10 and he's broken it, did he snap it?
That's all right. Just needs a
so this is my stat. So I went to the Alicante T10, then I had the MCC tour, and I've had this. I've seen Mohamed Kamran open 12 games, 12 overs, and he has taken a wicket 12 times in the first over. That is a freak talent.
Look at Visay. He was straight out the back of the tent. I think he just needs some private time. I think he's annoyed with himself. And you have to say, it's the kind of shot we haven't seen him playing today.
See, that's what pace does sometimes. You do weird things.
Stood up, and he stood up and batted most of the day. He just got so inventive there. I mean, if he hits that with the pace, it's going to fly a long way. But it's adios, Tobias. 16 for 1 after 1. It didn't disappoint. And guess what? Cameron still does have an over. He's his tag team partner, Mohamed Baba, with the ball in over number 2. Might be a run to start. Yeah, they do get the runs they need off the first over, but at a significant cost, Corey. Losing Tobias Visay. Now, up to Walborough. Trying to pick up the pace. Manjinder's come to join him. No strikers in at the moment.
Well, this is the big query, isn't it? I mean, so far, RBS have had a good tournament, but Tobias Visay's been flying the whole time. So now, Tayo Walborough, he has a lot of pressure on him, and someone in that middle order has to step up in a big way.
And they're not going to have it easy either. Do you think they'll bowl Cameron a second over straight away?
Yeah, they always do. I mean, if you're...
Always.
No, coach's perspective, when someone's so good with the new ball, you're crazy to take it off his hands.
Yeah.
I mean, even in the T20s, I had him at our disposal. I bowled 4 overs with him with the new ball. I know you can hold someone back and save him 1, but he's that good with it. He can sort of change a game and take 3 or 4 wickets. I don't think... Honestly, I've never seen him not take wickets. And he's a special, special talent. I think he's got a bright future coming up, Cameron.
Yeah, well, love to see him at the national level.
Yeah, he's got to earn his stripes still.
This is a big shot straight off the bat from Manjinder. He tries to fetch it.
What's one of the better battles you've seen in cricket? I remember when Dale Steyn was bowling to Sachin Tendulkar in South Africa. That was a big one.
Warren Tendulkar.
Yeah.
Always love the Warren Tendulkar battles.
Yeah.
Rest his soul.
And there's been plenty of them over the years. This one, Baba versus Singh.
2 strikes. Just trying to go leg side. And Baba. There's a fair bit of, you know, you talk about Peacock Fridays, there's a fair bit of peacocking about this Paco Care side when they get up. They really play with a bit of swagger, don't they?
Well, they've been up the whole tournament. I don't think I've ever seen them down. When they started against Mara, they had them 7 for 7 the other day, and they haven't looked back since. Yeah. And this man as well, Baba, he's hit the ball hard, and he's bowled really economically the whole tournament.
Important player, former captain. Concentrating on his batting and bowling now. one. No bat on this. And almost comes back near the stumps. So, yeah. All right, tell me, honestly, RBS now, they've lost Visay. Not many. You think a fork in it?
Teo Walborough, I've seen him play in Holland last year. Very, very talented. So while he's there, game is still on. But if he goes soon, I can't see how they could do it.
Weights and punches. And in a way, it kind of works having all the fielders up at this stage.
Was that a maiden, Vinny? I got carried away there. I was looking at a few, I think, but I think that might have been a maiden.
Let me go and have a look.
No, it couldn't have been because I think Tobes got bowled off the last ball of the over. What an...
There's a leg bite off that over, but essentially that's a maiden to the
it is a
bowler,
maiden then.
Babar.
Oh, brilliant.
So just the one off the over. 17 for 1 off 2.
Yeah, I mean, how exciting is it just to see an out-and-out quick? I remember when everyone was getting into me saying the Indo-Bulgarian Express was quick. I'm sorry, he bowls fodder compared to this. If he was that quick, he would have had 20 wickets for the week.
Being disrespectful. We never aimed at stumps, so we'll never know. Anyway, here's Cameron, over number 2. Nice looking drive, but they won't get a run. That's the problem as well. Not only do you need to survive, Cameron's over. Now they've fallen behind the rate because of what happened in the second over. So
they're a good pair, those two, with the new ball.
Will bowl the first 4.
Excited to see how Teo plays this. He's 1 of 4. He knows he needs a boundary, but he's up against some class acts.
Entertainment. Nice looking shot.
Oh no, Singh. Well, when you're 0 off 4 and you're not the most technical of batsmen, this will test you out.
So let me tell you about the time. Nathan Coultonal cartwheeled to number 11 so bad that I almost took a stump when I was about 20 metres back.
Yeah?
I'm feeling that Mohamed Ihsan might have one of those issues in a second if Manjinder bats like he did last over.
What, is he going upstairs or is he going stumps?
I think he saw last over. Manjinder swung and missed a couple. And I think Manjinder's probably going to try and take it on. So
here we go.
I think he's going stumps here. Does.
Well played.
Not too full. So
do you think sometimes Cameron chooses when he wants to add 5Ks? Because I swear some deliveries he really just bends. Sometimes he just doesn't bend his back as well. And then sometimes he just lets it rip.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He's got. So I remember Dennis Lilly saying, talking about changes of pace and talking about slower balls in limit overs cricket and all this. He said, but what's even better is you can have a quicker ball. Have a quicker ball that you can go to. Almost gets over the fielder, but doesn't.
Proper test match cricket, that, isn't it? Playing it late, chopped down into the gully region.
Yeah, so everyone talks about slower balls and variations.
Have you explained his nickname yet? Why I call him Hitman? If anyone played the video game Hitman 47, look it up on Google. Hitman 47. It looks exactly like Cameron.
Have a look at his profile. I'm going to show you. I'm going to make you laugh in a second.
Here we go.
Look at the website and look at his profile picture.
I will. Oh, he's got him. Well, this is what class bowling does. He rips through Tobias Visay. He snicks off Teo Walborough. Hitman strikes again, and he is taking pack-eye care through this match.
Now, maybe through the whole week if he keeps bowling like this. Cameron, 2 for 18 now. Just hit for a few boundaries in the first over. This one, sort of regulation outside edge. The angle across hasn't really been getting swing, but he doesn't need to. And he's bowling rapid. And Cameron is up and off you go. And so RBS Kreinhout, they lost both openers now. Walborough wasn't able to do too much while he was at the crease. He goes for 2, and it's 19 for 2.
Well, this is what extra pace does, and he is just quick, and he's getting out not just batsmen trying to hit sixes, he's getting out class batsmen. For the week, right now, I have Hitman, Cameron, he has 9 for 37.
Yeah, not bad. It's like bowling a team out almost for 37, which is what they did the other day, really.
I mean, you see fast bowlers around, they get 1 wicket, but they'll get a bit of tap here and there. He just takes wickets for fun. I mean, 9 for 37 is remarkable.
16 of those came today in the first over.
Imagine him on a green turf deck with a bit of spice in it.
No, thank you. All right, last ball of the over.
He's got him.
Another one.
He's got him.
Straight off the face of the bat. Vinc's got to go first ball. He won't get his hat trick because that's his last one, but he does get 3. RBS in tatters now into the power play, 19 for 3.
I don't think Ferdy Vink saw that. That skimmed his glove on the way through. That was an absolute scene. He's going to end up with 3. That's 10 for 37 for the comp. Watch this.
I think it's off the face of the bat, I think. See how he doesn't really play it with a straight bat. He tries to run it down to third man. Yeah, maybe glove, maybe face. But on the camera,
Oh, this guy
even cracked a smile. You don't see that very often.
Hitman is different gravy, just different gravy, and he's basically put a end to this game already. Sensational. He waves up to the commentary box. Well done to him. Sensational bowling, and he'll be pretty happy with his effort. He's had a very good day.
He's motioning to us like a referee stopping a fight, saying, no, that's it, stop the fight, it's over. Cameron takes the honours. 3 wickets, destroying this top order. So, yeah,
well,
18 for 3 after 3.
Okay, this is going to sound ridiculous. Is a team that play him better off sending out the 11, 10, 9 and trying to get through 2 overs? Because he's ripping through top orders. What do you do?
It's not that silly, but here's the issue, right? You're chasing 140, so you don't want to burn those overs anyway. And then they've always got the option, if you send out those guys, they don't have to bowl him straight away, right? It's not like he's been swinging the ball a lot. He doesn't have to bowl the first over. So if you send out your lower order,
why can't anyone no one can get through him? I've never seen a batting lineup get through him yet.
Partly it's the aura, right? Partly it's the aura.
The hitman
and also
trend is going.
Extremely good bowler. And he hasn't even swung one yet. That's a scary one. All right, Manjinda is away. It's going, and this one's out of here. Maximo! And Manjinda trying to get something going for the Dutch. He gets 6, and they pass 20.
Yeah, good shot from him. He's still there, and well, they need to go at 17s already, so it's going to take a miracle, but you've got to give it a go. You don't just want to lose and just block it all out. So good 6 for him, and hopefully he can get himself in. A lot of RBS supporters here. They'll be hoping for a good contest. Oh.
Exciting stuff, isn't it?
It's just unbelievable. It's super exciting. I know a lot of people tuned in for that contest, and well, they definitely got what they were waiting for.
Baba. There's the journey first ball. Bangs this one in. This will be more runs. And this is going to be 6 more. Maximo! And Jinder trying to pick up the pieces. They need to have a magical over to get back in this match. They certainly made a good start here with 12 off the first 2 balls from Mohamed Baba.
Yeah, good batting. Really good batting. He gets to the way. Well, look, if they stay in this contest, he needs to go big here, and they want to find someone else to get in some form in that middle order. So hopefully he can go on and get a big score here.
Slow ball with the grunt. This is in the gap. This will be 4 more. Good batting. He picks it. There's one thing to pick it. You have to put it away, and he picked the gap perfectly. So 6-6-4. Manjinda hitting his straps. HBS putting down a fight now to the Spanish champions.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this just shows it's not just only Tobias Fiso and Teo Warbright. This man's got a bit of talent to play those shots, so good on him.
All right, I want you to look at the website. I know we've got it up in front of us. Look at Mohamed Kamran's profile photo there, Corey, and tell me what you think.
There's a good set of hair on Hitman there.
I don't know how old this photo is. From the 70s. He's got the weirdest profile picture. Must be from a couple of years ago.
People should all download our app, though.
Definitely get on the ECN app or the website ecn.cricket or europeancricket.com. You can check out what Mohamed Kamran used to look like. All right, goes, drags this, and it's going to be in the gap. Yeah, well done, knocks it down. They will get 2 here. Turning a boundary to 2 at this stage is a win for the fielding side. So, yeah, getting my breath back now. We've certainly had a few exciting moments, haven't we, in the box over the last few days, Corey?
It's always with you, but that's a good bit of fielding out there. Almost another boundary. Sort of drags it across the line, but that's really good fielding. Saves 2 runs.
So, continuing round the wickets. I think he's playing into that leg side strategy. This time, 20% more careful. They're going to throw anyway. Hits the stump, so they should get a second. Oh, they don't. Cameron comes in to clean up pretty quickly. He's everywhere at the moment. And yes, here's the thing. They still need over 100 runs from here. So, it's a lot of runs to get.
Adil Ahmed, well, he can hit a long ball as well, and he needs to get on with it straight away. And, it would be a minor miracle if they stayed in this match, but you've got to give it a go. Madrid Singh's got off to a good start, 20 off 10. He's doing his job.
That's after swinging and missing at the first 4 or so.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've got to love pace. Nothing like watching a genuine pace bowler.
Yeah, it's just exciting, isn't it? I think our chat blew up while he was bowling, and I mean, he's 10k quicker than the Bulgarian choo-choo train.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to explain pace because, you know, wicket kept some of the top bowlers, international bowlers, which was a great experience. But a lot of people can bowl around 80.
Yeah.
A lot of people can at that level. Ooh, big trouble, and he's gone. So it's going to be a golden duck for Adil Ahmed. This one just nips back a bit off the seam, I think. So Baba, not often he goes wicketless, and he doesn't in this match either. as he catches him dead in front. He'll take 1 for 19 off his allotted 2, and 4 overs down, 38 for 4.
Yeah, good decision from the umpire as well, because that was absolutely plumb. It sort of just held its line, decked back a little bit. That's hitting middle halfway up, so definitely out. And well, Pakakea, their outstanding tournament continues. And well, you and I said that it was going to be a bit of a boxing match to start this game.
This is the
am I HBS or are you Pakakea?
I've got the Dutch colours on. And so Vise's gone bang, 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 got a few jabs in, but then what happened?
Bang.
Whoa. Don't know, is that kind of...
A bit aggressive?
I think it'd be a no ball if you head. I was just going to say...
We're talking about genuine pace, and tell us more.
I'll go further. I think the Vise kind of knocks himself out, because I think he plays a shot that he regrets now. Wasn't really necessary. Anyway, he was bowled, attempting to flick the ball away. As we have a look at the group format, these two are undefeated. Only one of them will be at the end of this match. Of course, tomorrow we're going to have final day of round-robin matches. And we've got Super Thursday with the top 3. Well, they're safe for Finals Friday, but the bottom 3 have to play for their tournament lives. Then on Finals Friday, we'll have the top 3 and the Elimination Day winner as the 4 seed. So the top 3 on Super Thursday, they'll play for position. And only 2 of them will get the double chance.
Reece Mason's walked out to the middle. Good young man, improved his game a lot in the last few years. Good luck to him.
So here's Atif Mohammed, young bowler. Starts with a single.
Yeah, he's a good young bowler. Tall, left armour again. Pakakea, they've definitely got some variation in this attack. And are you in this situation now if you're RBS, you want to just spend some time at the crease, get some form into a couple of guys, or are you still trying to pull off a miracle?
Yeah, it's a tough one. You don't want to wave the white flag too early. You know what I mean? But I feel like these two teams will probably have a few battles this week. They keep going this way.
He's got a long run up, strong action. Bowling his first ball to Reece Mason now. He moved to Holland a couple of years ago now, 4 or 5 years. He's been at RBS ever since. Popular man at the club.
Yeah, sure he is.
Short ball, well pulled away, and he'll find legs. So that'll get him off the mark. Always a nice feeling for a batsman. And I feel like this could be a prelude to the final. I still think RBS have a lot to offer in this tournament. I just feel like we might be seeing these two teams right at the end on Friday.
How concerned are you that they don't seem to be getting runs from these kind of 3 to 6 position, although Manjinder...
But they haven't had much of a go.
Yeah, that's what I said at the beginning. Manjinder's been decent after a bit of a shaky start. Oh, maybe just missing.
Oh, yeah, must have just been missing.
Had a good look, though.
It was close. It was very, very close. And given out, but not TP there.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. I think with the angle... See where it's coming from. Hits him in line, or maybe even half the ball outside leg stump.
Clipping, maybe missing.
I think that's comfortably missing.
Yeah.
It's worth a good look, though. Pakakea think everything's out.
Well, the way their tournament's going, you would. Oh, they haven't really put a foot wrong, have they?
No, they haven't. No, they haven't. And there's
a bit.
There's an aura about them. You know, we talked about the Royal Tigers earlier, saying that no one wants to play them. Now this one, totally miscued. And it will be caught. Well, everything's going their way at the moment. And he had to go a long way to go and fetch that. But guess who? Mohamed Baba takes the catch. Just one hand coming off the bat. No real timing at all from Reece Mason. And so Atif Mohammed gets a wicket. That's a 5th down now. And the score is really not moving along either. 41 for 5.
Yeah, it's on a bit of a hiding to nothing. Not easy to come out and try hit your first few balls for 6. And that's what happened there. He has to go, but I'm sure we'll see more of Reece Mason as the week progresses. And yeah, RBS, it's been a tough game for them. They haven't really been in it after the early onslaught with the bat from Pakakea. Good bowling, good fielding, and they're just doing everything right. It brings new batsmen to the crease as the young Navjeet Singh. He's a very good technical player, and he's been involved in the Dutch 11s and Dutch A teams. And yeah, good luck to him. He's more a 50-over player, but still trying to find his feet in this T10 format.
Yeah, there's Atif Mohammed. Good wicket for him. Into the side. Was 12th man earlier today. Let's get another. This one off the outside edge. Just a single.
Another one. Atif Mohammed's one on my radar. A young left-arm seamer. I mean, left-armers as well. Just that natural angle they get. It's beautiful to have. I know we've already had a couple in the Spanish setup, but there's plenty around there. I'm always amazed in Europe at the depth of bowling stocks of these Pakistani Indians that are living over, Afghanis as well, that just bowl wheels.
Yeah.
That just bowl wheels. I mean, this young Mohammed, he would walk into the VOC lineup as a bowler. Walk in.
No substitute for natural talent. Raw pace as well. This one's got a bit of pace off the bat, though. It's the longest boundary on the ground, but it'll clear it. Maximal to Manjinder. He's trying to keep this innings alive. He moves to 27. Halfway through the chase, it's 48 for 5.
Yeah, good batting from him, and this is a silver lining for RBS, and he's going to take a lot of confidence from this innings. After the first few balls, he didn't get away, but he's got himself in here, and he's timing it quite well. And what we said, they're going to need more batsmen in this tournament to step up. And Manjinder, he's stepping up at the moment. He's 27 off 13, and that scorecard doesn't look too good. And well, the openers, that's the first time the openers have failed for RBS in this game, and you would say they're pretty much dead and buried at the moment unless something remarkable happens.
Fair observation.
New bowler coming into the attack. It looks like Shiraz Ahmed, the captain. He's led the team really well so far this week.
Yeah, he's been good, isn't he? He's taken over the reins recently from Mohamed Babar. Babar, he's just freed up to just concentrate on his batting and his bowling, and it's working out pretty well for everybody concerned with Pakai Care. Turned away. It'll just be 1 to Navjit Singh. Well, he's one guy that would just love to get a few runs. I think he's just had a few problems adjusting to the format. He's a very talented player. He's got a good technique, Navjit, but it's just expanding his zones, I suppose, or just trying to score a bit quicker, basically.
Yeah, he's a really good young player and really good at the longer formats. And the more T10 you play, you start to find your ways and your rhythms, and I'm sure he'll be able to figure that out. He's got plenty of talent, that's for sure. Manjinder, though, he's done really well. Promoted to number 3. He's 27 off 13 at the moment.
Yeah, after a pretty slow start as well. This one, he's going to get lucky. And this one almost goes all the way. It'll be 4. Manjinder moves into the 30s. But see, you can see, you just get a feeling in the dressing room there for RBS. They kind of think that they're a long way behind in this game, even though that one does bring up the 50 for the Dutch.
Yeah, a little bit of luck. Fortune favours the brave, but another boundary for him. Can he get himself to a well-deserved 50? But this is important. I mean, RBS later in the tournament, if you can rely on him as well, all of a sudden that batting order's just got a bit more depth.
He's just looked a lot better after the first few balls.
People in the chat are still talking about Hitman. Everyone on YouTube's caught up on it. It's brilliant.
Well, the robot thought it might break the internet earlier. This Royal Rumble. Gives up his stumps, but let's get a bit of bat on it. Just the one. So how does someone like Navjit Singh, okay, if you're coaching him, okay, he's more of a longer form player, but he's trying to adapt his skills to T10. What's he trying to do? Is he just playing a second field role at the moment, trying to get Manjinder back on strike? What's his kind of...
You've got to start
what's his end game here?
He's got to start learning how to hit boundaries himself. Can't just always hit ones.
Slow ball. He's bowled that one really well today, Shiraz Ahmed. This one diddles Mohamed Ihsan behind the stumps for a bite. And look, the way that batting practice has changed now, isn't it? It's more a bit like baseball with range hitting, right? So it used to be going to the nets and you're kind of just working on your technique and this. But now the players want to know how far they can hit the ball and just practice hitting these big shots now.
Yeah, for some people it just comes natural, and for others it takes a lot of work and a lot of practice. And might be something that Navjit Singh wants to practice a lot of, hitting pockets over cover, over mid-wicket. He's definitely got the ability. I rate him quite highly.
That's it. It's a bit. Thinking of 2. I think just the one in the end. Baba runs it in. He's getting his steps in.
Running like Mario.
Look, they're just having a lot of fun, and it's easy.
Well, that's
when you're annihilating opposition every day.
Winning cultures do that, don't they? When you're winning, everything's fun. Everyone's smiling. There's no team talks. You're just going through the motions, and you're absolutely loving it.
Yeah. Last ball of the over. That's a bit of the West Indies 1970s ECN style about this Pakai Care.
That's a huge call.
No, that same sort of attitude. I'm not saying they're as good as them, but I'm saying, as we see, end of 6 overs, 57 for 5. I remember a famous toss. I can't remember who it was exactly. Maybe Dennis Amiss from England, rocking up to the toss in an England-West Indies test match in his blazer and slacks, and then reading out the England team. You know, this is who we'll be playing, and then about 3 or 4 in, Vivrich he's doing his flip-flops and shorts, says, look, play who you want, and we're going to beat you. But one thing I want to know, Pakai Care, surely they're going to have a stumble at some point. Let's see how they handle it as a group. All right, 7th over. This one's skewed in the air. Probably falling to a safe patch. Three fielders converge. They come back for a slightly dodgy two, but good running by Navjit. That's probably another thing you can do well, is run between the wickets. If you're not an out-and-out boundary hitter, Navjit does well to hustle for a double there.
Yeah, absolutely. Running between wickets is very important. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. Remember Carlton from Scotland, they didn't feel any pressure until the final, and then they lost. So will that happen to Pack Care this week? They've got to be careful. Eventually, they will feel some pressure in this T10 format. Young Mohammed versus young Navjit here. It's well bowled, wide of off stump, but that's a glorious looking shot. Mohammed Cameron going around, and Hitman picks it up in one foul swoop. He's honestly, the way he was batting today in the field, look, and he looks up here, he's just enjoying himself as Hitman out there. And when you're taking wickets, I'm not surprised that he is enjoying himself so much, but they just seem a really good unit at the moment. And RBS, they won't be too disappointed from all this. They're still a good team, and they're well in place to finish in that top three. We know how important that is.
A few questions coming through in the chat about Cameron's eligibility for Spain. People noting he wasn't turned out for Spain in the ECC last year.
Secrets. Nice shot.
Yeah, he'll get 4 here, just evades the point. A little bit short, and Manjinda takes it on. He's been a shining light in this innings for RBS, I think, as he moves to 37.
Yep.
Good. The thing I like about this shot, he's been a bit leg side conscious this innings. This shows he can hit the ball through the offside and be an offside threat. It just means it's a bit more difficult to set a field to.
Yeah, good batting and playing the ball on its merit, and yeah, really good shot that. And I hope he gets to a 50. He actually really deserves one. He's put on a good showing for RBS here. Do you notice I'm saying HBS and not HBS? That's the Dutch way.
Yeah, the Dutch way.
Sorry.
No, I've been saying HBS.
Oh, good.
That's the way I always hear it. So,
but yeah, with
Yek for GEK, we say Yek.
See, you and I have got many languages. But yeah, to reply to all those messages in the YouTube chat, let's just say watch this space. We have a big program with Spanish cricket coming up. I don't want to give away too many secrets just yet, but let's just see what happens in the future.
You're a pretty good poker player. We know that.
Very good, actually. Leading the table.
Leading the table on points after 7 matches.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I actually think that if we start streaming the ECN Poker Tour, we might actually
well,
have 24 hours a day.
Daniel and James left, so we might be able to.
All right, goes up and see you later, Alligator. This one is well past the fan zone. Maximal for Manjinda. Moves into the 40s. That was a big swing away on the leg side.
Tell you what, he has timed the pants off that. That's good batting. And what a silver lining this has been for RBS. He's looked pretty good. Besides the first 4 balls, he's hit everything out the middle. And this is going to give them more batting depth going forward in this tournament. Because, I mean, they've basically got the top 3 spot locked up.
Yeah, well, you'd think so. And, yeah, this has been a good confidence builder for Manjinda. Still had his moments, I think, where he hasn't made great decisions, but he's gotten away with them. He's hit quite a few cleanly. Not this one, though. This one, he missed quite a few of the 20 deliveries that he's faced. The ones he has hit, he's hit pretty well. End of 7 overs. RBS, 70 for 5. Gives us a chance to look ahead to tomorrow. If you enjoyed today, well, hopefully we have your attention again tomorrow for 10 more hours of live cricket on the European Cricket Network. Whether you're watching on Fancode in India or our YouTube channel or one of our partner broadcasters, Marlow, well, they really need a win, don't they? I'm sure they're going to come out swinging against the Punjab Lions. Nicosia and Jersey to win. Hard to believe. Pretty good cricket team. They've got Yek first up in match 12. RBS and Pack Care only getting the 1 match tomorrow. And, Pack Care win that one against Yek, and for sure they will finish top of the table. And a few questions. Maybe if we can get an interview with the Hitman. Well, Rico's probably a good one to do that because he can really express himself in his own language a bit better than we can in English.
Oh, no, Hitman's English is actually very good. I've been talking to him all day. Yeah, he's very good.
Won't stop talking to me on the bus. And I like it.
He's a very cheeky character.
He's very cheeky. Miss. Yeah, there's some spin. Adil Shafkat.
He does make the Bulgarian choo-choo train look slow.
Bit of a locomotive. Yeah. 19th century style. Well, if our Bulgarian viewers are with us, then they can feel free to chip in. A bit short, yeah. It's a bit of an overspinner, but it's dragged down from the bowler, Adil Shafkat. And this is a confidence booster, I think, for Navjit Singh. One thing you can do, if you're not an out-and-out hitter of say, quote-unquote good balls, is put the bad ones away. He's spotted the length very early, sent that one into the jungle for 6.
Yeah, good batting. Gets a short ball and puts it away beautifully. And that's a confidence builder. And, well, RBS, they're going to keep trucking along here. Haven't given up.
Same kind of ball, a little bit fuller. So he drags this one to deep square for a single. Hello to Anand Saeed, who's watching from Finland. Hello to you, Anand. Hope you're well. He's just feeling a little bit of FOMO because he's having to deal with the Finnish winter. And he knows that we're still here playing cricket in Spain. Well, hello to you. It's great to see you following our coverage.
We get viewers from all over, don't we? California, Finland, everyone tuning in.
Yeah, Colorado today. Gone. Top of the off stump. Well, hopefully keeper's all right here.
Oh, no. There's a bit of Mark Boucher about the bail actually flew off and hit him in the eye, I think, and that's how Mark Boucher went blind.
Yeah,
so I hope he's okay, because that...
Have a look. It was either the ball or the bail.
I think it's the bail, because he's got his helmet on. I don't think the ball went through, but...
Yeah, well, it hit the top of the middle stump. I'm interested to see what happened here. Yeah, I mean, the ball... Slow this down a little bit, see what happens. Yeah, see, it is the ball that gets him.
He'll be all right.
Just gets him in the throat, so that's no good.
But what a special innings that was. Let's touch on that. Majinder Singh, he came out, and while all the wickets were falling around him, he put together a really special T10 innings, and I think that might lead to a bigger week for him. So well done. Disappointed maybe not to get 50, but he ends up with 43 of 21, 4 sixes and 3 fours.
Yeah, good innings. Doesn't quite crack the half century. Well, thank you, Cameron Sanders. He's chipping in. He says he doesn't make the Bulgarian Express look slow. Outrageous comment. I think you've got a bit of a short memory. Now, I'm not saying...
Can you imagine being the Bulgarian so-called Express, taking no wickets, couldn't bowl a Yorker, couldn't bowl a bouncer, couldn't bowl a slower ball? That is not Express. That is ludicrous.
You love...
I love a controversy.
You love to chirp the Bulgarian supporters, don't you? Pretty well bowled. A Shafkat. He's got 1 for 7. Yeah, so Cameron, good to see you still with us. It's fantastic to see you.
Where's Cameron from?
Yeah, he's a Bulgarian supporter.
Is he up where in the world?
I think he's in the UK.
Amazon, turn off Cameron.
All right, this is going to be 6. And just a little bit short of Shafkat. He's dragged down a couple of his overs, paid the penalty twice. DeMay, well, he's off the mark with a Maximo. 8 overs down, 83 for 6.
Yeah, nice shot. Always a good feeling to get off the mark with a 6, and good batting from Julian DeMay. A little bit too late for Harbias, but always good to get some form. And I guess that's one silver lining. We've seen a bit more of their middle order, and there's definitely some hitting ability in there.
Not for sure. I mean, DeMay hits a long ball, long levers. Well, Luke Belgium's got a solution. He says that get the Bulgarian Express opening the bowling with Kamran. That would scare the living daylights out of most teams. Well, true. I would say I think batters, they've made a couple of poor decisions against Kamran here.
Yeah, but that is what genuine pace. You do weird things in your brain.
Yeah, sure.
You just do.
He's over number 9 now. It's Kandarali. This one gets straight through the fielding. And it's going to be 4. And probably this is the one thing, isn't it, Corey? Pakakare occasionally have let themselves down in the field.
Yeah, just little moments, and maybe they're just relaxing a little bit because that should have been stopped. That should have been a dot ball and not 4. And disappointed if you're the bowler there because you want your fielders to back you up all the time.
Well, Shiraz Ahmed will remember that at the end of the day because Mohamed Babar was giving him heaps for missing one earlier off his bowling. So, just if that comes up in conversation tonight, over a chapati or something.
Oh, no. Oh, no, you've got to feel for the keeper here. Oh, he's in strife. Oh, he's okay. I thought he was going to go down then.
Originally, it was the end of the finger, but it might have been the end of something else.
No, it was the end of the finger, right on the tip, and I thought he might have been in a lot of trouble. You can see when you get hit in the finger like that, sometimes it can break straight away.
Ouch. Oh, little edge. One hopper. And the thing with Isan, probably say just something, just looking at his keeping. I think if I was giving him some advice, I'd say try and stay lower longer. So he's kind of standing up and not really tracking the ball on some of those. He's also a very talented keeper. Nothing in dispute about that. Very good back. I think up to the stumps, just a couple of times. Gotten up a bit early. It's angled in. Should be cut off. Will be cut off. Just the one. So, all right, Corey, we often talk about who we think's favourites to win the week. Is there any dispute now that Pakakare are the clear front runners?
Yeah, front runners, but I don't think it's going to be easy. I really think it's going to be tight finals Friday, just like what we've seen in the last few weeks. A couple of upsets and so on, but I mean they're the front runners and they're doing it pretty comfortably at the moment.
this one just be knocked away for one. Yeah, I remember my coach would say, we played these high-level indoor cricket tournaments that are about the same duration. He'd say, look, you don't win tournaments on a Monday or a Tuesday.
No, absolutely. Well, we've seen that the last 2 weeks, haven't we? Teams have timed their run and played really good finals cricket.
Yeah, good footwork, and he lifts this one, elevates this one over the onside. Navjit getting going with a couple of big hits. He moves into the 20s. Maximo to finish the 9th. That over goes for 13, and the score 97 for 6 with an over remaining in the day.
Good batting from young Navjit. He's got a lot of talent. That sounded beautiful off the bat. And I mean, RBS is showing here, well, we're not too heavily reliant on that opening pair because we can bat all the way down. And that's good to see. That'll give them a bit more confidence, I think, going forward with the batting unit. And yeah, because every game, you're not going to get Tobias or Teo always hitting the runs, and they've gone on. They're going to probably cross 100 here. And half an hour ago, you might have said that might not happen. So good on them. Still fighting hard.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's have a look at the chat. And one of the things people talking about, get floodlights. We've got 8 match days. Well, we already had 7 match days earlier in this ECL because we had 5 here. We had 2 in the night series. So we've had 7 matches in a day. And actually, there's some, at one point last year, we had 8 because we had a couple of T20s that we were showing as well, men's and ladies and ECS in a day. That was back when we were in Bulgaria last year in July.
Yep.
But, yeah, I mean, yeah, if 10 hours isn't enough, keep telling us you want more.
We churn out the games, don't we?
We do. Over 1,200 last year.
What number game is this in the comp? You should know.
So I think it's 104, 105.
Single down the ground. Yeah, it's 144 this tournament, isn't it?
This is game 106.
Unbelievable. Right, so only 1 golden ball. Is that a surprise?
1 golden ball.
We're due a second one, aren't we?
So I did the maths. At the start of this week, we're about a 50-50 chance of getting a golden ball before another golden ball.
Really?
Before the end of this tournament, yeah. Oh, this is in the air. It's not carrying. Won't be an easy catch. It's coming down from the clouds, and it's dropped. And they have time to get an easy too. Atif Mohammed was the man. He was camped under that. It certainly was very high. Navjit survives. Moves to 26.
Jeez, that went really, really high. He'll be disappointed though. He steadied himself and he was right under it. But unfortunately, spills it. These are the areas Pack Care can improve with their fielding. They don't want their fielding to cost them on Finals Friday.
Yeah, for sure. It wasn't an easy catch, even though it was straight to him. Because the higher they go, the faster they are. I don't want to go into the physics. The faster they are when they reach you because of the acceleration. Meters per second. Corey, I've lost Corey. Eyes have just rolled back in his head. This is why you're not a level 4. And I was talking to a level 4 coach before.
Level 4, while Australia level 3 is level 4.
Get out of it. I was wondering what a level 4 coach is taught. Is it like a black belt with, you know, when they start getting extra notches because you've gone above black?
I can tell you right now, certificates.
He was writing stuff down that you wouldn't have even understood. You should have seen his notebook. It looked like Egyptian scriptures. I had no idea what he was writing down, but he's certainly got the Punjab Lions Nicosia up and going. Anyway, I'm sure you'll have an interesting conversation with Richard Cox. So here we go. We're almost at the end of the day's play.
Another good day of cricket, isn't it? This group for me, after being here for 5 weeks, I think this is the most competitive group. We got it wrong last week, thinking last week would be. This week, this is such a talented group.
I mean, we just keep outdoing each other, I suppose.
Yeah.
I remember Chris Williams saying that he's buying a new bat phone to take on Mohammed Kamran.
Good luck.
Group 8. Here we go. Last ball of the day. He's launched, and this one will be 6. So Maximo, consolation Maximo. Look, and again, another positive. Navjit Singh ends up 33 of 16 balls, and he seemed pretty good against the spin, pouncing on anything short or slightly over pitch. DeMay contributes 10. He'll finish 108 on the board, so 34 runs the margin. But Pack Care, well, the host country's representative club, they just keep on rocking. They're 4-0. They're yet to be touched in this ECL 22. And the end of another good day's work for them. 2 matches, 2 wins.
Yeah, absolutely. They deserve the credit. They were the better of the 2 sides, and they get the chocolates in the end. And, well, RBS, they can take a lot from that because they were 15 off 12 from Tobias and Teo. The rest of the batting lineup hit 93 off 48. So that just shows that the middle order and the lower order have the ability to clear the pickets. They'll take that going forward, but overall, Pack Care, they were the better batting unit. They batted them out of this game, and I think it was something like 16 sixes. That's a phenomenal striking.
Yeah.
And then that opening spell from the man we call Hitman almost buried the game with 3 wickets early. So congratulations to Pack Care. They will motor on in this tournament. They've got, well, they are definitely confirmed now for Finals Friday and Super Thursday, and looking forward to seeing more of them.
Yeah, for sure. And it was an interesting kind of Royal Rumble at the start, wasn't it? And there was a lot built on it, and we were ready to go. We said, come on, let's go. And Cameron, he was ready, and he had a moral victory early on there. And Cameron was saying, well, keep trying that kind of stuff, and this is what's going to happen. Stumps were flying all around the place. He said, look at that. That's where it's gone. He pointed at the leg stump, which is halfway to the boundary. Not long after that, he nicks off Walbrook. Both openers gone. You knew it was going to be a long way back.
Absolutely. And this next one's an absolute brute of a delivery, Vinny. Look at this. Oh.
Yeah, and now after the glove or the face of the bat. So he had 3, and that was a rebuilding job. Not easy when you're chasing 140 plus. So it's like one of those things, prize fight. Didn't really get out of round 1 or round 2, but still the damage was done. That was plumb LBW Bubba. Well, he just keeps on keeping on as well, doesn't he? With the bat and the ball for Pakai Care. Well, yep, look on the back for instructions. They were looking for answers. HBS Kreinhardt. And look, to be fair, they lost a couple in the middle, but there's a bit of a fight. They end up with more or less a pass score just above. I suppose the issue here was that Pakai Care really was their batting that got them on the front foot in this game in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was only up left to Navjeet Singh and Majinder Singh, the 2 Singhs out there. Well, they batted pretty well through the middle overs, and they'll be happy with their scores. Unfortunately for Majinder, he'll fall just short of a 50. He was dismissed there for 43, but he did hit 4 big sixes, and luckily the keeper was okay there, Ishan. Julian DeMay came out, he hit 1 big 6, and Navjeet Singh kept on trying his best. He cleared the pickets a couple more times. He'll take some confidence from his innings. He hit 33 off 16, so well done to him with 3 sixes. But in the end, the game was played in good spirits, and Pakai Care, they almost battered them out of that contest. They hit a lot of runs, and then those early wickets sort of killed off the game early and brings an end to a really good day 5 with, look at the batting scorecard, Vinny, and those early wickets, but still a good silver lining for RBS.
Oh yeah, nice little contributions from Navjeet Singh, DeMay, and particularly Manjinder. I liked his innings, going better than 200. They did swing and miss at a lot of balls. If you take that out of his game, he's probably scoring even faster. Look, they didn't give too many away, though, for free, did they, Pakai Care? Just the 2 wides in the innings in the 10 overs. And Cameron, once again, the star, 3 for 18. Removing 3 quality bats as well. Also wickets for Babar, Atif Mohammed, also Adil Shafkat. Oh, look, really team effort, and there's bowling options they didn't even use there. So they've got a lot of depth in the batting and the bowling. And it's not just depth though, isn't it? They're superstars. They are performing and they're getting the job done for the Spanish champions.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see in the power play that the 2nd and 3rd over, they just couldn't get the ball away at all, and they were well behind the run chase. And well, Pakai Care, you look at their Manhattan graph, and they just smoked a couple of big overs. And even though they lost wickets, they kept hitting sixes. And well, that drew us to the end of the match. And Pakai Care, 34 runs doesn't sound like much, but they had this game wrapped up maybe half an hour ago before the end. So well done to them.
It's a pretty comprehensive performance in the end. 34 runs, the difference. RBS Kreinhardt, I know that you had them right up there at the start of the week. I'm sure they're still got ambitions of qualifying, but that's an early blow to Pakai Care, Barcelona, and you just think that's the team that's in everyone's head. Well, that was a very quick look at the table. Here's a bit of a longer look. Now Pakai Care, the only undefeated team. There's 2 teams that don't have any points at all. So Farmers and Marlow of Jersey and Portugal respectively. They're going to have to get a wriggle on if they're going to try and get out of that bottom 3. It seems pretty unlikely now, but then maybe the battle for 4th place really important as well. So yeah, let's have a look at what's coming on tomorrow. It's our last day of round robin fixtures. Join us again 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 1:30 p.m. in India. Join us on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or you can join us on Fangird if you're watching from the subcontinent, or any of our partner broadcasters all around the world. We have millions and millions, tens of millions of viewers actually every day. And it's always great for us to get your thoughts in the live chat wherever possible. It's been another highly entertaining day of cricket. So let's have a look now at what's ahead. I mean, we really said at the start of the week, we're not really sure who's favourites. We thought maybe RBS, but I think after that comprehensive performance, you'd have to say it is Pakai Care that have really sent a message to the opposition that they are the team to beat.
Yeah, I think that their bowling has been pretty complete in the tournament so far, but that's the first instance we've seen how dangerous that batting lineup is. They didn't even bat Mohammed Cameron, who we think's in their top 3 batters, so That's remarkable. And they hit.
They batted 9 players, so they had him at 10 or 11.
So 16 sixes. They have just showed we're not this powerful bowling unit. We're a batting unit as well. They're favourites.
Yeah, well, rightly so. But you don't win tournaments on Mondays. You don't win tournaments on Tuesdays. You have to make it finals Friday. And it does look like, hey, we will see Paco Care. Remember, they're going to have to perform on Super Thursday as well.
Yeah.
I think that double chance we saw was really critical because VOC Rotterdam just had one bad performance on finals day. They were out because things went wrong for them on Super Thursday in the evening. So look, there's plenty more cricket action coming your way. Thanks again for all of your contributions in live chat. Just giving a little wave down to Mohammed Ihsan, who walked away with the player of the match for that.
Well deserved.
So again, Alakam run probably not too far away, but Ihsan, he did set it up with a very, very good innings, half century in the first half of match 10 of Group E. Thanks again to Rico and to Andrew for their work in the commentary box. Thanks to you, Corey, as well. Great to have you up here. And things always seem to be happening when you're in the box with me. Thanks to all the spectators that came in today. I know we've had plenty of spectators through the fan zone, to the crew as well. All the crew from Stream Productions. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much. To all the Blue crew as well, the officials, everyone, all the volunteers around the ground to make this work. It's a big operation. Biggest cricket tournament in the world, Corey, and therefore the best. So, yeah, don't disagree with me. But no, it's great. 144 matches, so it's a big thing to take on, and we're really thankful, particularly to the viewers, though. Thank you to all of you guys. We've got the best viewers in world cricket. And I know you're enjoying what you're seeing, and there's still some pages yet to be written in this Group E before we hit Championship Week next week. So just in the meantime, you can go to our social media at European Cricket, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. You can subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't already. Check out all the highlights videos, all the player of the match videos, anything you might have missed. If you haven't watched the final last week, go watch the highlights package, about 10 minutes worth of that final last week. Saw Albi's Army progress against MSC Frankfurt. But we're going to call it a night. Hopefully we see you again tomorrow, 8 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. But from now, from the ECN crew and all the ECN family, we want to wish you a very happy and safe evening. Thanks again for spending your day with us. We've had a great time bringing it to you. Join us again tomorrow for more ECL action. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and we'll see you tomorrow for more BET2BALL European Cricket League. Hasta mañana.